Trader.io is excited to let you know that our two newest features, the Auto Route Creator and the Mythic Plus Replay System, are officially in open beta and available to everyone right now. Try out the Auto Route Creator to generate your own routes from any live-tracked key on the leaderboards, or test your team's mettle against pros, guildies, your friends, or your own personal bests by starting a replay alongside your real-time run with the Mythic Plus Replay System. To celebrate the release, we're introducing the Underwrought Rumble.
Herfjax from Last Minute here. I'm challenging you to beat my team's plus 30 Underwrought from last weekend's Group C TGP tournament. Live track your team running alongside the replay for our Underwrought and send us the results. You can do the replay at any keystone level, but the highest scoring key completed that beats our timer will win a prize bundle for every player. Good luck, you'll need it. Oh, and a little tip. You can use the Auto Route Creator to copy the route we used right in the MDT, but you didn't hear that from me. This all in celebration of the upcoming TGP Global Finals on August 18th, where Last Minute and 5 other teams will compete to crown the ultimate key pushing champions. We better see you all there.
It's not enough, but it is so
it's
close.
It's painfully close.
What is going on?
Oh, no!
It is time to end.
I'm at a loss for words.
Ooh, it's going to be close. This is the burst. This is the double lust for Genji. There's the pop from the breath, doing 6% of the boss's HP.
10
That's
seconds.
going to be enough. It's not even close. Echo getting the 3 chest off on the 25 all-out infusion.
This is amazing. We are going to levels of this boss fight that were previously only theoretical. The 5th minute of the Dark Roll encounter. Incredible work here from Echo, and that is going to be all they need, even with Clix dead.
Protocols activated.
this boss is getting sent home by NA's Last Hope, and they are going to be the first people to time this dungeon on a 30. They have gotten through that one, but again, the debuffs on everybody's raid frames is just a little bit too much.
20 seconds to go. The cooldowns are out. We're doing this natty.
But oh no, Igloo goes down splat soon afterwards. 2 battle rests available, but Tobo is now cauterized, and that is it for Legendary.
That was so close.
Oh my god, please!
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International Great Push 2023 Dragonflight Season 2. I'm your host, Doa, and with me as usual are our wonderful analysts, Zyronic, Megs, Nagura, Tettles, Dratnos. Yesterday, tragedy struck as Mandatory was eliminated and somebody had to go. I think we were all a little bit surprised who it was, but given the caliber of the group that we have in the global finals, I think every result in day 1 and 2 is at the same time shocking and at the same time not surprising. So let's kind of start with that. Coming into day number 2, looking at the pack. Tettles, I'm going to go to you first. Mandatory eliminated today. Other teams on the chopping block arguably would be Last Minute and Legendary right down there at 114 points. We'll take a look at that in a moment. What are you expecting to see today?
Okay, so one of the big things with this weekend is that Key started at like a decent bit higher level. So we started with 24s yesterday. We're going to be starting with our dungeon at 25 today. This format, like shape up, allows for a lot more pushing of keys, and it allows for a situation where teams that have the ability to be able to push the highest level of keys are going to be a little bit of an advantage, especially those teams that I would say like have like a trump card over the rest of the field where they're able to do a key level higher than other potential options. That's going to allow those teams to be in a much more favorable position because more often than not, there's been about like 5 hours for pushing, and I would say that this weekend there's going to be about like 9.
That is interesting. We're going to find out, too, what our 5th dungeon is going to be in a little bit around the time the teams can start their runs, and that makes a difference, too. Obviously, we're starting at a slightly higher key level this weekend than we did during the groups, but Megs, how do you go about kind of working this new key into your day?
Well, I think it kind of depends on what you have left over from yesterday, right?
Sure.
Some of the teams still have some dungeons there that they do want to run, like the 29 Halls of Infusion, or I think maybe even like a 29 VP. That surely is an option if you just want to get it done and be finished with that dungeon for the weekend, probably. I'm not sure about the halls, but I think the VP probably not going higher than the 29. Yeah. Then it kind of depends on how positive are you on the new dungeon. Of course, all of the teams practice a whole lot, so they do have their routes planned, but with the affixes, it's always a little bit of moving around and depends on when they want to tackle that.
I suppose. Go ahead.
Most teams today are going to start in like Freehold or Underrot, I think, right?
Possibly.
Yeah,
I was going to ask, with Echo being the only team to 2-star the Freehold 29, is 31 a possibility? Is that even something that is humanly possible?
If I was Echo, I would be probably looking to do Freehold as my last dungeon of the day, and then if I have enough time, you just start at 31, and you could potentially skip the 30. So every other team obviously needs to go and do the 30 to push it up to a 31, if that's even possible. So I think we will see them in there reasonably early, but I do think Echo probably will start off with the new dungeon, and then they'll maybe look to secure the Halls 30 if that's, if they think that's doable, the Vortex 29, and then I think turn their sights on a Freehold if they are believers in the 31. With the timer in that 29, I'm a believer in the 31.
That's
right?
A healthy day.
That is a lot of extra time left in that key, so the only question is can they
amazing.
survive the dungeon level going up by 2, which that is a hard question. Those mobs do not mess around on plus 31.
The question that kind of comes up to me there is whether or not Echo can actually kind of sit out the 31. If every other team goes in and gets like the 30 done, then you're going to be missing that 1 point from the dungeon, and Echo needs to find it somewhere else, which I get nervous with how close this competition is. Of course, right now they're very securely in the lead, but I think there might be a moment today towards the end where they have to run the Freehold and cannot just like lean back and do it in the overtime, especially because the 31 Freehold is so volatile.
I think that 31 Freehold, just looking at the timer, looks doable by both Echo and NA's Last Hope. Just giving it like the eye test relative to their timer. But then there's a question as to, can other teams do it? Is the 31 actually doable? I think Nagura was talking about it like before broadcast. Can you even live that dungeon? Like, what does living that dungeon even look like?
Yeah, I mean, the strategies will unfold as the day begins, but we also have a lot of money on the line. There's a huge prize pool for TGP. I'm sure we're going to show it to you at some point. But more than we've ever given away, I believe, for the Great Push before.
Here it is.
$300,000, that's right. And even making it this far, you've guaranteed at least 20K, which is not bad for pushing keys. So we'll see which team takes it home in the end. I mean, like, Echo coming into this, we made some predictions. Nearly all of us picked Echo to win it. And again, like, I just feel like it's hard to not pick them until they give us a reason not to. That's a difficulty in predicting something like this, where you have a team that's been so dominant for so long. Even though they technically haven't won every Great Push we've done, Echo is still Echo. But Dratnos and Makes, you disagree. Dratnos, NA's last hope, you still believing?
Oh yeah, I'm still a believer. They yesterday, you know, there's some things looked a little rough for them, but that freehold, that 29 for them was like 3 minutes under time with 10 deaths. Like, they are a fast team. They've got fast strategies in these dungeons, and they've gotten some of their wiping out of the way, or not wiping, but some of their. I guess there were some wipes in that run, and they still timed it right. Like, that's they got that out of the way on Friday. That's good. The other team still have to do that on Saturday and Sunday. That's less good.
They'll finish a dungeon. They don't care who they leave bloody and bruised along the way. Yeah.
To piggyback off of that, I was actually talking to some of their players yesterday after the first day of competition, and they are actually unhappy with their performance yesterday. Even though they finished in the third place slot, they should have they all felt like they should have definitely been in the second place slot and potentially even tied with Echo. If you remember yesterday, they ended up finishing off their last run like 4 minutes after the end of the day. So if they were just a little bit faster throughout the day, they could have fit in that extra dungeon. So they were happy with where they finished, but they felt like they should have been higher. So they're actually feeling pretty confident. I'm looking to see them complete some pretty interesting keys today. They also do think that the 31 freehold is possible.
Well, the other week so far, I've prepared some dungeon quiz questions for you, and we're going to start with freehold. Sky Captain Craig's outhouse. There's something inside. What is it? Is it A, poop, obviously, B, a preoccupied pirate, C, a huge egg, or D, golden coins? What do you think it is?
Oh no!
It's near.
I should
near
know
the boss
this.
Area. Yeah, there's like a little kind of a tent area where he's got his like home, I guess, set up.
Well, no, Doa, the strategy back in BFA for mages, which is what I played back then, was you went and stood on top of that outhouse because you wanted to outrange all of the boss's mechanics. I never looked inside of it.
Surely
I just stood on top of it.
So
I don't.
Well, I never looked inside.
I never looked inside. I just stood on top of it.
You can see inside. All right, we got 30 seconds before we reveal the map, so let's get some answers quick. What's it going to be?
I'm going to say D.
D, golden coins.
I'm going to say A, because the answer is saying obviously.
I'm going to go C. C.
All right.
I'm a man of the people. I'm going with chat. They're also saying C, a huge egg.
All right.
Let's
see what we got.
Let's see once again what the answer is. It is D, gold coins. You can see the little moon
Of course,
thing.
I know this.
Good job, Nagura.
Of course, Nagura.
I'm always right.
Peeking into outhouses, huh? Well,
Yeah.
we'll leave that there.
Why
Let's
does
check
chat
out what
always
map
miss it?
I don't know. I am actually
Chat
kind of
is trying
shocked.
their best.
I am kind of
alone.
shocked
Try
at the
somebody
chat
else's
results.
best.
I'm going to be honest.
I
did
think
expect
chat
better
did
from
great.
chat. I'm a little bit shocked. Let's find out if we're shocked at the new dungeons. Bursting, storming, fortified. Oh, Brackenhide Hollow. Okay. What do we think about
Right.
this? That is
So
that's a tricky
this
one.
key with these affixes, I think, can go pretty high. I think we're going to be looking at teams to get this from 25, probably try and 3-chest to 25. And take it to a 28. Maybe I guess you 2-chest it to a 27. But I think you're trying to bring this up to 30 today. So that's going to be some work.
In Cup B, we saw Brackenhide be pushed all the way up to a 29, and then Legendary attempted a 30. I want to say twice, wiped to the totems on the last boss twice, and possibility
Maybe
of a
the
new
totems
comp.
are gonna stop you there, but
Here we go.
our teams don't have they're gonna have a little bit of pushing in Brackenhide, and then they're gonna have a lot of time left in the day. So I think you need to actually start bringing all of these keys up into that 30-ish range, and we already see three 30s on our board right now. Last minute, perplexed, and legendary, all starting off with that 30 Underrot. Not surprised that they've started there because Echo have proved that one impossible. Echo, meanwhile, having already done that, going over to Vortex Pinnacle 29. All right.
Oh. Yeah, very interesting. The 29 Vortex. As far as I remember, we only saw the 28 Vortex in the cups, right?
Yeah, I don't think I'm
anyone
not
did
sure
the
we even
29.
saw an attempt of a 29. If I remember correctly, I think in Group A, there was a 27 2 chest, and then the team just did the 28 and never even tried the 29. So this is
Exactly.
very... The timer in this dungeon, I think, is likely to be one of the tightest we will see all weekend. If Echo make even a small mistake, I think it's likely to cost them their margin of error between the timer at the end here. So I expect that if they have even a couple of deaths, they'll be hearthing out of here.
Yeah, so even though the key level is not as high as some of the other key levels, I think 29 Vortex Pinnacle is for sure more difficult than the 30 Underrot in comparison, right? So interesting to see that Echo is trying to attempt this dungeon first before they go to like a 30 freehold. But as we talked about earlier, they have the 2 chests in a 29, so they could technically attempt 31 later, and that's probably why they chose to go with this VP first. Very interesting. They also did some smaller pulls now compared to what we've seen in the lower key levels. So instead of pulling the whole hallway downwards, they divided this first area into 2 pools. And an Ace Last Hope on the bottom left in that 30 freehold.
Yeah, there we go. We see them starting off the freehold plus 30, the first team to go in there. And I think that this is a good choice for them because I think freehold has looked like a strong dungeon for them. Their 29 timer isn't insane, but that's because they had the 10 deaths in that run. So if they can have a bit of a cleaner run here, I think that this is likely to be one of their strong maps. And I think that the 31, we were talking about it earlier, but that seems possible for both them and Echo, given how fast they seem in that dungeon. So that's pretty exciting. We've got 3 Underrots, 1 Freehold, and 1 Vortex Pinnacle underway. I wonder when our teams will head to Brackenhide. I bet there will be some that go there maybe after their first key.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that while they're running this key, that they maybe think or talk a little bit about what they're going to do in Brackenhide. Because obviously these teams did practice on the tournament realm beforehand, and they certainly also practiced Brackenhide, but they didn't know which affixes are going to be in there, so they probably practiced both Tyrannical and Fortified. And the affix combination that we have there, if I remember correctly, it's Bursting Storming, so not too difficult of a combination, but it's still something to think about, and they'll have to figure out what to do. And yeah, maybe we'll see a different comp for the higher key levels. I mean, I doubt it. But, I mean, it's technically possible that they play something... If you cannot kill the totems with this comp on a 30, then you're going to have to play something else if it allows you... Because the timer in Brackenhide is usually pretty fine. The timer is never really the big issue. It's more the fact that you need to kill the totems on the last boss, which is really difficult with this comp, mainly because of the Shadow Priest not being so good at the totems, plus, of course, the Augmentation Evoker also not being very good for them.
Yeah, the combo there is not... It's not great. You can play some extra beacons on your group. Beacon to the Beyond does help, but as the key level gets higher, even one of those is only going to take like 30% off of the totem, so that's a very... We see some teams on the live servers, they actually have their mages hearth out and swap to Frost as well for some extra, consistent totem damage. You can't do that in TGP. In TGP, you're not allowed to leave the dungeon while it's underway and do stuff like a spec swap, so teams would have to play something like, Frost, Destro, Enhance the whole way through, which I do think is a consideration, although I would still bet that they'll probably just try and find a way to make it work with this comp.
Yeah, so because on live servers, I play Brackenhide, like I'm replacing the mage, I'm playing the same comp, but I'm the Moonkin instead of the mage, right? So we have even less damage for the totems.
Right.
And what I consider doing after the second boss, after Treemouth, most of the trash is already played at that point, and the bosses don't really do that much damage anymore afterwards. So I was considering like having our Augmentation Evoker go out of the dungeon, spec Devastation Evoker, and come back in for the rest of the dungeon, which is much better for the totems than the last boss. But obviously that's not something they can do in this tournament because they're not allowed to leave the dungeon. So they cannot change specs midway through or change trinkets or anything. So they would have to play the whole dungeon with a different spec or a different comp.
Last minute, having their tank go down, now their mage as well. And it looks like they're just going to be restarting this 30 Underrot, so that's 5 minutes disappearing for last minute already at the start here. That's not how they wanted their day to start, but it's not too costly for them. The other team's all still underway.
One thing to mention about last minute, right? Both last minute and legendary yesterday, the last key they did was at 28 halls instead of trying to do the 29. Because they wanted to play it safe and make sure they're not getting eliminated. So that means that they're already a dungeon behind now compared to all the other teams because they still have to run this 29 halls of infusion. So having mistakes here in that 30 Underrot is not something they want to see, considering that they're already behind to some of the higher seeded teams.
Yeah, that decision helped eliminate mandatory, right? That was how they were able to make sure that they didn't go home yesterday. But now they start off the day already, kind of already in danger. And I think that it's very likely we're going to see those two teams in fighting for that spot of into Sunday, right, between each other, because the other three teams have just not made mistakes yet this weekend of that size. Legendary having a healer die in the bottom left. That's going to be a battle res. No battle res for a while as they make their way into the Kragmaw room. Pretty deadly trash in this area, so not surprised to see players in some danger. Perplexed, having Wolf Disco also in some danger there, but that's going to be the ice block used. They're able to survive that, so definitely watching those Underrots, even with Tyrannical instead of Fortified active, this trash room looks so scary.
Yeah, especially with this comp that they're running. Like, you definitely lack single target disrupts with this comp because you don't have any melee players, so you don't have a lot of single target stuns or single target disrupts. Therefore, they have to use they have to use their AoE disrupts like Inkabor, Dragon Breath, stuff like that to interrupt something like the Maggot and the Leisure Cast. But there's so many of these mobs that you want to disrupt and interrupt, so at some point you might just be running out of disease. On top of that, you have Raging, which means that, of course, you have the Oppressive Roar, but not all of these mobs are going to go below 30% simultaneously, so at some point you're just going to have to send it, and then there might just be some mobs left with Raging on them, and it's so much harder to deal with these mobs that way.
Yeah, the Raging is a worrying affix whenever you've got mobs that you need to stop. I think that we've seen some of these teams just starting to let those maggots cast a little bit more even and dodge if they need to, or call out if it's going to go off, right? We saw one of them getting a free cast off at least on one of our screens. Maybe they were trying to stop it though and unable to. Because yeah, if you're ever relying on one of those to get stopped, and then you can see there for a legendary, for instance, that they just dodged out of the way of it because they weren't relying on it getting stopped. They're also making sure to dodge it.
And at top left, Echo is getting closer to killing off that first boss. Close to 9 minutes. Let's see. Okay. I thought we see a boss timer, but it's 8 minutes 24. So I assume they just didn't leave combat from the start of the dungeon because of Spiteful, right? Spiteful being one of those affixes that if you want to go fast, you just never really leave combat because you're just going to pull the next thing while you're still in combat with the Spiteful Shades from the previous pull. There we go. This is the first time they leave combat from the start of the dungeon. And yeah, I don't know how the timer is. 8:37. If I remember correctly from the 28, it is quite a lot. Like, is it like a minute slower, something like that? But I'm gonna check the splits for the 28.
Yeah, maybe we could pull up the our Vortex Pinnacle splits graphic as well, because I know we have all of our teams' 28s tracked on that thing, and we can see how this 29 for Echo is shaking up compared to them. Because, yeah, I feel like 8:37 is a little bit slower than we were seeing in the 28s, but I think it's maybe still in range here. I mean, this key is so high and so scary, as they're actually going into that Storm Dragon now. This massive pull for Echo. Very, very
this
scary.
This is really dangerous. This is a pull we've seen, even on a 28, they had to commit all of their defensives, basically, to survive this. Literally everything being used, because you have the dot on you, and then on top of that, you have all of these casts that have to be interrupted. You have the soldiers that are charging around as well. So definitely lots of control needed to make sure you survive this. But so far, they're looking good. But Mir is just jumping so low from one of those casts going off. And yeah, they're certainly running out of CC at this point. Let's hope none of these wind bolts are going on the squishier targets. Maybe Clix... No, Clix doesn't have cheat death available. Actually, is it? I'm not sure. Do you see it if Clix has cheat death?
I don't see the debuff on his frame. I'm not sure if we track the augmentation. Oh, we do. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
he has a cheat death available at least.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. All right, so they're still somewhat safe at least. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, so at least the dragon is dead. Everything else would be okay for them to handle. But now they're gonna gather up another big pool, very likely, which we've seen in the 28s at least, where they just gather up all of these assassins and they pull them around this corner, standing underneath the stairs to make sure they're not getting the assassin damage. But while they're gathering up this pool, it can be pretty dangerous. Usually the ranged players just walk ahead, and the tank is pulling these assassins in the back to make sure that the ranged are outranging the assassin jump. But you saw Gingy wasn't quite out of range there and actually got quite a little bit of damage from one of these assassins. Oh my god,
another one.
Gingy is dropping to 5% HP. It really has to worry about that. Has to commit his ice block DR. And now the dispersion being used by mirrors as well, just to get to that spot. Because as I said, on the way, these assassins are all charging them.
Zaylia is going to bop here himself so that he can stand in for a little while. And actually, he's going to stay in this pack as well. There goes that Mass Dispel. And yeah, okay, here comes the overall from Clicks. He's going to hit them with the Oppressing Roar. I wonder what that's for. Maybe there's something they needed to dispel there, or maybe, just to make this stun last longer. That's kind of cool. Clicks throwing out the Sleepwalk on one of those Incorporeals as well. Always very scary when it spawns in the middle of a big pull like this. Can be hard to make sure you've gotten it taken care of, but it looks like they've done a good job of that. And now they have these first Cloud Bursts going off. Just as soon as the first one almost finishes its cast, now is going to hit it with the Incapacitating Roar, and that's going to stop as many of them as possible. And they are making this look so clean. This is a very, very scary pull, but now his health is not moving.
Yeah, Last Hope on the top right side actually having a little bit of an issue here. As
That's
Scoop went
wipe.
down, that's a full wipe. And that was so late into Eudora. They're going to have to for sure town portal here. I think Eudora was even already dead, but they still had some trash. And Goop ended up going down. They used a battle rest, but then some casts went off and they just ended up wiping. Unfortunate for them, pretty big time loss from the start here already for Nate's Last Hope. Not great. And I think last minute also had to reset their key again, because they're only 140 into this. So I think they might have reset their underrot again.
Yeah, it
okay,
does
so
look
this
like
was
that's
his
happened.
third attempt now.
We also see Underrots just at the start of the run for both Last Minute and Perplexed, both teams, on those restarts on our right side of our screen. So definitely things going wrong at that key level going up, and that just goes to show how impressive it was that Echo were able to get that done so cleanly yesterday. Not an easy key at all on the plus 30 level. So we will see if both Last Minute and Perplexed are able to clean that up. We also have Legendary working on that dungeon in the bottom left. They're the only team that hasn't had to reset it yet. So a team that we were worried about going into today, but if they're able to one-shot this dungeon and Perplexed and Last Minute aren't able to, that's going to be very good news if you're a Legendary fan for their prospects of surviving the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, NA's Last Hope having to reset as well. Also, in favor for Legendary here, if they can do this dungeon in one shot. Last Minute having more issues as their Shadow Priest does go down. They're committing a battle rest, but Kira dropping so low from some of these Blood Bolts just going off. And it looks like they're just wiping. They don't think they can continue this, so they're just resetting the key again. Fourth attempt for Last Minute. Not looking good for them at the start of the day here.
It's okay though,
because in this dungeon.
It is like a 3-minute time loss when you wipe to the first boss, right? So it's not the end of the world, but it is the end of the world if it indicates that you're playing badly, right? But if it's just some bad luck, then it's fine. So hopefully they're able to get that sorted out and keep the momentum from falling too far away from them. In the meantime, Echo are working on Alteris here. So we have a little bit of time comparisons to the 28s. All of our teams were able to get their 28 first boss split faster than Echo in this 29. So it is definitely going to be a slower run, but that's to be expected. The key level's gone up. With the Alteris splits, the fastest one we had in a 28 was Perplexed at 15:39. Now that run had 3 minutes left over in the whole run as well, so the Echo don't need to be that fast here. But if they're slower than, say, 18 minutes, that's where I think we're going to start to be in very, very big danger at the end of this dungeon. And honestly, even like 1730, I think, is where it's starting to get scary.
Yeah, I agree. They did also commit there, and look how much damage they're taking here from having to take the whirlwind to dodge the AoE spell from this boss. And just generally, this boss just has so much damage output on a 29 Tyrannical. Everyone's just dropping incredibly low, having to use the defensives perfectly, making sure they have something up every single time when they have to go up. And also probably cycling CDs outside of that as well. And they did commit Bloodlust halfway through this boss. I think they were just waiting for the perfect moment for their cooldowns because, of course, the dungeon timer being 30 minutes means that you have a very, you have a lot of freedom with your Bloodlust because you cannot squeeze out a fourth Bloodlust anyway. Therefore, you can just use your second Bloodlust whenever you feel like, and then the last one will be ready for the last boss, no matter what you do. I mean, unless
exactly,
you're late
right?
by 9 minutes or 10.
Yeah, the lust on the last boss is an interesting one as well because you probably need to use it to help kill some of the Novas that you don't have many cooldowns for, right? But can you afford to do that? Because Lust is at its best for time when you multiply it with your cooldowns. Legendary, yeah, that's a very unfortunate wipe for them. That's minus 17 minutes off of this run, and they are now back in the same spot that Perplexed and Last Minute are, just starting the dungeon over again. So, tragedy for our bottom right team. So they start over. But yeah, what do you think about the Lust timing on the last boss? If you're Echo, do you think you maybe have to just send it with your cooldown so that you get the time benefit and then just struggle through the Novas? Or do you think you use the Lust when you don't have cooldowns? It's a little bit slower, but it's a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to tell. I think on the 28, we've mainly seen them just send it all for boss damage and stack it all up. But on a 29, I think it just depends on how much time they have when they get to the last boss. I think they can judge it by just the time, right? If they feel like they're safe on the timer, then they can play it safe, stagger their CDs, making sure they don't stack up everything all at once to make sure that they have enough damage for the sparks. If their timer is really close, then at that point you just have to commit and stack up all of your cooldowns to squeeze out more boss damage. Now, the downside of staggering your CDs for the sparks is also that the boss just lasts longer, right? Which means you're going to have more sparks in the long run. So, yeah, I don't know. If you have enough CDs and you space out your defensives really, really well, then maybe it's just always better to send your cooldowns for the boss. Because then the boss fight is just shorter and you're not in danger of just running out of CDs eventually.
Yeah, although the problem is, even with a shorter boss fight on a plus 29 Tyrannical, we're probably talking about 5.5 minutes. I think you're likely to run out of your CDs either way. Like, either way, you're going to have to be doing things as your CDs are coming back up, right? You're going to have to use all your resources. So I agree with you, though. I think it's a case of you get to the boss, you look at your timer, and you kind of decide how aggressively you're going to have to play that fight. And how much single target you're going to have to go for. Legendary in the bottom left, actually just wiping on the first trash pull of this Underrot. So they are going to have to start over once again. And actually that means Echo is now our only team to have yet to restart a key. It would be unbelievable if they would be able to get this key done. Because this is also, I believe, the only key we're looking at that hasn't been done yet, right? Like, a 29 Vortex hasn't been done. 30s and Underrot and Freehold have been done. So this is potentially a world record key here for Echo, that they are maybe they're in position right now with this timer 17:22 on Alteris. I think it's feasible for them. I think it's going to be close, but I think they're on pace.
Yeah, 17:20. We talked about this earlier, right? You said if it's between 17:30 and 18, then it's probably too close,
but scary. Yeah.
And they're like 8 seconds under. So I do think, as you said, I think it's possible, but it's for sure going to be very close. They have 0 deaths, are a very clean run, which is a requirement for this key, right? I think even just 1 or 2 deaths is probably going to be too much, depending on how, what you lost there, if you lost any sort of cooldowns on that person. Because, this timer is just incredibly, incredibly close on a 29 VP. Now, NA's Last Hope in the bottom right did have to reset their freehold again. So they're, I believe, now in their 3rd attempt. So, a lot of teams having issues in their runs. Echo now pulling those stars, which you can see just doing so much damage while Mirrors is walking down the stairs. Actually, line of sighting Celia a little bit here because he has to dominate mind one of those mobs and actually making the other mobs attack them. Pretty nice.
Yeah,
getting a little bit of extra damage on
free damage, just killing that mob for free. I love this. Oh no, but Mirrors is going to go down to that stomp. And now this is, this is a huge time loss, right? Like they've just lost Mirrors, and that pack is now full healed. Maybe he'll try it again. They've sent the battle res. He's got the Mind Soothe. How are they going to decide to handle this? Looks like now is going to walk forward and think about finishing these stars.
All these stars, though.
They're doing this because they're just waiting for Mirez to finish his Dominate Minds tech, I believe. You can see that's what Mirez is doing there, and that's just going to pre-kill one of those Temple Adepts. And now they're going to Mind Soothe again and start running in. Okay. And now Mirez can Dominate Mind the other Temple Adept if he wants it, or they can just AoE down all of these and not have anything die slow. Shackle Undead being used on one of the Incorporeal, and it looks like no Dominate Mind here, so interesting. The amount of stars they killed, I think, because they did kill those extra stars, I don't think they needed the count from that Adept. One of the downsides of Dominate Minding like that is if you haven't tagged that mob and it dies while it's friendly, you don't actually get count from it, but they don't need it, I don't think, so they basically just deleted that from existence,
Well, anyway, Echo now, I mean, this is still a very difficult pull on the 29. You can see just how much damage they're taking from these stomps. Everyone dropping so low, having to stagger their defensive CDs, their Obsidian skills, their AM, and so on, making sure they take a little bit less damage from that. But look how low they're dropping from each of those stomps. And Mirror's actually going down. They do have a battle rest they can commit here, but they're losing more and more time from those deaths and also from this pack just not dying. Looking at the timer now, they have less than 8 minutes left at this point, and I believe the last boss will take them 6 minutes, maybe a bit more even.
I want 6 minutes for the last boss as well, which gives them 100 seconds to get that boss pulled, but now is going to die, and that's going to be the end of this run here for Echo. Beautiful effort from them. 20 solid, clean minutes disappears in an instant as that final section of trash proves to be just a little bit too much for them. They are going to hearth out, and now all of our teams have depleted their first attempt of the day. Several of our teams are now on their third, fourth, fifth attempts, as we were seeing across the board. While we were looking at that run for Echo, NA's Last Hope once again had a reset, but Perplexed now working on Kragmaw here, and they are 12 minutes into this Underrot. This is a plus 30 tyrannical Kragmaw. You can see that tantrum damage on the group is intense.
Yeah, Swag having to commit the dispersion there because he was not full HP as the tantrum came out. Maybe because there's like possibly a maggot exploding. So they had to commit both Sapphire, Obsidian Scales, and Dispersion, making sure to survive here. But the boss is dropping lower. This is a boss that just takes forever on such a high key level. I'm not sure if the timer on the damage meter is correct. 7 minutes is probably not correct.
That's probably combat from just, a prolonged combat.
Yeah, but this boss still takes a long time, like 5 minutes, probably. 4 to 5 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, the problem with Kragmaw is that as the fight goes longer, you start getting less and less time in each main phase before the tantrum. And so it just starts being more and more inefficient as you get further into the fight, and you get less and less damage in between each tantrum. So it can start to really scale up in time as the key level goes up. Looks like Echo, though, in the bottom left, are deciding to give that Vortex Pinnacle another try. They are still believers in this dungeon. They've just got to get to that end part clean once again, but now we have some idea of their first and second boss potential, so we can see if they are ahead or behind, those times at least.
Yeah, last minute on the bottom right now also made it a little bit further into the dungeon after having to reset the dungeon quite a few times at the start. Now, we talked about the fact that all of the other teams had reset their keys at least once, except Echo, but now Echo had to reset their key as well. And even though it looked like Echo was doing better, it was actually a bigger it's a bigger time loss for them now, having to reset the key at so late into the dungeon, versus the other teams, even though they reset keys more often, they're technically now, looking at last minute, for example, they're 9 minutes into their 30. So if they're timed this now, then even though they had to reset this dungeon 3 or 4 times, they have less of a time loss compared to Echo, which is just the nature of this event, right? If you do deplete a key at the very end versus depleting it a few times at the start, it's just a bigger loss to deplete it later on. That's why most of these teams, if they attempt the super high keys, like if they go to 31 keys or never attempted before keys, then they usually want to go for the keys first, where the difficulty lies at the start of the dungeon rather than the end, because then you just have an easier once you're past this difficult part, you just have a much easier time finishing a key. While there's some other dungeons where the difficulty lies at the end, like for example Brackenhide Hollow with the last boss on the totems, and attempting those keys on a higher key level is much riskier.
Yeah, we've even seen some teams sort of take that idea and bring it to its logical conclusion. We saw that in Azure Vault in week 1, where teams would just start doing the entire first area of the dungeon bigger on the higher keys than they did on the lower keys, because they knew they needed that time and they could just reset, and it would only cost them 2 minutes if the start of the dungeon went bad. So I wonder if we'll see any of that out of any of our teams, going bigger as the key goes higher at the start of the dungeon. It is interesting because yesterday we were playing this game where, 5 extra minutes was a really big deal, but given that all of our teams have started by depleting their keys, all the keys we have on the board are kind of high risk, high depletion chance keys. Maybe we're starting to move already into that sort of vibe that we get at the end of the last day, where the time isn't as important and it's more about, can you get the key at some point in the next hour, rather than can you get it on your first attempt.
Yeah, Perplex on the top left now on Sporkle Essentia. They did do this strategy where they didn't soak any of the mushrooms on the first one because they pulled all of the Guardians and the Defilers on top of the boss, and they just used CDs and instant dispels and dwarf racials to get rid of those debuffs. Wolf Disco did proc Cauterize though, because Wolf Disco is not actually playing Ice Block, he is playing the talent that turns it into a damage reduction instead, so not having the possibility of immuning that explosion. But Cauterize is a defensive that should be used, so no harm, no foul here for Wolf Disco, as they are continuing now with Sancha. All of the ads are dead, so the rest of this boss fight should be pretty easy for Perplexed, and even the rest of the dungeon as well. I think the most difficult part about Underrot is the start and the Kragmaw trash area and that boss. So the trash after this plus the last boss shouldn't be too big of a problem for Perplexed. I don't want to jinx them, but I think Perplexed is in a timed key here, because the timer is also looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, we've seen teams time their Underrot with a boss 3 split anywhere before that 21-minute mark, and I think it's doable. And even at the 21-minute mark, I think that's where it starts to become extremely sketchy. Perplexed here are going to be done with this boss probably around that 20-minute marker, and I think that should leave them enough time to complete this dungeon. But yeah, it's not going to be a huge amount of extra time. It's going to be probably a little bit slower than Echo. So Echo in their plus 30 got Sporecaller down at 1940. I think Perplexed are going to be a little bit behind that, but Echo had a minute and a half to spare at the end of the dungeon, so Perplexed can afford to lose some time here.
Yeah, they for sure can, as NA's Last Hope in the top right is now gathering up one of those bigger Dorky pulls. As Dorgo does go down on that Paladin, they are committing the battle rest immediately, making sure that they can recover this pull here. This is not one of those insane pulls that they're going to do later, because they have not finished off Eudora just yet, so they're just gathering up the pull here. They're not jumping up the ledge on that house just yet. But yeah, no battle rest for a while. This can be a little bit dangerous for them here. And of course, Fortified Raging, also one of those affix combinations that makes any of these bigger trash pulls so difficult. Now they are pulling in the boss as well at the end of this trash pull here.
Yeah, this is a sketchy little boss start. It's one of those bosses that there are sort of moments where this boss isn't too hard, but teams in TGP are going to be pulling trash onto all of those moments, so it's always a bit of a scary fight. Making good use of the bruise here. The bruise is a very important part of this fight. If you can make sure the boss lands in those green circles whenever there's one of the bad bruise, that is a nice big damage gain. And then the other little circles, the blue circles give you a damage buff, but you're actually hoping for the green circles. They do so much damage to the boss there every time they land. You can see like it ticks for a % of the boss's health every time.
And I see Goop is actually getting a lot of these powder shots from Eudora as well, which is one of the better targets to be shot. Because Goop, of course, wearing mail armor, and it does physical damage, and the armor actually does reduce the amount of damage you take from that powder shot. The worst targets for Eudora to hit that you don't want to see is Junkrat on the Shadow Priest and Smacked on the Mage as well, even though the Mage usually has more defensives available against something like a powder shot. So you'd still rather see the Mage being shot than the Shadow Priest, because at some point the Shadow Priest just has nothing left.
Yeah, there is a little pillar that you can line of sight behind if you need to, but they're not really... Actually, you can see Smacked walking over to that pillar now for NA's Last Hope up in the top right. And if he gets targeted by an unfortunate powder shot, he would be able to walk behind that. There's a few of them around the room that you can use as line of sight against powder shot, which they may use if they're really worried about dying to it. We have had Sporecaller go down, though, for Perplexed up in the top left. 2036, the timer there, so... I believe this dungeon, they should be okay on the overall here, but they're going to only have about 30 seconds of wiggle room, so it's going to be a close end of the dungeon up in the top left. Oh, and they can't afford any deaths. Zevi dropping very low, does manage to top himself. These Void Spits are nasty, even on Tyrannical, when the key is this high.
Yeah, and they also had one death from their Paladin earlier in the boss as well, that they had to commit a battle rest too, so they only have one left at this point. Which, again, we said the end of the dungeon is not going to be the most dangerous part here, but still, having some cast go through as well, just dropping so low on the group is not ideal. Having to use the Dwarf Racial to get rid of that magic effect on Sasevi as well, making sure he doesn't get any ticks off on that debuff. Now they can move on, but yeah, this is still a little bit dangerous since they still have this Corruptor up and the Defiler as well on top of the Horror. And with the amount, they do have a lot of interrupts in this group, but some of them have a long cooldown. So having to interrupt the Defiler plus also this Horror can be pretty dangerous. Some of the Void Bolts can just be let through if you need an interrupt to be held for a Defiler cast or for the AoE cast from the Horror, because the Void Bolt doesn't necessarily one-shot anyone if you have a cooldown available, but you cannot have multiple of them go through. Another AoE cast going through on the Horror here as Divine Field actually goes down. This is just so bad for them as the Corruptor is still alive and the Defiler is chasing the damage dealers around. They're trying to kite this out, and Divine Field is trying to get the aggro back. The Cauterize being procced here by Wolf Disco, also committing the Icebug DR here, trying to recover, but this is just another like time loss for them. Not just the 5 seconds on the board, but this recovery for them.
It's going to be very, very close to that 30-minute timer now. Yeah, I think they can maybe still do it, but they are going to have to hustle if they want to get this dungeon done under that timer now. They've got to just go and get that last trash pack pulled, and they cannot afford any more mistakes. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, not anymore, but we briefly, there we go, yeah, there's Echo. They're working on this massive pull with the Dragon, and they actually have a faster boss 1 split than they did last attempt as well, so they are speeding up in their Vortex Pinnacle. That's going to be really exciting to watch as they progress through here. But look at that Dragon damage that they were able to survive nice and easily as well, given it's Tyrannical and not fortified. They've got this really big pull looking so clean.
And now, again, one of the dangerous parts here in this dungeon for Echo in the bottom left, as they're gathering up this Assassin pull again. We'll see if some charges are going to go through on the ranged players as well. It looks like Miris walking ahead, but getting one charge from the Assassin, dropping him so low. Clicks as well. They're just trying to run here. They do have Dispersion available, which Miris might have to commit in just a second, just to not get one-shot by 2 of these Assassins. There we go, Dispersion coming out from Miris, and just using the defenses to get to the spot. They're safe here and now. Maybe Azalea committing that Bop again to stay in for a little while longer. Looks like he's just standing there without Bop. He can take it, you know, he has a lot of armor. He does have a lot of HP as well. So Azalea might just be fine. And Ace Last Hope in the top right, though, now gathering up their big pull. They do have Bloodlust rolling, and look how many mobs Dorky has gathered up here. This is just so much. This Junkrat actually goes down to one of those duelist
Goop
charges, and Goop follows as well.
Okay, it's kind of okay if this happens. They release right here, so it's sort of just -5 seconds. It's kind of okay. Although I think that when you
Probably
die,
still
your Eben might
downstairs now.
disappear. Yeah, that's
you-
true. So yeah, you can see those duelists are kind of spreading out randomly as they're chasing people. Meanwhile, on the top left, we have Unbound Abomination pulled by Perplexed. A little over 5 minutes on the clock when they pulled that boss, so this is going to be a very tight finish for that Underrot plus 30. It would be our first timed key of the day if Perplexed would be able to get it done, though, which is crazy. We have been more than 30 minutes in the day and only depletes so far.
And Ace Last Hope losing Goop again as he had a disease from those pet foot mobs, which is very unfortunate for Goop to get, because Goop is the only one that is an eligible target for that disease that does not have a dwarf racial available and no like bigger defensive to get rid of it. Of course, can cauterize it, but probably has used it for somebody else. So just no way of getting rid of the disease from him. And Dorky also going down. This is going to be another reset for an Ace Last Hope. Very unfortunate, losing another 15 minutes. Yeah, an Ace Last Hope. We talked about Freehold being their dungeon. Like, they came up with this pull that they just did. That's their invention that the other teams basically copied from them. And some other stuff in this dungeon as well that other teams copied. But it's just not working out for them today. Legendary as well on the bottom left, having to reset 17 minutes into their 30 Underrot. So many resets coming in from these teams.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it sort of feels like any of the teams we look at are having a bad day so far, but Perplexed might be the first team to break that trend here. However, this is an unbelievably close timer that we're looking at here. A little bit over 3 minutes left, and they still have 2 phases of this plus 30 Tyrannical Unbound Abomination. I think they're okay. I think they can do this, but they don't have very many cooldowns. They're not going to have very many more rounds of 2 minutes as well. They've got 2 more 2 minutes that they're going to throw in here. So there you can see Breath of Eons, Power Infusion, everything getting sent here. They'll get 1 more round of that at about 29 minutes into the dungeon, and that's going to be it. So hopefully that's enough.
Yeah, all eyes on Perplexed to see if they can finish up this boss now. They don't have a battle rest available, but technically speaking, nobody should die on this boss unless they do have one of those spores just spawning on top of a person if they bait the frontal into a bad spot, like onto the wall, and it just bounces off. So as long as they don't bait bad frontals, they should technically be okay. But this boss still does a lot of damage. Look how low they're dropping from each tick of this debuff. They have the Master Spell from Swag to help out whenever they push the boss into the Visage spawn, because that's when the Titan is busy finishing off the Visages, and therefore you're getting less of these cleansing circles that are removing the debuffs. So they are holding the Master Spell for those moments and just making sure they take as little damage as possible. Yeah, still quite a lot of incoming damage, even with all of those extra defensives and extra help from the group. But yeah, there we go. The second set of Visages is spawning now, and they have I don't know.
I think they're gonna.
It's
I think they're
close.
okay. So they are gonna get
Okay.
1 more round of 2 minutes here, right? We're gonna have 1 more Breath of Eons, 1 more Power Infusion, 1 more combo of that with the combustion from the mage. Although of course the mage is gonna be spending a lot of this time on fire. I think
think
the
they can
damage
do
is
it.
there. You don't think so? All right, you're not a believer. I think that this is
Well,
going to
the
be.
reason why I don't believe is because of the Visages having to be finished off as well.
I'm-
Like that
I'm
takes a
factoring
little
that
while
in.
too.
I
Okay,
think
okay.
my prediction here is 29:56. 29:56 dungeon timer.
Okay.
That's
I think
that's
they're
what I'm
gonna be 2
calling.
seconds over.
Okay, you're thinking 30:02. All right,
Yes.
we've got predictions. Chat, what do you think? Let us know. Put your number that you think this dungeon timer is going to get to in the chat, and we'll see who ends up being
With
closest.
the cooldowns. Alright, so
Yeah.
PI, Combustion, Breath of Eons, all being sent here. You can see just how much damage they're doing now. The Rage is filling up. They still have to do like 35% of that Rage bar. Less than a minute left at this point. 40 seconds on the screen. It's gonna be very close. The damage is running out now as the Breath of Eons exploded. PI is gone, Combustion is gone. So the damage is gonna slow down a little bit.
Oh,
But
and this is just-
it is close.
this is the part of the fight that just feels so nasty, because now you have to wait for those ads to spawn and get killed. The ads are spawning with 18 seconds to spare,
All right,
and they're
they got
going to
it.
start just throwing damage into that ad. and trying to bring it. They're actually, oh, look at Divine. He's bringing it towards the boss, and now the boss, or the Titan is going to hit it.
All right.
29.52, faster than even I thought. Well done by Perplexed. That is the
First-timed key.
Yeah, first-timed key of our day. Well played. That advances them to the same time, or the same score total as Echo, although they are a little bit worse on time tie breaks due to their freehold being 3 minutes slower, their halls being 1 minute slower, and their underrot being a minute slower, although their Vortex Pinnacle is 15 seconds faster, so, you know, there's a silver lining if you're a Perplexed fan in the tiebreak against Echo. It's pretty bad news, though, across the board between those two teams. Perplexed, I guess the good news is that they can hope to upgrade a lot of those keys and make those timers irrelevant.
Yeah, and even though Echo has 2 deaths already, they were actually 12 seconds faster on their split here compared to their previous run. So Echo playing the dungeon a little bit faster. The deaths, of course, are a bit unfortunate, but they can still do this dungeon. And yeah, last minute now on the bottom right, also on Unbound Abomination on their 30 Underrot. Really good for them because they looked like they were having quite a lot of issues in this dungeon earlier on. But now having a clean run with 0 deaths on the board, they certainly have enough time, 4 minutes. Yeah, they already spawned first set of Vestiges, working on that second set. So they should be having enough time as well on their side.
Shout out to Frodo in chat for getting the exact correct timer in that underrot as well, where you and I were a few seconds off. Meanwhile, we have Echo up in the top left as they are approaching the end of their Vortex Pinnacle. This run is a little bit less clean than their last run at 2 deaths on the board. However, their splits are looking very good on these bosses. I think they're absolutely still on pace in this attempt. No battle reses is the scary part. If things go a little bit wrong on those last trash pulls, they are going to be just totally out of luck because I guess they're going to have another battle res soon, so they'll have one more for the dungeon that they can try and use, but it's going to be a very, very difficult end of the dungeon. This is the hardest trash and then the hardest boss in the dungeon, in my opinion.
Yeah. I agree. Echo, like, look how low they're dropping there. Jinji proccing that Cauterize too. Just taking so much damage from these stumps and from the control that they have to do on these mobs as well. Having the Adapt in there, interrupting all of these smites and the heals, of course. So yeah, lots of control needed. Now, Perplex we saw not on the screen anymore, but we saw them in that 30 freehold as well. So now they're attempting this key, the same as Anae's Last Hope on the top right. Now, Anae's Last Hope have been resetting this key numerous times now. Did not manage to finish. Let's see if Perplex maybe has a better time and can do this key a little bit quicker compared to the other teams.
Yeah, I think I think their route is slower than Anae's Last Hopes, but if their execution is better, then they could certainly put the 30 on the board. You know, if we were talking at the start of the day about the 31 being possible on the timer, but is it possible to survive at that key level is the question. And if the answer is no, then maybe you'd rather be a team like Perplexed with a little bit of a slower and safer strategy or safer like play style in this sort of dungeon that than NA's Last Hope, who are going big, but, you know, have ended up having to reset several times now.
Yeah, and in the top left, we see Echo now attempting the same adept control mind thing that we've seen them do earlier, but the last time Maris actually went down. This time around, Maris survives, did finish off the adept with the control mind, with the help of the other mobs, and now they're finishing off these stars here, or as many stars as they need. Looks like they are done. They can leave, I believe 4 stars is what they can leave up without needing to count there, and that's exactly what they did. And now they're doing the scary pull. This is a pull they wiped to last attempt. This is where we see all of those stomps go off. The last time now went down as well at the end there. So just so much damage in a group, plus so much tank damage as well.
Mira sits in dispersion for those first 2 stomps. The problem here is that those stomps come back to back to back in the middle of this pull, and that starts to be really, really scary. Zalea is needing to do his best to basically fully top everybody between each of those. Incorporeal spawn here. This actually is something that could be good for them. Mirez is going to shackle one of them. Oh, but he can't dominate Mind one because he's got a enemy dominated, so he can't actually dominate an Incorporeal. That Temple Adept being mind controlled right now means that they won't get that damage reduction benefit that you can normally get from dominate minding an Incorporeal. Now Spiteful are starting to spawn. One of them is chasing after Zalea. That's kind of unfortunate. Now he's being zoned out of melee, but he's able to get back into the thick of things here. Things are looking good. Meanwhile, last minute, getting their timer upgraded. Nice. That's very good news for them, moving up to 115 points, our second timed key of the day. But that Minister of Air still very high on health here for Echo. Look at their timer, though. They are so fast.
They have a lot of time. Like, I personally think you need at least 6 minutes for the last boss, but you'd be happy if you have like 6:30, because that last boss just takes for like a really long time. But they even have 6:30, right? They just have to finish off this Minister, which still has a lot of HP, plus those Executor as well. And then they have to do the stars. Sally actually completely out of mana, just absolutely dry. So Cialia will have to drink a little bit as well before they can pull the stars. I don't think they would have pulled the stars without Cialia having any mana, but they have to be fast, right? Even though the timer looks good, they want to have as much time as possible for this boss. SNA's Last Hope having some issues as well on top right. We just saw one of their players go down, had to commit a battle rest as they're fighting Eudora and Raoul. This is the pull, or this is the boss where we've seen them wipe and lead the key multiple times already. So hopefully SNA's Last Hope can execute it this time.
We'll have to find out, but now we'll have to try to execute a smooth caster transition. So let me see if I can bring Makes in here. Are you there? Are you there, Makes?
I'm there. I am so
all right.
there.
And Dradnos, are you not there?
All right, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm leaving now.
Okay, good. That was smooth.
Perfect.
Let's carry on. Let's see if Echo can take down Assad here.
That's a really long boss fight. They're looking to chew through 116 million of boss HP, and not that alone, they also need to kill the ads, which, of course, on the 29, they also have a lot of HP, so this world record attempt definitely is going to cost them a little bit, and I do have to kind of chime in, Nagura, that's a holy paladin we're talking about. They don't need mana. They just get that back, even though Zelia looks like he might be in trouble here. That's fake news, okay? It's all good. We're gonna be fine.
Completely out of mana, like
yeah, but
fully out of mana.
Generates. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Okay, it's okay.
The
timer is looking good. I think. Like I'm gonna predict this boss taking between 6 minutes and 6:30, and they pulled the boss when they had 7 minutes. So I think, like technically speaking, they're fine. But then what we talked about earlier, I'm not sure if you were listening about when we had this discussion with Dratnos. What do they do with their cooldowns? Like either you line up all of your cooldowns to get more boss damage, right? You send your PI, your breath, your combustion, your bloodlust all at once, or you stagger your offensive cooldowns to make sure that you can kill off the sparks in a reasonable amount of time. Because if you send all of your cooldowns on one of the sparks and then on the next one you have nothing, then that can be a problem. Jinji actually proccing Cauterize here as well.
A little bit of hot feet happening there for the mage, unfortunately, but it's all good. I think the way you handle this one is you kind of swap between DPS cooldowns and actually defensive cooldowns. So for the first spark, we kind of saw them target more of the boss, and we actually had AM running, trying to make sure that that gets us a little bit more of defensiveness, allows Celia to heal the group better up and deal with that damage that the spark does for a little bit of a longer time while kind of cleaving it down. Whereas I think for other ones, we're going to see them target the ads a little bit more. But yeah, here we go. This is Bloodlust. This is PI. This is a Breath of Ian's. We're getting everything in their combustion. We'll be ready in just a little bit. Again, that mage is basically all the time just blasting this boss, and another of these sparks goes down. But the timer is also ticking. We're on 63 HP. It is going to be a while. That's a lot of HP you have to deal.
Yeah, especially considering that they sent all of their offensive cooldowns now, and the boss is not even below 50% yet. So this is definitely going to take a long time. You can see Bloodlust is still running, so the Skyfall Nova should be okay for them to handle. But we're a little bit... It looked like they maybe were a little bit dry on healing cooldowns, because Jinji did commit their big, ice block DR. Was it? Do you actually know the name of it? Like the talent that changes your ice block to the DR? Like I just call it ice block DR, but I'm sure it has a name.
I'll be fine with Ice Block DR. All right,
Perfect.
boss getting to 50%. That's half of the marker. And we have like 3 and 45 seconds. So I think that is pretty good on time. I think they can do this. Okay. I think it's
I think
ice
so as well.
cold. We're getting confirmation behind the scenes.
I'm pretty sure it's hypothermia.
Chat is saying ice cold. I trust chat on
maybe
this.
maybe it's ice cold hypothermia. You know, it's just a really long name.
Yeah, maybe. Probably that. NA's Last Hope, back in that area. That cost them so many retries. Top right corner here for them. 1 death already on the counter, but it looks like this time around they'll be able to do it. They also have Bloodlust running, and as I say it, there is unfortunateness going on here. We do have Smackdown Junkrat go down, and that will cost them a little bit more lives, but I think they can still keep going here. I don't think it's just over yet.
I'm not sure. 'Cause it's going to be very difficult for them to recover because they lost Bloodlust on both their Mage and their Shadow Priest. They lost PI. Like, they had all cooldowns running as they died. Now Goop went down as well. They have diseases everywhere. The mobs are running everywhere. Dorky has to kite at this point, which means they're losing a lot of damage from the Mage as well because they're not standing in a Flame Strike here. And this is just so hard for them to recover because the amount of mobs they have on this pool is insane. There must be like 30 mobs or something like that. So if this falls apart, and of course you can release and spawn right there, but they cannot get back up on the ledge anymore unless the Shadow Priest is still up there, then he can grip somebody back up. But Junkrat died too, and the Mage, and therefore they couldn't get the people back up, and it looks like they're recovering, but they're definitely losing a lot of time now, even if they can finish this off still. Gingy going down as well for Echo here.
They do have
on
a
the top
battle
left,
rest.
as
They do
they're
have a battle
resting
rest.
him back up. We have less than 2 minutes left now, and even though the boss looks like he's low, this boss just drops so slowly. Let's look at the cooldowns. I think Gingy might have lost PI there as he went down, and oh no, Combustion is up. Okay, so Combust is up.
Yeah, I think it was fine. I think PI went out before, and then unfortunately it kind of
Okay,
died
yeah.
when that all ran out. But in terms of damage output, I think the death was actually like rather fortunately timed. Of course, there's never a good time to have a death, but in this case, I think it was okay in the overall progression of this boss. But we are entering the last couple of seconds. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go on this Assad fight, and you can see that the HP is getting close, but Legendary also having trouble in their Underrot here as they are approaching Spore Collar. Lots of people dying.
Echo, I mean, can they do it? They've less than a minute now. Boss is still on 16% HP. Unfortunately, Legendary having to reset their key, losing 15 minutes, as you said. But yeah, Echo, all eyes on them as they are on the top left side of the screen. 40 seconds left for 15%. I don't think they can do
they
it.
got
PI
this.
is coming up, though. PI is
Come
coming up,
on.
and Breath of Ian's as well. They cannot send Breath, though, in the middle of this cast, so they're going to have to send the Breath right after.
Here we go.
There we go.
Everything
Cooldowns are
going
coming out. Less than 30 seconds
9%.
left. 25
I think they got
seconds.
this. Come on. 8%, 7%. There's one more Nova, but I think at
They have
this
to
time
ignore it.
you probably commit the boss. You have 15
They have
seconds
to.
on the timer for Echo here to get this world record key going. 1%. The boss is
Wow.
dead. And Echo once more shows sheer dominance as they are moving through this tournament.
Oh my god, that was so good by Echo. Even though they had those 3 deaths earlier on, still just running through that dungeon so quickly and managing to finish off that last boss on a 29 tyrannical. That's incredible. I mean, that was just so good. Yeah, world record key. We haven't seen any 29 VP even attempted before today in this TGP. So incredible by Echo. And I'm interested to see where they're going now because they already timed the 30 Underrot. So we'll have to see where they go. Maybe they go into the Brackenhide because, of course, today we got the Brackenhide and none of the teams even attempted the Brackenhide just yet. And we're already 1 hour into the tournament today. But because so many teams had issues with all of their dungeons, having to reset their keys over and over and over, it's really delaying their plans, I believe. Just having issues with their 30 keys all over the place.
Yeah, I think it was Dratnos who said earlier that all of the teams are seeming to kind of have a bad day. And on one side, I agree that there's been a lot of resetting, but these are hard keys. The fact that the
Yes, of
first
course.
key Echo chooses to run is a world record key is incredible. Now, we have seen some of the 30s in previous cups, but of course, there's always a little bit of different affixes, and the fact that Perplexed and NA's Last Hope are approaching this 30 freehold, this has only been done once before, and that was by NA's Last Hope in their cup. So all of these keys are incredibly hard.
Yeah, 100%. We do now see last minute on the top right, going back into that Halls of Infusion. We talked about this yesterday at length because they did 2 chests there 27, and they could have technically done the 29 yesterday, but they decided to go into the 28 because it was the end of the day and they were worried that they're going to get eliminated. So they ended up doing the easier key level to guarantee the chest and that extra score, which ended up really working out for both last minute and legendary. But that means for today that last minute has to do this 29. Now the good news for last minute is that they did end up timing that 30 underodds, while some of the other teams have not timed any keys just yet. Right? We haven't seen legendary time any keys, and NA's Last Hope actually not timing a key either yet. NA's Last Hope, actually one of the bigger surprises today. Now, of course, 30 freehold is incredibly difficult, but yeah, not timing a key in an hour, that is not so good for NA's Last Hope.
You know, I'm just impressed that Echo's like doing it again. They're in a 30 Halls of Infusion. Yet another key that hasn't been done yet at all. They're saying, yeah, just lean back, watch us. I honestly, I'm down. I'm down to see these keys. It's incredible that they would do these kind of keys before going into Brackenheight. And the question that kind of arises is, when are we going to see teams go into that new dungeon? Thus far, nobody has ventured in there. Nagura, what's the tech here? Are they scared of fish face? Are they hiding tech? Why are we not running that Brackenheight?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think most of the teams probably, because of course these teams cannot practice on the tournament realm in between the tournament days. So outside of the actual 5 hours of the tournament time, they cannot do keys on tournament realm, which means the only thing they can do outside of the tournament is discuss what they can do the next day. So I think what the teams did, since they didn't know which dungeon is going to be announced today, they went with the facts and the information they do have, which is the 4 dungeons from yesterday. And they just discussed, okay, which key levels can we do? Which ones are we more confident in? And which ones are we less confident in? And if the teams say, hey, we can do a 30 freehold, we can do a 30 underodds, and apparently Echo can also do a 29 VP and a 30 halls, then we're just going to do that first. Then we're just going to do that first. And maybe they allocated a certain amount of time for it as well. Like maybe they said, you know what, for the first like 2 hours of the day or 1.5 hours of the day, we are going to attempt these keys. And then we're going to go into the new dungeon. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think also at least waiting for an hour to take the first break, I think is also smart, right? Because these teams have to take 20 minutes of breaks each day, but they cannot take their break within the first hour or the last hour of the tournament. So doing the dungeons from yesterday for an hour, then taking a 10-minute break, discussing how to do the Brackenhide and how to approach the rest of the day, and then just coming back with the new plan in mind, I think is also a good idea.
I agree. I think that's very good tech to kind of just go back, do what you planned out for the day, and then kind of rethink the new challenge, figure that out, and come back and do that. However, with Echo doing that 29 VP, potentially the 30 halls that we're seeing them in now, I think they can also do fish face. So we'll see if that is an option. I'm a believer.
I hope so.
But NA's Last Hope is moving on here. They had these little bit of deaths earlier on after they tried the tech of standing up there. With all of the trash that they do, they moved on. They did not reset. They said, okay, we're in it to win it. We know our timer in that freehold is really fast. If I remember correctly, the 29 that they did, they had so much time left that they nearly +2'd it, and they had 10 deaths. So I am a big fan of them moving on, saying, nah, it's not a reset. Look at this. There's like Trothak, we're just running around, we're adding a little bit more, because like, why? He's just there, he's doing his thing. We don't care about him. He's just one boss. moving on, and their trash is already nearly done. They will do a little bit more and then do Harlan, and their timer is looking good.
Yeah, so I think their timer is fine. They finished off Trothek now. They have around 7 minutes left in a dungeon. Harlan Sweden at 30-40 fight probably takes like 4 to 5 minutes, maybe a bit less. We'll see, but they definitely have enough time, I think. Yeah, but it's actually incredible that they managed to recover this key, because what happened on that huge pull, like we were talking about it as it was happening, and in that moment I was already thinking, okay, this is over. But
See,
as
I
you
was
said,
casting
they
that
know that they
29,
have so
so-
much time. Yeah, yeah, they know that they have so much time, and they just decided to just stick to it, which is a great idea, and I liked it a lot. If they end up timing it, now if they end up depleting it and they're just running out of time at the end, then that would be bad. But I believe in them. 6 minutes, a little bit more than 6 minutes now. Yeah, they have to do some trash too, which they might pull on top of the boss though. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Dorky's gathering the trash.
Yeah, they're setting it up. So what happens, what basically all of the team do is they get on the 3-seater, they rescue over, and then the druid actually like wild charges to the rest of the team, which is cool tech. And now they're kind of setting up for that pull, but there's a Pat in the way. Where is Junkrat? Oh, he's back there. Yeah, he was waiting for that Pat to pass.
Oh, yeah, they had some issues getting Junkrat up there. Interesting. Okay, so they have now 5 minutes, 40 seconds left. It is getting a little bit closer for them at this point. It's still for sure doable. They have all cooldowns, they have lust. They can just commit everything for this trash pull that they're going to be gathering in just a second. There we go, Dorky did tag it up. And they started this fight. Not too dangerous yet, because you don't get the rolling daggers on everybody and the cannon barrage. But therefore, it should be a little bit easier for them to handle. But yeah, that name's
We're
last
also
hope,
going to send
timer-wise,
Bloodlust
they
for
should be
this.
fine.
So because there's so much trash in here, that's while the boss is not doing too much, the trash kinda is. You can see they have to dodge a whole lot, which definitely that Shadow Priest is not being happy about. So using that Bloodlust here, using all of your cooldowns right on the pull, I think it's always smart to kind of get him pushed. But of course, if you just want to min-max the boss, you're going to use that Bloodlust a little bit later when he actually has the damage amp. But for them, it's more important to actually get out of the pickle with having that trash on there. So I think that's a very, very good tech. And if you're looking at the timer, they have like 4.5 minutes to go for all of this. Harlan already to 74%. I think we might be looking at yet another time key coming out of another team.
Yep, definitely looking very good for them. On the bottom left, well, first of all, I want to say that Perplex did have to reset their 30 freehold again, as they were wiping on, I think it was Eudora that they wiped to, so they lost a lot of time again on their side. But keep in mind, Perplex did already time their 30 underrot, so these are their first couple of attempts in this freehold. So we can give them some time, considering how much time NA's Last Hope took to get there. And Echo on the bottom left, doing Watcher Iridius now, even though it is 45, it is a 30 key. And we also saw them pull some of the defenders into the boss just to save time and just cleave them down with the boss, which looked pretty scary at first because of the damage that Now was taking on this boss. But they are fine so far. Now, 30 Halls of Infusion, we haven't seen that just yet by any of the teams. We were talking about this in previous cups where we were saying, timer-wise, we think they can do it. But one of the biggest issues in this key is the last boss, Primal Tsunami. Just it takes so long to finish off the boss on a 30 key, especially if you add another intermission phase, which is probably like the difference between a 29 and the 30 probably adds one extra intermission phase, which means that you have to count like an extra 1 to 2 minutes just because of that intermission. And the whole key level is already harder because everything has more HP and does more damage. So we'll see how Echo is doing at the end. We can compare the timers, the splits a little bit once we've seen them down some of the bosses. But yeah, so far they are doing well.
So I was just looking at the previous Halls of Infusions that we had, right? Group A and Group C both had Halls of Infusion in their pool with Fortified, but both of them had Sanguine. So that slows you down quite a little bit, which I think was the big reason that we didn't see people go for an attempt in the 30. Now, this time around, Echo here with Spiteful, they don't have Bolstering, they don't have Sanguine, they also have Fortified, so the bosses, yes, they're still going to be very long since it is the 30 key, but they're not tyrannical. That's the good news here, I think. And we're gonna see how they approach this. I'm just looking at the splits, trying to see how we are doing on them, but of course it's not completely translatable from the previous key, so I'm just gonna rely on the ones that we have from the 29s. So, NA's Last Hope and Echo, both in their 29 Halls of Infusion, finished Watcher Iridius around 10 minutes. Echo was on 10-1, NA's Last Hope was on 10-7. And if you're looking at where they are right now, they're incredibly close to that.
Yeah, that is actually pretty impressive. That means that they actually cleared this for... Now, of course, again, no Sanguine, right? Which means that they didn't have to deal with that on the trash. But yeah, that is really good. So that definitely means they're on pace for that 30 key on their side. As NA's Last Hope on the top left are about to finish up Harlan Suite. They have more than enough time. I think I overestimated the amount of time it takes to kill a 30 Harlan Suite a little bit. It still took them 4 minutes 20.
I think
but
you
not
said
quite
4.5.
5 minutes.
I think 4:20
Yeah,
is
so
good.
between 4 and 5. So I'm still right, but yeah, I thought it was closer to 5. So 4:20, which is a good indicator for what... Like, we can look at this time now and we have kind of an idea of how long Harlan Suite is going to take the other teams as well, because we're going to see a lot of 30 freeholds from the rest of the teams today still.
I agree. I think once all of the teams are done with what they're doing right now, which is either getting that 29 for last minute, getting the 30 for Legendary in the Underrot, Perplex already working on that freehold, there is bound to be a little bit more freehold coming through. But speaking about what we're expecting, I mean, I think we're going to see NA's Last Hope gonna break now, maybe, potentially. But where do you think they're going next? Is it the Underrot, or are they actually approaching what Echo did?
I think they just sent the Underrot. Just because I think it's the easiest 30 left to do for them. Yeah, there we go. NA's Last Hope not actually going on break, just deciding to do this Underrot real quick. Maybe it would actually be so good for NA's Last Hope if they one-shot this Underrot, because, you know, especially for the mental, because they kind of, quote-unquote, wasted a whole hour on this 30 Underrot, and this 30 freehold now, which is a key that we said that they should be more comfortable in. So they must not be feeling too great about that. But if they go in and one-shot this Underrot now, that all of a sudden they are really far ahead again in comparison to their teams. They're going to be catching up to Echo at that point, right? They would be at 117 score, which is the same score as Echo has right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think Zyra was it that was talking to them and said that they're actually not too happy with their performance thus far, but they're also not incredibly worried about it because they know they can do better. And I think that's a very good approach to actually competing in this tournament where, yeah, sometimes stuff doesn't go the way you wanted it to, but you have to be able to kind of mentally reset, go into a new dungeon, and then kind of shrug it off, which I think all of these teams that are here are really, really good at. So we're going to see how NA's Last Hope moves through that dungeon. We're going to keep you updated with their splits as well, of course. But talking about splits, last minute, their Halls of Infusion, we saw them in the 28 yesterday, which they unfortunately had to do to be safe. So they had the 29 unlocked. They went for the 28 instead to avoid getting eliminated since it was an overtime key. They didn't want to go into the 29 and risk that something goes wrong, because then they would have been subject to elimination instead of mandatory. But their timer is actually really fast in the dungeon, and then at Primal Tsunami, they suddenly slow down so hard. I think they got the same amount of phases in the 28 that we're probably going to see in the 30, like from other teams, because they had 3 phases there, and I think it's very slow in a 28 in comparison to what other teams do. So maybe their routing is actually good for a hierarchy like the 30.
Yeah, very interesting, because at some point, if you have the same phases on a 30 compared to 28, then yeah. But yeah, as you said, the splits are looking very good for last minute. They also have the 2 deaths on the board, but that's not too big of an issue, as they still have those 2 battle rests available as well. It looks like they are holding on to their Bloodlust for the last boss instead of sending it here, which might be one of the reasons why they were kind of slow in the 28. Because we've seen some teams not use their Bloodlust in a way that it would be ready for the last boss in time, at least on the lower key levels. So maybe that's why they're holding on to the lust now, to make sure they have it for the last boss, to not get one of those extra phases that we've talked about. Echo,
See, I'd
on
love
the other
that,
hand,
but I'm pretty sure
they're
they sent the
sending it.
Bloodlust on final boss. So we'll see if maybe they change something up as they are moving through that dungeon. But like you said, yeah, they're using it here. Echo has moved on to the Gulping Goliath, and I think it's time we look at splits again, right?
yeah.
Alright, so in the 29, teams parked the Gulping Goliath between, actually, yeah, 16:39 and 18:28.
And looking
On
at
the
last minute, they
29.
are in the 29 right now, and they finished Gulping Goliath at 15:54, which is actually the
They're really
fastest we've
fast.
seen, right? Yeah, that's the fastest timer we've seen. So yeah, we can see the splits here. Yeah, I mean, Echo still needs to do a lot of damage to this boss. But I think they're still within, like, they're gonna be, of course, slower than what we've seen on the 29, but not that much, right? It is a 45 key, they can finish this boss in, like, around 2 minutes, I would say, which means that they're gonna finish off the boss at 17:30-ish, which should still be fine for them.
Hold up, I have a good idea. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I have an idea. Now, Echo, in their cup weekend, in the 29, pulled all of the gauntlet that you're seeing from last minute right now. So they pulled the entire gauntlet. They didn't do that in their 29 yesterday, but do you think there is a world where they actually do it in the 30 to save time?
I'm gonna say no.
Nah.
I think it's too difficult. I mean, like, technically speaking, I think they can.
Yeah.
Because what's the difficult part about the gauntlet? So first of all, you have the dragon, right? But you can line of sight the deep freeze of the dragon, so you don't even get that. You don't have to worry about that. I mean, you have to worry about it because you have to line of sight it, but it's not something that's going to do damage to you if you do it correctly. Then the problem is tank damage on this pull. Like, look at how much damage Kira is taking on last minute, because this dragon does a lot of tank damage. And then you have the caster that casts the ice shards onto the tank, which are doing so much magic damage, which can be incredibly dangerous for tanks. So I think the tank death would be the biggest concern when you do a big pull like that on the bridge. But I wouldn't completely say that it's impossible for Echo to do such a crazy pull, especially if they feel like they have to. Like, they can probably look at the timer and be like, okay, let's just do a crazy pull and see if it works. And if they have enough time, they can just play safe. Yeah?
You know, in their cup, they did that Neltharion Slayer at the very end that we weren't sure if it was possible, and they one-shot it. When we asked them about the craziest pull that they did in that dungeon, like, how did you approach this? What was the reason? I believe Mara said something along the lines of, yeah, we knew we just had to do it, so we did. So if they feel that they're close on time, which I think it might come down to if we're looking at that Gulping Goliath split here now, I think they're still within the timer. I'm not worried that they're over it just now, but it's going to be close. And if there is a world where they get one more phase on the Primal Tsunami, then it's going to be real close. So I think there is a world where maybe they pull everything, but we're gonna watch and see what they do. Lexi, unfortunately, going down here for Legendary. They've been progressing this 30 Underrod, bottom left, for quite some time now. They've been in here basically since the start of the day, but they do have that battle rest. They will get them back up, and they are making way through that dungeon on Sporecaller Sancha. Now, their timer is also not incredibly free. They're over the 20-minute mark. That can be very close towards that end.
Yeah, I'm not happy about their timer. And they still have 5% of this boss. It's dropping incredibly low at this point. I'm not happy about this. We're gonna take a look at the timer in a second again once they're a little bit further into the rest of this dungeon, but this might just barely not be enough. We're gonna have to see. Last minute, I had a little bit of an issue there as Kira went down, their Guardian Druid. They did battle rest the tank up and managed to recover the pull, which is incredible. because this is exactly what we were talking about, like this last gauntlet here just having so much tank damage, but the fact that they managed to have a tank death and still recover the pool, pretty incredible here by last minute, but they don't want to have any more of those issues. But it's only the mini-boss left at this point, and all of the ranged players are outranging the Inundate, so it's only both the Guardian Druid and the Holy Paladin that have to be healed up from that big burst of incoming damage. So they should be okay, but yeah, this Inundate doing so much damage on a 29. I can't even imagine how much damage it's going to do in the 30 for Echo. Like, I'm not sure if it just one-shots the Evoker from 100 to 0. We're going to have to see. As Gingy actually procs Cauterize and goes down on the bottom right side as they're doing one of their trash pulls here after the Gulping Goliath. They did use a Battle Rush to get Gingy back up here, but yeah, just so much incoming damage in group, and Perplexed having issues on their side too, as they only have Raoul left on Eudora, and it looks like they are resetting the key, dying on purpose here. I'm gonna town portal out and try again.
Deaths across the board as Perplexed, Echo, and Last Minute all lose one or several members in their current keys. Now, I think for Last Minute, it's okay. They did have one more Battle Rest that they could use here on Soda to actually recover that gauntlet, but thus far it cost them 2 players, and Safia is not dead just yet. They need to get her down. They need to get in fight with the Primal Tsunami to actually move on here one more time. The Inundate is going to come out, and we are going to see them move on. Unfortunately for Perplexed, they're going to go again in that 30 freehold, and Echo is recovering as well here after Gingy went down for them. They still have one more Battle Rest as they're moving on, but this trash pack definitely costs a little bit of efforts and resources and some timer.
Yeah. I feel bad for Legendary. I think Legendary are in grave danger now as they had to reset their 30 Underrot again, 22 minutes into that 30 Underrot. It's like, yeah, 1 hour, 16 minutes into the day, and they haven't timed this 30 just yet, while most of the other teams did manage to move on. Now keep in mind the Legendary also have to run the 29 Halls of Infusion. They're in the same boat as Last Minute was, but because they're having so many issues in this Underrot, it's not looking too good for them, at least at the start of the day. There's still a lot of time left, so of course anything can change. But yeah, not ideal for Legendary here, as Anace Last Hope in the bottom right had to reset the Underrot a few times as well. Now we did talk about the fact that if Anace Last Hope one-shots the 30 Underrot after wiping for an hour in freehold, then that would be really good for them. But not, it didn't end up being the case, as they had to reset the Underrot a few times. Not too bad yet though. I think they were in this dungeon for like 15 minutes at this point. So not too big of a time loss yet for Anace Last Hope, as Last Minute is now on Primal Tsunami on the top left side of the screen, and they for sure have enough time left. So they have a little bit less than 6 minutes, and they're in their first intermission phase.
Okay, I want to be a believer, Nagura, but there's something that's stressing me out. The count for Last Minute is not showing 100%, so we're gonna see whether or not that is something that they actually forgot, or if there's other stuff at work here that maybe, you know, hopefully it's just an error in the calculation. Yeah, I'm not sure what they could have missed.
I don't think there's really that much they could have missed, honestly, in this dungeon. Like, there isn't anything that you have to pull in extra that you could forget about, or anything that isn't really chained to each other. So I'm honestly a little bit confused on what exactly they would be missing, if it's not like some sort of observer issue, because possibly the observer was out of range whenever one of the mobs died and didn't get the full count in the add-on there. So we'd have to see it, but that would be a little bit of a problem for them.
One of the frogs, possibly?
If they have to go
we're gonna
back,
see. I'm stressed.
Yeah.
If they have to go back, the timer is not as good as we think it is, but you are seeing them move through that boss here. They do have Bloodlust available in a little bit. They're definitely gonna get one more phase. Question is, are they gonna get 2 more phases? Or 2 more intermissions, rather.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Echo on the top right are now on Kajin, and the amount of damage this boss is doing to their group is pretty crazy. Looking at the timer, like, I don't know if they have enough time. I wonder. So they have...
It's a long dungeon to walk through as well, right? Like,
yeah.
The fact that you have to run somewhere, that's already going to cost you time. We're going to see how Last Minute approached this as they are making way through that intermission. Hearthjack's able to arrive in the middle on time. We are seeing the other team members coming down the stairs left and right. Kira is with them already. Echo on their end, top right, making way through Kajin. And this boss is no joke. That's so much to heal. It's incredible what your healer has to put out here. And you can see it in the healing meter as well. Just, seeing her casually healing 137k HPS in this boss fight. That's definitely not something to snot at, but they are moving through that boss. Now, we'll see. Last Minute. Do you think they can push it in that one phase? 35%?
They lasted now, interestingly enough. So they lasted the ads already. I think they can push it here. They have to get all of their damage out. They committed the last on the trash to make sure that they can finish them off quickly, and now still have the last running into this boss. But yeah, they are going to have to go back afterwards. If this enemy forces is correct, which we believe it is, so they will have to go back. They have to talk to the NPC. They have to report back. And they're going to have to kill one of the defenders or one of the mobs in the defender pack on the right side that they skipped at the very start, which I believe they have the time to, because, I mean, they still have more than 2 minutes left at this point. So, yeah, there we go. They are moving back. They know that they're missing the count. Talking to the side orb.
Okay, but we're okay,
2.5 minutes. They're fine. Yeah, they're 100%.
For one count, I think they got it. There is a defender here. Surely some way that they can pick up. We're going to see them move around and try and find it. But there is stuff to the right-hand side that they can pick up.
I didn't know that they pulled this pack. That's dangerous. I'm not sure I like this.
No. I definitely don't like this, but they are handling it well. We do have the skull marker come down, and that is a full blast on this one ad, on this one apparatus that has to go down for Last Minute to get that 29 done in time. Of course, in the overall scheme, that's not going to be a great time for Halt's 29, but with Echo trying that 30 there right next to them, that already tells you we're going to see other teams try and attempt the 30 as well. And we were speaking about it a little bit, Nagura, as Last Minute are finishing that dungeon finally. Echo not doing the entire gauntlet.
I personally don't think Echo has time for this key, but they're not porting out, so they think they have time. I'm honestly a little bit worried about them, because they have to do the mini boss, which takes forever on a 30-40 fight. And the boss, which also takes forever, and they only have 8 minutes, or less than 8 minutes at this point. So I am a bit worried about their timer, but yeah, we're gonna have to see. This is gonna be really close, in my opinion, unless they have some like insane amount of boss damage and they can like skip a whole phase at the end. We'll see. But yeah, they still have to go through the whole mini boss fight, which is also gonna take them a few minutes.
Okay, I was really confused there for a second because we saw one member of Perplex actually in the Underrot and harking back out, but they are doing that freehold instead. We're going to see them move through here once again. They did restart that key once more, which is not going to be great for the overall time. NA's Last Hope right above them, making way through that very same dungeon. 3 teams on the Underrot 30 trying to get that done.
Yeah, that Underrot really causing issues for all of the teams. So much trouble in there. Huh?
Do you think that the Underrot has a potential for going to 31?
I don't think so because of the timer.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 30 does not look as close, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're at some point going to reach a point where these teams are just going to attempt anything that they think is like barely possible. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a 31 attempted. Key,
right? Like, I don't think it's something where you can go and you just do it, because I think we're over that at this point, except for the Brackenheight, which Last Minute is showing us. Surely we're going to see fish face out of them.
Certainly.
I'm just sure.
Yeah.
But I do think maybe there's a world where if you have the other keys pushed up, you go into that 31 Underrot and you actually progress it. Like you take like an hour, 1.5, and that's your thing that you're working on. Maybe there's a world where it's possible. If everything else has been done, I'd like that.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, as you said, last minute, the first team to go into that Brackenheight. This is the dungeon that was announced today. It is fortified, storming, and bursting, starting on a 25 key level. We will see if they can 3-chest this. Of course, this is a 25, and 3-chesting at 25 could be pretty difficult. So we'll see if that is a possibility. Now, usually Brackenheight is one of those dungeons where the timer is not that big of a problem for the teams, especially because the affixes are not that hard for them either. So I think, technically speaking, it might be possible to see a 3-chest 25, but I'm just making that up. So we're gonna have to see once last minute is further into that dungeon. But yeah, Echo in the top left, less than 5 minutes. I mean,
they did
I don't
finish the
know. Do
mini
you think
boss
they can
though,
do it?
so that's the good thing, right? We're done with the mini boss. We can get in fight with the boss, but it's less than 5 minutes for them to do so. They do have that bloodlust available, but I think it might be very, very close. Could even be a case where the 3 deaths do them in for, but we're gonna see them try anyhow. They seem to believe that they can still do it, so we're gonna watch them very closely. Of course, for that first phase, it's just going to be everything that we have. No bloodlust, no full cooldown alignment with that lust. Now actually taking so much damage here from these Aqua Ragers, but is going to be topped back up as the lower bar is steadily moving up. And no, now goes down. They do have a battle rest. They can pick him back up, but the boss instantly melees other people. And that is it. Echo will have to go again.
That's actually really unfortunate for Echo here, because I mean, I personally think this key was depleted already. Like, I don't think they had time, but I think it would have been super valuable for them to see how much time they need to, like, just to see one phase of the boss, right? To see, okay, in one phase we can do 30% of the boss, or we can do 35 or whatever, right? Just to get a little bit of a feeling of how fast they're gonna be in this boss. But because now goes down here and they end up wiping, they didn't get that information. So now they still don't know exactly how long the last boss is going to take them, which is for sure really unfortunate for Echo, considering just how much time they already committed to this dungeon. They just lost 33 minutes to that deplete without getting that information on the last boss. That is really bad for Echo. Of course, Echo being firmly in the lead with that 29 VP, so they don't have to worry about getting eliminated or anything, but still not ideal for Echo. Good for the other teams though, because Echo was running away with that score, so it's good for the other teams that Echo made a mistake and seems human after all.
Yeah, we'll see how they do, and if they go back into that 30, teams are going to be doing some of their breaks as well. And in the meantime, I did look up the Brackenheight timers, because we were talking about whether or not the 25 plus 3 is possible. Thus far in the TGP, it hasn't been done, but it also always was either bolstering or sanguine. So one of the affixes that makes a dungeon a little bit slower. There were 24s that were 3-chested or plus 3, and they were 25s that were plus 2. So I think there's a world where here the plus 3 is actually possible on the 25.
How did they 2-chest 25s? How did they get a 25 key? I'm confused. Was it just like on the last day?
On a different day. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. All right, yeah. So technically speaking, it could be possible with the easier affixes and with the teams just generally being really good since it is the global final. We're gonna have to see it. Last minute now, done with the first boss at 5 minutes and 7. If you have the timers up from the Brackenheight still, do you also have the splits maybe, so we can compare the first boss split a little bit?
On the 25s? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I would love to,
okay.
but I don't think we have... we only keep the data of the highest keys, so... unfortunately, I do not. I could tell you what the split was in like a 29, if you're interested.
Not sure. Not sure I can compare it to the 25.
Well, I tried.
And Ace Last Hope on the bottom right also having to reset their underouts again, unfortunately. So an Ace Last Hope still struggling in the 30 underouts. Again, this, like, in hindsight, this makes the Echo run so much more impressive that we saw yesterday, right? Because at the very last minute, Echo started a plus 30 Underrod yesterday and one-shot it. Like, they just ran through there and timed it. And after I saw that, I was like, okay, well, Underrod seems pretty easy. I mean, all the teams are just going to do it real quick today. But it turns out it wasn't that easy after all. And the teams actually struggled quite a bit in that key. Echo just seemed to have a really, really good run yesterday. That overtime energy that they got, the adrenaline of it being overtime, really just... that happens a lot to Echo, I feel like. Like, if they have a lot of pressure on them, they just perform better. Like, they just need the pressure and the adrenaline. And all of a sudden, they're pressing their buttons better and they're doing more damage. It's crazy.
I think it's a little bit of a, if we don't do this now, we just won't make it. And so that puts them under pressure to actually do it. And they handle it really well. I did find some timers for you before I let Doa actually take that caster swap that he's itching to do. The Heklos Warband and the fastest 25 that we had, keep in mind this was a +2, was 5:53. So last minute,
that's a lot quicker.
45 seconds faster is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. You know who else is pretty good? Zyronic. He's a coming cast for a little bit. That's right. Welcome. I think we have a map quiz question coming up in a moment as well. So, Nagura, if you want to stick around for that, you can. Otherwise, if you need a break, I understand.
No, I'll stick.
Okay. Wow. All right. I didn't expect it to be that.
Oh my God. I always get it right. Yeah. Okay, Nagura.
All right. Well,
I'll answer.
Anyway, Unbound Abomination yells a lot of things, but he doesn't yell, or it doesn't yell, A, consume, B, spread,
it's
C,
for sure
poison, or D, infected.
Poison.
Did you also read those words in, like, the boss's voice?
Consume. Infected.
Well, let's see what the answer is. I tried to put some easier ones in there, so there you go. It is C, poison. Yep. There you go. Well, that was underwhelming. All right, get out of here, Nagura.
Thanks for the softball.
All right. Zaru, what have you been thinking about the keys so far?
I am impressed with the runs that a few of the teams have put together. It's a little unfortunate that some teams haven't put some of their runs together just yet today. But, every time I see a team deplete a key, I see people in chat typing. I even see some of our talent saying, oh, that's minus 30 minutes, that's minus 20 minutes. I think we kind of need to fundamentally rethink how we're looking at day 2. Because, generally speaking, in Cup play, on day 2, when someone makes a mistake, you're like, oh man, they just lost a bunch of time. But I think the trend that we're seeing is, since we're reaching these super high-end keys where teams are going to need a little bit of extra time to actually progress the keys, I think it's more we need to be looking at win teams' time and be like, oh man, that's an extra point on the competition that they're getting, rather than depleting being the thing that's out of the norm. I mean, these keys are hard. We're already doing 30s in most of the keys right now, and they're not a given, especially when you factor in the fact that, the classes that they're playing have been nerfed a couple of times. So much so that we've even seen that keys on live next week are finally getting nerfed, right? The dungeon scaling nerf it's real, and we're all happy that it's here, but they're not playing with that in the tournament realm right now. They're still playing on the 10% scaling keys, so the fact that they're still in the 30s with these nerf classes, and some of them are getting them done on their first or second attempt, is pretty impressive.
I agree to an extent. Okay, hear me out. So I do think, especially for keys like the 30 Halls of Infusion or the 29 VP that we saw from Echo, I think those are the keys where it's like, okay, they just invested those 20 minutes or those 30 minutes if they wipe there. I think for a key like the 30 Underrod, where other teams have just one-shot that dungeon, you are losing time. Legendary has been in this dungeon for 1.5 hours, and they were a team that, unfortunately, was already playing from behind just a little bit on the back of their decision with the Halls of Infusion yesterday. So they cannot afford to spend more time in this dungeon, which really makes me worry for their overall position in this tournament today. However, Perplexed having some issues here on this fight. Dr. Wolf actually getting that Cauterized proc, and a Shine goes down for them.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I actually think they'll probably end up not using the Battle Res here for a couple of reasons. Number one, the boss is about to die. It'll die with the brew, so they don't really need a Shine to be alive here. And of course, the second the boss dies and they actually get out of combat, he can just release and rejoin them. So it's not that big of a deal for him to be dead here, especially if they're saving their cooldowns. And of course, they also want to keep the battle reses available for the next pull in there, as the second the boss goes down, the shine instantly releases. Did he actually potentially release too early? No, he's with the team. Sometimes the RP can take a little bit of time to resolve once the boss goes down and the res point doesn't update, but of course they're way too experienced for that to be something to happen to them, and he's back with the team. Yeah, but like you were saying, obviously, yeah, what I was saying, to a certain extent is probably right, but also, yeah, if you're an hour and 30 minutes into the day and you're not keeping up with what your main competition appeared to be at the end of yesterday in the form of last minute, yeah, there's probably something there. Like Legendary definitely needs to get something done right away. But also, I don't think other teams are going to be pulling away too much. So, right, even though, we're an hour and a half into the day, if they get the key down on this attempt, and then they go on to time another key pretty quickly, they're still in a pretty okay position.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're in an okay position, but they're in a position where it's not over yet, I would say. I agree with that. Last minute, moving through that 25 here, I was just updating on the split timers that we had from a previous 25 Brackenhide. That one was +2. We're trying to see if they can do the +3, which I believe is possible. The fastest time that we had on Tree Math thus far in the 25 was 13:24. And they just killed that boss at 11:53. They were zooming through that dungeon, and I think they're looking really good to actually get the +3.
Yeah, looking for a 21-minute timer in this Brackenhide Hollow. At 8 minutes, 2 bosses unfortified. They've got a majority of their trash done. They're also going to be pulling some trash on top of the boss as well. Yeah, I think you're right. 3 chesting list is definitely something that they could be going for here. Then, of course, 2 chesting the 28 afterwards would be the next step for them. But, of course, we need to stay clean for the rest of this key here. And, honestly, they can probably mass pull. We've been almost too nice to them in terms of the affixes that we've given them here, giving them fortified, non-bolstering, non-sanguine Brackenhide Hollow. They can mass pull this dungeon and get through the remaining 30% or so trash count they need pretty easily in the last section of the dungeon.
I think that's actually really good. I'm very happy that we're giving them those kind of dungeons. And I do have a little bit of a tidbit of information here, because we do ask our teams survey before they compete in these kind of tournaments to kind of ask them, what's your favorite dungeon? What's your least favorite dungeon? What are you thinking about? These and that. And the only team that said Brackenhide is their favorite dungeon was actually Echo. And the reasoning was that there is endless mobs to choose from. How do you like that?
Oh, I agree with that sentiment.
We're gonna see some cool route variation coming out of Echo?
Oh, show fish face.
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
Yes.
Oh,
show fish face.
Show fish face. Yeah. I think in general, dungeons where you have a little bit more choice in terms of the trash count that you have available to you, and you have different routing options, are generally more well received, especially by the high-end players. So it makes sense that they like Brackenhide. Of course, there is still going to be a technical best route, obviously, but I feel like Brackenhide is pretty unexplored as a dungeon right now. Not a lot of people really run that key a lot, because it tends to be something that people don't want to do, especially in tyrannical weeks. So yeah, maybe Echo have had something in the back pocket that they've saved for global finals. They are a team that's been known to do that in the past, so the second they decide to stop pushing up their other keys and finally venture into Brackenhide Hollow, we'll definitely have to keep a very close eye on what they're planning to do in there.
We will. Hopefully no missed Swoglets, as we saw for last minute, unfortunately, earlier on. But Zelia actually going down here during this poll in the Bloodlust window. A little bit unfortunate, but we do have that battle rest, and he's back with the team. And Ace Last Hope trucking through Cragmaw here in that 30, and we can actually see, a death for Perplexed in the top left corner. So all teams are kind of working on something right now, but it seems like all of them are making headway. It is not over just yet, but big pulls all around the rut. And I do want to check in with that gut shot timer. Where are we?
Okay.
Gutshot defeated at 16-2 for our fastest 25 thus far. They're 2 minutes faster. I am feeling really good about this +3.
Okay, they should be fine, and they'll only have to do like 2 more trash packs after this, which they can pull together to get the rest of their count. So, yeah, they should be totally fine here on 25 fortified. They shouldn't have too much of an issue dealing with the totems as well. So, I'm really not too worried about what their group has available to them on this key, and they have plenty of time left as well. Yeah, Perplexed. We've seen a lot of errant deaths, especially when it comes to this Trothak area of the dungeon. I think we've seen more deaths from the teams that opt to pull the Triple Crushers on top of Ludwig instead of Trothak. I think it's just a little bit too difficult to dodge all of these shells flying around the arena, in addition to also having to dodge the rock throws as well. Sometimes dodging the rock throws puts you in the path of one of these shells, which will just one-shot you on this difficulty. I'm not sure if that's what happened to Sevi, but, you know, can hazard a guess, especially, I mean, Swag giving us a great POV of what you have to deal with as a ranged player here. It's just exceedingly difficult. Whereas on Trothak, I mean, I guess you still do also have to kite the sharks around too, but you have to pick the worst, right? Do you care about kiting the sharks around, or do you care about dodging shells? Which one do you also want to deal with rock throws? And we've actually seen a pretty even split amongst the top end teams on what they choose to do here. So, not really sure if there's a technical right choice. Man, Swag just happy feet dancing around the shells there, but able to get.
I don't think those are happy feet. I think those are angry, stompy feet. Every single time you move, you lose DPS. That's not fun. Swag actually pretty angry here, I'm sure. Oh, one more time. Has to dodge out of the way, but they are making headway during that fight here and will move on eventually. I think their timer is also looking pretty good.
Yeah, and you also saw them do a little bit of cool Dominate Mind tech that we've been highlighting a little bit today, where they Dominate Mind one of the mobs, it gets meleeed down by the rest of the pack, and then they just have one of the mobs at low HP. You can deal with one of the more dangerous mobs that way a little bit more easily. Cool to see teams bringing out that tech. Not something we've seen a lot in the past. Here we go. More trash into Trothak's room, and these Crushers still alive, but you know, they've got them pretty low from the previous pack, and they can just finish them off with a little bit of residual single-target cleave here. Of course, the Ignite from the Mage going to help a lot with that. The multi-dotting from the Shadow Priest also going to do a little bit of damage to them and give them a little more single-target funnel. But, yeah, I mean, Perplexed making good time here in this 30. If we have Trothak dead by about, I want to say the 23 and a half minute mark, I think we're on a great pace to complete this dungeon in time for them.
Yeah, I'm just looking what we saw from NA's Last Hope earlier, because their dungeon was kind of close. I know Echo was quite speedy in their 29. We haven't seen the 30 from them yet, so NA's Last Hope it is. And they finished the Ring of Booty at 22:20. So I think that's a time that Perplexed is looking to match. Maybe even a little bit faster. We'll see.
And the overall dungeon timer was 27:43. Yeah, okay. So you probably have a little more time than I was saying to actually time the key. 24 is like the longest I would assume that you could finish the Ring of Booty and still be comfortable timing the key. But they'll probably finish this off way before that. And as I say that, though, Wolf Disco does go down. That's going to be a battle res for them. They currently don't have any available, but they have another one coming up in 10 seconds. But that's going to be the last battle res that they'll have for the rest of the dungeon. So they really don't want to be expending it here on Trothak. They'd love to have that little bit of safety net for when they do move on to Harlan's Suite. But now, with most of the trash dead or dying off, as long as they don't have too many shark incidents, we should be good for Perplex. We'll have to check back in with them whenever they do end up finishing off Trothak here and see what the timer looks like, but I think they're going to be pretty good. In the bottom right, Legendary, who have been in this Underrot all day up to this point, an hour and a half into the day, are on a good run. We're on the Unbound Abomination, a little bit less than halfway through the boss here, entering this second phase of the boss's HP pool. Doing pretty good here. 3.5 minutes left on the key. I think they've got plenty of time, Mix.
I am so happy to see this. I think it's excellent that they're making headway in this dungeon here. 2 battle rests on the clock. They did use their Bloodlust already, but we are getting cooldowns back up. You can see that PI sneak through that Wixie has available, and the Unbound Abomination is also slowly dropping. I'm feeling real good about this one. 3 more minutes to go. This boss doesn't take forever. And last minute, oh, look at that timer. Very close here, but they can do it, I think.
The boss has at 5%, so they should be totally fine. They're totally fine, yeah. A little bit of burst damage at the end here.
That's really
They saved the Bloodlust, too, so... Yeah, they're good. They're good. All right, great. 3 chest timer. Very close though. And I didn't really see if anything went wrong for them either, right? Like 0 deaths.
0 deaths?
It didn't seem like it was that bad of a key for them, and they were right up next to the timer, 15 seconds off of the 3 chest. So, or off of not getting the 3 chest, excuse me. But yeah, man. Okay, that might not be as easy as we assumed. That might be something that'll be close for our other teams. Of course, they do have break timers that they could take here before they go to Brackenhide, and now that one team has finished off that key, they can go look and see how tight that is and figure out what it is they need to do to actually get that 3 chest down. But we'll have to check in when our teams do eventually take our breaks and see where we're going from there. Just a quick check around the board here. Let's go back to Legendary in the bottom right here, entering their last phase, a little bit more than 2 minutes left on their timer here. Of course, when they finish off this final rage bar below the HP pool, the last 2 blood residuals will spawn, and those 2 will finish off the encounter and the dungeon for them. They don't have any cooldowns right now, but they have another set coming up in 30 seconds, which will be well inside the timer of the dungeon. And yeah, I think as long as they keep it safe, as long as they don't have any mistakes here, as long as they don't accidentally hit one of these errant rotting spores, they should be totally in the clear here. Igloo still has tons of utility left in the group, has Aura Mastery for any particular bad overlaps. I think they're looking pretty good to finally get this key down.
Yeah, we just saw a sec come out here. Of course, we still have a little H, and we do have that Aura Mastery, and right now we're going to get PI back in 2 seconds. We just saw that Combustion Fire, we have Breath of Aeons, and they are making way through that red bar, and like you said, we're probably going to see them do a similar thing that we saw earlier, where they just drag that spore that they need to kill off over to, as Telos calls him, Titan Timmy, to get that fight finished off. I am worried about something else though, as Legendary is making way in the dungeon. Check out their Kragmaw timer. That's 14:39, and you can see it is coming kind of down to the wire. It's a pretty close timer for Legendary, although I think we're on the positive side of it. NA's Last Hope though, even a little bit slower on Kragmaw there, and that might be a timer that I'm worried about.
I didn't quite see what happened on the trash after Sporecaller Zancha for Legendary. They did have 1 death somewhere along the lines there, so that split might not have been the best for them, but it doesn't really matter in this case, as they finally get the key down. They finally get that +1 score, and they can finally move on to something else for the day. Great resolve to get through that dungeon and get it done from Legendary, but they still have work left to do. We still have plenty of places we could go for them. 30 Freehold, that we've already seen NA's Last Hope deal with. They could go to the 29 Halls of Infusion that all of the other 4 teams have already gotten
I think
done.
that's
probably
the next thing. Yeah. We are going to see them go on a break first, though. So Last Minute and Legendary both on 10-minute breaks, and then we're going to see them come back. I would assume Legendary, you can see the leaderboard in the bottom left. We'll probably go back, revisit that Halls of Infusion, or maybe, after the break, feeling confident to go into that Brackenhide and try and get a fast time there.
True, they could definitely just go look at the run that we just saw from Last Minute and see how close it was, see what they need to do to improve upon that so that they aren't so close to the timer on the 3 chest, and get that one done as well. A couple different options for them available. I still think Halls of Infusion is probably where they'll end up going. Let's check back in with NA's Last Hope, though, in the bottom right here. We were talking about that Sporecaller Zancha split and Kragmaw split for Legendary. NA's Last Hope was 40 seconds behind on the Kragmaw split. They're going to be about 20 seconds behind on the Sporecaller Zancha split, which, if they do the rest of the dungeon at the same pace as Legendary did, they actually would end up just being right at that key timer of 30 minutes. I do think in previous Cup weekends, though, we've looked at more around a 21-minute mark for Sporecaller Zancha to be safe on the dungeon. So I'm a little confused as to why it took Legendary so long to finish off the dungeon. Again, I think that they had some issues with the trash here. Remains to be seen. Of course, Raging does tend to have that happen, right? On these dangerous, more difficult trash pulls, if something goes into Raging a little bit early, or your player gets hit by a frontal, or a random Void Tentacle, you can just get one shot.
I think it was being under 21, right? If you're over 21, I think your timer is a little bit doomy. But I think as long as you're under the 21, it's still doable. So we're going to see how NA's Last Hope moves through this. Echo back at Kajin. And we actually haven't talked about this dungeon too much just yet. They were in here a little bit earlier. They wiped the final boss and thus depleted the key. It looked very close on the timer for them. The girl was saying she thinks that the timer was depleted anyhow. How are you feeling about the 30 of Halls of Infusion?
Okay, well, I will say that as they pulled the boss in our talent chat that we have in Discord, I was saying it's over. Like there's no way they timed this key, because 4.5 minutes for that boss on 30 seems extremely difficult. We'll come back to that really quick. Junkrat died yet again on this trash at the last section of the dungeon here, and that this time it was even worse around. He lost his 2 minutes on this trash pull, so in his last hope, losing more and more damage on the trash at the end of the dungeon here. Little unfortunate. I think they still have the time left to do it, but we'll have to keep an eye on that closely. Going back to the Halls of Infusion 30, yeah, having 4.5 minutes for the boss, you'll get 3 phases, and you'll get 3 sets of 2 minutes. I just don't know if you can 3-phase a Primal Tsunami on the 30. I think they might have had a chance, but it would have been very slim to none chances.
All right, we'll see if they're maybe a little bit faster. I think their Watcher Radio split is faster, but I'm not sure about the Goliath. I'd have to check. But we are going to keep a close eye on them as we actually get a Cauterize proc there on Gingy. This boss just does so much damage, but you have that Cauterize to use it, and Perplexed in the top left corner is making way through that 30 freehold here. Harlan down to 3%. They're looking really good on the timer. Count is full, and another 30 freehold goes on the board for Perplexed.
There it is.
Now, where do you think they go next?
Where does Perplexed go next? Well, they've done every key everyone else has done except for Brackenhide and except for the 29 Vortex Pinnacle that only Echo has done to this point. And I don't know how how comfortable I would be as any other team looking at the 29 Vortex and being like, oh, Echo only timed that with 8 seconds left? Ooh, we need to figure that one out. Because that's going to be a tough key for anyone else to do. It was tough for even Echo to do, so... Honestly, the safe play for them is probably just break in to go into Brackenhide. That's what I would expect to see them do. Run the Brackenhide up a couple times, hopefully 3 chests to 25, hopefully 2 chests to 28, and then now you're back in the position of, okay, we have a bunch of 30s available to us, and a 29 Vortex. Now
the 29 Vortex honestly feels like a 30 in another dungeon, so to kind of give a little bit more of, some context here. But we are going to watch NA's Last Hope make way through the last part of the dungeon here. They do backtrack a little bit to get that horror here with the Corruptors, as has been the established tech. Probably going to see some of the Corruptors die first, but all in all, very good to have that there as health bars equal out. Horrors have a little bit less HP than the Corruptors, and you can see they're going down to the boss now. Now, Zyro, once they start that fight, it's probably going to be around 5 minutes to go. Is that enough for the plus 30 Unbound?
It's going to be even less than that because there's RP time running down, and even if they do instantly engage the boss, it's going to be like 450.
Yeah.
This is incredibly tight. They're going to get 3 sets of 2 minutes in on the boss, which is, of course, the important burst damage that the comp has available to them. This is going to be extremely close. I actually want to go back and look at our feed and see if I can find out exactly what the boss kill time was for Legendary here, because this is really close. If I had to guess what this boss length was on this difficulty would be, I would be guessing in between 4.5 to 5 minutes. So they're like right on the cusp of this barely being timeable if the damage is perfect from them.
So to give you some reference, Echo took 4 minutes and 50 seconds to kill
so right in
Unbound Abomination in their 30. Now they had a little bit more wiggle room than we saw from Legendary, I think, but still, that's quite close.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't.
Okay, I'm not loving it, but they can do it. It's possible. I'm looking at Legendary's kill time right now as well. Theirs came out to be...
Yeah.
Oh.
They were slower?
5:10.
Yeah.
5:13 exactly.
It's going to be around those 5 minutes, so NA's Last Hope really needs to pump here to make it through this boss in time, looking at the dungeon overall timer. Of course, they do have count, that's good. We do have Bloodlust available, but we are going to be waiting for all of the other cooldowns to align with it to make the most out of that one Bloodlust that we still remain in this dungeon.
So we're through the first phase in about 1:35. This was just the 2 minutes, not the Bloodlust. Okay, we're going to have the Bloodlust in 2 minutes up in about 30 seconds. Yeah, this is going to be extremely close, and it might actually come down to whether or not they get favorable Blood Visage spawns on the last set, and whether or not the Titan's in a good spot to instantly blow them up for them. This is going to come down to the last wire, and one thing is for certain for NA's Last Hope, we cannot have any mistakes. Not only because of the timer, but also because they have no battle reses available anymore. So any player death here is an instant into the dungeon. There's the Bloodlust, though, and the 2 minutes quickly to follow here. We'll see that rage bar fill up even more quickly on the bottom here. But still, every single bit of damage they will need to have a chance of timing this key. And it'd be impressive for them to get it down so quickly. But man, you would really hate to lose this 30 minutes of time in the middle of day 2 like this.
You absolutely would, but we'll see whether or not that is going to happen. The Bloodlust is still on for NA's Last Hope as they are making way through that boss. The second net will spawn in just a little bit right next to them, top left. Echo is making headway through the gauntlet. We saw Null drop quite a lot of times. Darren Zelia actually going down for Echo. They do have a battle rest, so they can pick him back up. But those inundates on the plus 30 are no joke. This dungeon hits so hard, and you can see they're even using stuff like the grip to get him out of range quickly to be able to not get hit by that. So both of these teams, quite a lot of challenge before them. We do see last minute continue the Freehold plus 30, and all of the other teams are currently on break, but this is really intense. Now continues to fight with his own HP bar as they are dealing with the Infuser. NA's Last Hope is on that very last bit of the dungeon. 1 minute 30, a little bit less than that to go, and they need to get this boss down in time.
They can get through one entire rage bar of the boss with just 2 minutes and about 1 minute 30 seconds, so this last burst of damage is going to be incredibly important for them. If Goop was min-maxing everything that his Augmentation Evoker Kit has available to him, he uses Arias Fragment on pull, and then also will have it back up for this next set of 2 minute bursts, which will help a lot with their burst damage here. But of course, I think there's a little bit of an issue with that, right? Because you really want to use the burst damage to burst down this rage bar. If the rage bar is already full, your damage isn't really doing anything, so hopefully they can get the 2 minutes off pretty quickly here and get meaningful damage on the boss. But looking at their damage now, for somehow, some way, they've come up with a ridiculous amount of damage on this boss, more so than anyone else. They might actually get through this boss with just enough time left to time the key. We want to see them finish off that rage bar with about 20 seconds left on the key. If they can get that done, they will be able to time the key.
30 seconds.
But it's ever so close here. 30 seconds now left on the key. That rage bar might just be full already. It is. The Visages have spawned. All they have to do now is stay alive. Where did this damage come from?
In the background, you can see the Titan finish the first one off. Gonna walk over to the second one. They need to survive here. Make sure they can do it, and they will. Titan Timmy does them in for 29-48 on the plus 30 for NA's Last Hope.
We're not really calling him Titan Timmy, are we?
We are calling him Titan Timmy. Get with it, Cyro.
We don't need to call him Titan Timmy, though. I think we need to rethink this.
No, we don't. Echo? They have 5 minutes here, starting this boss fight with basically exactly 5 minutes on the clock to deal with Primal Tsunami on the plus 30. That's another one that is going to be a challenge. Now, we did see them wipe here earlier. This boss hits really hard despite being fortified. We are in a plus 30, and you need to be so careful to get through this one. How many phases are we expecting here? 2 intermissions? 3?
It needs to be 3 phases. If they get a 4th phase, they will not time this key. That's just how it goes. Essentially, the way this works is you have a set of 2 minutes for each phase, so it's 2 minutes per phase. So this first 2 minutes on pull, second phase will be 2 minutes from now, third phase will be 2 minutes again from now. And this boss encounter, they pulled it at 30-10, so they have a little over 4.5 minutes to get this boss down, which we've just seen was possible in Unbound Abomination. The problem for Primal Tsunami is you have these intermission phases where you're not doing any damage to boss, and also you need to kill off these adds that spawn in the middle too. Of course, killing off the adds does give you time to get your cooldowns back up, but you can see a regular phase with no Bloodlust, they were only able to do 27% of the boss's HP, so they need to somehow find a way to do 50% of the boss's HP in this Bloodlust burst coming up here. It's extremely tight for them to do. I don't know if it's actually possible with this much time, but if there's any team that can get it done, it would be Echo.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see how they do. Right now, we are dealing with these infusers. They do have that bloodlust available, but there's still a little bit of cooldown on that PI that we would really like. And I think the Breath of Eons is also not yet available, but will be in a short time. So maybe we are going to have it all once these infusers die. And then we'll see how much they can actually melt off of that HP bar in the one phase where they're sending everything into, because that's the really important one.
Let's focus in on Echo here for this burst coming up in the top left. This is going to be incredibly important to see whether or not they can actually time this key. This boss needs to be sub 30 after this burst phase here. This is their Bloodlust. This is their set of 2 minutes. Void Eruption, Power Infusion, Breath of Eons, Combustion, always popped here. Did they not use the Bloodlust? Are they saving it for the last second to try to get a little bit of extra burst damage from the Execute as well? That might be what the play is here. So I think this boss would need to be probably sub 45 if they're saving Bloodlust for the next phase for me to be comfortable with. Looks like that might be in the cards for them. The 2 minutes have now run out, though, so the damage is going to slow just a little bit here. They still have a little bit of damage coming up from the mage, though, as he has SKB procs, doing a little bit of extra combust damage as well. But yeah, it looks like they are saving the Bloodlust probably for the next phase, which actually makes sense for min-maxing purposes, right? I was talking about that Iridius Fragment being used by the Augmentation Evokers. If you Iridius Fragment on pull, you don't have it up for the second set of cooldowns. So by saving the Bloodlust for the third set of cooldowns, they have that trinket available just, again, with the Bloodlust. So it's a tiny bit extra burst damage for them. See Genji pulling off the Alter Time here. Did he do it properly? He did. He's back with the group. Perfectly done. Can start doing damage to these primal infusers. Of course, he has to wait for them to get their initial cast off so that they don't accidentally aggro him. That will just kill you on your mage. And I said sub 45 was where they wanted to be. They're at 44.
They did that.
Potential here for Echo. We'll see if they can get it done. It's going to require a lot of damage, though.
We are reaching closer and closer to the overall dungeon timer, though. We are in that very last stretch. There is 1 minute 15 seconds to go before the key will be over one way or another, and Echo need to get this boss down during that time. You can see right now, once more, they are dealing with that infusers, and if we're looking across the board on these tiny little icons, all of their cooldowns will be available, and this time we are gonna send that Bloodlust. I'm quite comfortable there. It is PI going in, Breath of Eons also shredding into that boss here. Primal Tsunami taking loads of damage. Look at that HP bar just melt down in front of Echo in that 30 Halls of Infusion, 28% and ticking. They are getting a lot of damage out here, but they need to make sure that they can do all of that in the next 30 seconds.
The 30 seconds doesn't matter. We're looking at that blue bar underneath the boss. That will fill up first. You have to finish off the boss and get it to 0% before that blue bar fills, because if that blue bar fills, the boss goes underneath. You get sent away, and the boss no longer takes any damage. It's going to come down to the wire. The boss now sub 10%. Echo, do you have any damage left? You have to get through the boss's HP bar before it fills its energy up. I don't know if it's going to be possible to make sub 5% now. Seconds left to DPS the boss here. Can they get it done?
Here. They're getting ported away.
It's not going to happen for Echo.
It actually happened right on the 35-minute mark, so... Nice little coincidence there, but it wasn't enough. It's possible, though, right? Just on the back of that, you know it has to be possible for them to do it.
Whew, just a little bit more optimized damage, which is scary to think of, because you would think that Echo would be the most optimized in terms of damage done, but we know that to be not quite the case. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of RNG when it comes to doing damage sometimes. Like we were talking about how Echo did Unbound Abomination in 4 minutes 50, Legendary did Unbound Abomination in like 5:10, and His Last Hope did it in 4:42, so they had a little bit more damage on that boss. Maybe they just min-maxed a little bit more. I'm not really sure what more you can do for Echo. They need to find that 2% damage somehow, some way to get this key down. It's going to be a tough one, but maybe they can figure it out. They have plenty of time to attempt it, and of course they're sitting pretty right now on that 117 mark. They should be good to go through to tomorrow. Of course, Legendary still has plenty of time left in today to match that mark and potentially surpass them, so we'll have to see if it's in the cards for them. Echo still have Freehold to go to as well, though, so I don't know. Tough choices for them.
But do you think they're going to go into the Freehold 31? Or do you think they're gonna go 30? Because if they go 30, they're kind of disregarding that they have a benefit over the rest of the teams. I mean, of course, they have some other keys that are already a benefit, like that 29 BP. But ideally, you would capitalize on that lead, right?
You would like to, but at some point you have to understand that just because you two-chest a key doesn't mean you have to actually realize the two-chest. If they do end up getting to like an hour left in the day and they need 1 point to keep themselves safe, I would not be surprised to see them just go for it. Didn't they did the same thing in their Cup weekend with Neltharian's Lair, right? They had a 29 timed, and they went back into the 29 just to time it faster to make sure that they were good on tiebreakers.
Ooh,
and then they just went and one-shot the 30. Oh no, while we're talking last minute, Council of Captains has claimed another team that's going to be a reset for them. Really unfortunate wipe. Only losing 10 minutes, but we know this freehold is definitely a difficult key. Only 2 of our teams have finished it off at this point.
It definitely is a difficult key. Very unfortunate to see them die here during that boss fight, but we are seeing Perplexed now also in that Brackenhide, and that little green dot is telling me that NA's Last Hope is also going there. So that will be another dungeon that teams will have to spend time on today. It's not only the very high highs for now, they also need to push this key up. And a really important thing for all of the teams that are now to run that Brackenhide is getting the 25+3 that last minute got, just to be able to kind of keep the scores the same and be able to have that same potential of like +3 points rather than just having +2. But where do you think the Brackenhide ends out today?
I think if a team decides that they actually want to put a lot of time into the Brackenhide, we could see a 30 time today. That's going to require a lot of time investment, though. So it depends on whether or not teams complete all other available done keys. So, for instance, the 30 Freehold, and eventually what I assume Echo will get down in the 30 Halls of Infusion, because we know that that's timeable now. They just need to find a little bit of extra damage and they can get it done. I don't know. Maybe that's something we could even see Echo do once they get this Halls done. It's definitely a doable key, especially on Fortified, especially with the affix combo that we've given the teams. I don't know. I don't see anything higher than 30 going on for them. Man, this Council of Captains is claiming lives left and right, though. Legendary having Wexy go down. They have the Battle Res available for him, but it's just so much damage going on the players on this high freehold key.
Yeah, it's a hard boss, right? Especially with Eudora just randomly powder-shotting people in the face, and if that target, unfortunately, is your Shadow Priest twice in a row, you're not going to have a good time here. There is a little bit of a spot in the background where you can stand and avoid it, but you don't really want to be standing there when the rest of the boss is over here and you can get those buffs, so it's all a little bit pro and con, and usually we see these ranged DPS deciding to be closer rather than being able to line of sight it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really don't want to be line of sighting. It's not a favorable thing to do on this fight. Now, there was a time and place, actually, back in BFA, okay? Showing my age here once again. You used to be able to stand on the roof of the building.
BFA was not that long ago.
It was 4 years ago.
I was going to say, hey, BFA is not showing your age. What's your age? 5?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
You used to be able to stand on the roof of the building we're looking at right now, from Igloo's POV in the top left, but coming into this expansion, they actually made it so you slide off of that roof, so you actually can't do it anymore. It's actually kind of funny. That used to be a spot that people would line of sight on very easily, and it was a lot easier than standing behind the pillar, but you just can't do that anymore.
Unfortunately not. You're going to slide down, but we are seeing teams move through dungeons now. I believe some of them are in break. Yeah, NA's Last Hope is in break. Echo still needs to take their break, which I think they're doing right now. Gonna see if we can get an update. Yeah, we do. We do have an update. So Echo, NA's Last Hope, both of them taking 10-minute break, and then the rest of the teams already have done the first half of the break timer. We're gonna do the second half a little bit later. We're gonna see whether or not the +3 is in favor here for Perplexed, and I think it is. The Hackloss Warband not looking too bad.
Yeah, they should be on pace here. Of course, it's hard to see early on, especially with the differing routes that we've seen in this key from other teams. But you can assume that if one team in this competition can get it down, the rest of the teams can as well. That's just how close the competition has been throughout the entire weekend. As long as they keep it clean, they do have the one death, but they didn't actually have to expend a battle res for that one death. So, not in the worst of situations for them as long as they can make their way up to Treemouth without any deaths. I think they're on pace for the 3 chest here. Checking around the board, NA's Last Hope, done with their 10-minute break also in this Brackenhide Hollow. Hopefully one of these teams will eventually show us the fish face pull, but I don't know. I just want to see it once.
I also want to see it. I don't think we will, though. Not today, not tomorrow,
What?
probably not. It's in my hopes and dreams, but I don't think it's in the TGP Global Finals for these teams. Sorry.
So you hate fish face.
I love Fish Face. I'm saying these teams hate Fish Face. He's just in an awkward spot.
Oh, they could just snap him on top of the boss, right? That'd be sick.
Sure.
Just snap him.
Do you want to show us how that's done? Just snapping him from across the entire map?
Well, that's not my job to show you how it's done. I'm just supposed to commentate about the teams doing it. And of course, for me to commentate it, they have to do it. So, really, it's just on them.
Oh.
We got a little bit of a reaction from Robin here. From Echo, after that Halls of Infusion with the boss at 2%. A little bit of insight into how the players feel after a close attempt like that. But knowing them, they'll get right back into it after a little break. And I think they'll be able to get that down pretty quickly.
I agree. I think it is doable. That's the big important thing, right? It definitely isn't easy. That's why they already failed on it twice. But with only 2% remaining on that boss, I think it's doable. They just need to conjure up some more damage, maybe allow for a little bit more uptime, bait differently on the Primal Tsunami to be able to be in range for Zelia and now probably something like that, I think. And we're gonna make it out there. Surely the Holy Paladin and the Druid can get that last 2%.
Yeah, it's you're really asking for a couple extra fumes of damage here and there just to get that last 2% down, right? People think, 2% of that boss, it's a couple million damage. Well, you only have to do an extra few 100k per phase, right? There's 3 phases. You can find that. That's a crit here or there. Just do a little more damage. They can find out how to do that. Of course, we won't be able to see them attempt that for a bit because they're on one of those 10-minute breaks we were talking about, but I'm sure they'll get right back to it in a little bit here.
Check out Legendary.
Ooh, yeah.
Are in the same spot that we did see NA's Last Hope and some of the other teams having some trouble with standing up there on the ledge. You can DPS the mobs that are below you, but you're not going to be hit by these AoE effects, and this is not super easy, especially when Splat goes down to actually deal damage, but seems like they already made it through that and are finishing up on that pull, which seems to be really, really good for Legendary after they spent so much time in that Underrod earlier today.
Oh yeah, they need to get this done quickly, honestly. I mean, I think they can get it done. I think the Underrod was probably a little bit outside of the norm for them. This is a team that is incredibly seasoned and has, of course, very well-known players, and they've played in several MDIs and TGPs in the past, so they have the experience to get this done, and getting this one shot on the board would be incredibly impressive for them to get down, especially, like you mentioned, after really spending a lot of time in that Underrod, probably the most of any of the teams that we've had this weekend. They do need a little bit of a pick-me-up to get themselves back into the competition here.
If they can get this dungeon done quickly, that's going to be incredibly good for them to get back on pace with the rest of the team. And I was talking to Tobo yesterday a little bit, and he was kind of saying, yeah, I think some of the other teams are faster than us, but I don't think it's over yet. So that's the kind of thing that they're thinking, and I'm quite happy to hear that kind of positive resolve of thinking, yeah, I think we can do more. And hopefully we're going to see that from them out of this freehold here.
Well, Echo is not going back into the Halls of Infusion, unfortunately. They're back from the break. You need a little bit of a mental reset, a little clean slate. We're going to head to a new dungeon for them, get this Brackenhide Hollow on the board. One of our now 3 teams on the board starting to push this key up in their 25. do you think of that? Doing this instead of going back to that Halls of Infusion that they were just barely out of time on.
I think it's good for the mental reset, right? They went into break, they looked at how much time do they have for the rest of today, which we are reaching that kind of halftime marker before overtime starts. And I think it's good to get the Brackenhide out of the way, to kind of get it as high as possible, see if there's any more potential that you could realize. I think they definitely know that they can do the Halt of Infusion, but it is going to cost them a little bit more time, and it's the longest dungeon we have as well, with 35 minutes. So every single time you get in there and you have an issue with the push timings on the Primal Tsunami, you are down effectively 35 minutes. So that's a big thing.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they do need to get this key up eventually at some point today in order to stay in the competition. You don't want to spend all of your time trying to go for that 30 Halls of Infusion and not get it done and then leave yourself with very little time to push up this key at the end of the day. So it makes sense from a strategic standpoint, but definitely still feels bad to know that you can get that Halls of Infusion time done, but you just can't do it right now.
You know what we can do right now?
Oh?
We can make a caster swap. That's right. Makes gets to take it easy for a little while, and Tettles joins the broadcast once more. Welcome back, Tettles.
Bro, I've been chatting. This is a dangerous game. I go straight out of the chat, straight into the cast.
Yeah, also chatting in every possible way on the broadcast.
You know what though, Tettles? Casting is just professional chatting. We're chatters that have ascended past your typical Twitch chat.
Don't tell them.
I mean, those are my people, so it does make sense.
I do trust them implicitly.
Okay. Do you think that Echo could actually make that push in Halls of Infusion, by the way? So I was looking at numbers yesterday, and the largest amount of HP that was done on the 29 to Primal Tsunami in one phase was 47%.
Mm-hmm.
Echo was at 44 on that boss whenever they lusted, and we're trying to make that push. Do you think that's doable in the 30?
I think doing 44% in one phase is probably doable, but that's not what I'm technically concerned about. I'm just concerned about finding, that 0.5% in every phase, right? I think that's more doable than trying to get the extra 2% done.
Also,
overall,
you and I got a bone.
It's tough.
You and I got a bone to pick. You called me out whenever I said minus 31 minutes whenever they wiped the last boss.
Oh wait, I wasn't calling you out specifically. I was just saying it in general. There's a lot of people that have been. There's a lot of people that every single time a team wipes, they'll look at the timer of the key and be like, "Oh, minus 11, minus 20." It's like, don't be negative.
Dude,
these are hard keys.
Okay, they're hard keys. 31 minutes is a long time to lose in a dungeon.
That is a long time. You've got me there. I'm just trying to bring a positive spin on things, All
right,
let's lift up the teams that time the keys and not bring down the teams that fail the keys, because we're going to see a lot of failures, right? These are tough
That's
keys.
true.
You're not going to go in and one-shot them. Wipes are going to happen. It's a learning experience for the teams. Even though they've been practicing, they can't know the affixes we're giving them. And the affixes change the dungeons, right?
All right, chat is always results-oriented. You gotta be realistic here. If you gain knowledge, that's the most important thing. Who cares about timing the key? If you gain knowledge, that's worth more than any IO.
Knowledge
is power.
You read a book daily?
Yeah, How to Time Keys, written by Dr. Atnos.
Just installed these 4
Chapter
bookshelves
1,
here.
The Route. All right. Anyways, At what point do you think Legendary goes into this Brackenhide Hollow? Probably after this freehold?
Probably, yeah. That's probably the play here. I think we're almost halfway into the day here. You need to get into the new key and start pushing it up eventually. Because, we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
Mix posed the question to me, what do you think this Brackenhide could be pushed up to today? And I think, if a team actually sits in this key for an hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours, they could get a 30 done, right? These affixes are amongst the easier affixes we could have given the team in this key. I think it's definitely doable on the 30.
Mm-hmm. I think Legendary have a pretty steep uphill battle to climb right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're currently at 115 points. Everybody else is at 117-ish, except for Last Minute, who's at 141. But that's kind of skewed. But Last Minute is still ahead of Legendary in terms of highest keys timed. It's gonna be tough.
they're in a rough spot for sure, right? They still have the 29 halls to do after this as well, which is something that I believe at this point every other team has done, right? So that's something that they have to go back and spend at least 30 minutes doing, hopefully not longer than that. Hopefully they don't end up wiping in that key, but it is still a key that you can wipe in, right? So, and then of course, like we just mentioned, they still do have to go into the new key for the day of the Brackenhide and start pushing that up as well, which is something that every other team has started to do or is already doing. Last Minute surprisingly only did the 25 and 3-chested it, opting not to go to the 28, instead going to the Freehold here instead. A little bit of an interesting routing choice through their dungeons, but I mean, I guess you have to probably get it all done by the end of the day if you want to make it through to tomorrow, so it's not that big of a deal to flip back and forth between the dungeons like that.
Taking a look at these Brackenhide Hollows, Perplexed pulling trash in the final boss on 25. Pretty dangerous, all things considered, but they're going for the 3-chest. The 3-chest looked pretty tight relative to some of the other teams, but I think that Perplexed is well within pace to be able to get that 3-chest here in a second.
2 minutes left on the key, 25 fortified. They
Two
will
minutes
have
left
the
on the
lust come up.
3-chest.
They'll have the lust coming up at the last second as well too, right? The 21-minute timer on the 3-chest means if you lust instantly on pull and then like right on cooldown, you'll get the third one up with about 40 seconds-ish left in the key with a little bit of wiggle room. So they'll have that up for the next set of 2 minutes. It will be tight though. They should be able to get it done.
Did you notice what NA's Last Hope pulled at the very beginning of the dungeon? Because they did their first boss split in 341, which is the fastest we've seen by like a pretty considerable margin, but I assume that's due to the fact that they're pulling less trash in the beginning, if I had to wager a guess, but I didn't see what they had.
I didn't actually see if they did anything particularly different from our other teams. Treemouth, 71.5%. Let's see.
What is Echo doing? They found a rock. There's a rock.
Okay.
They found it.
Like, okay, out of all the teams...
How did they get here?
They just find spots to go to. Like, what?
How do you even get up here? Like, from literally where? Did they rescue up here?
Well, Mirrors was up here first. I guess Clicks could have rescued him up there, and then he probably had to jump down for the Breath of Eons. Okay. And now he was able to, like, Verdant's Embrace back up or get gripped up. They gripped Genji, though.
I'm going to be honest.
I don't know.
I'm not 100% sure what this does, but speculation states that I'm pretty sure that the Lashers can't jump up there or bleed you if you're sitting up there.
Yeah, that's probably the place.
That way you leave the Holy Paladin and the tank downstairs, and you can just, like, cycle your Cauterizing Wound on them with your Augmentation Evoker and make sure that nobody has bleeds, really, or that it's only going on to one player. You just continue to caught their bleeds off them.
We're being told that
very good.
We're being told that Y also did this earlier in the cups, but I don't remember that personally. But I believe our co-caster telling us that it was done. So
I would believe that. It's good tech.
It's really cool tech. I mean, being able to dodge the bleeds is pretty neat. But that just kind of goes to show the homework that Echo does, looking at other people's VODs. And figuring it out. What they can do.
I thought Y went onto a different spot. I thought Y was on like some bones somewhere. Oh my god, Legendary wiped 25 minutes into the key. Did they wipe to the I think they wiped to the last pack on Harlan is what it looked like.
It would have had to have been the last pack. That's knowledge gained for Legendary.
So what was the learning lesson there? What was the lesson?
Don't wipe on the last trash pack of the dungeon.
All right. I'll write that one down. Don't wipe. All right, good comms. Ooh, last minute after a 25 3-chest of Brackenhide Hollow, bailed on the Brackenhide and then went to Freehold? That seems kind of weird, yeah?
Yeah. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. It's a little bit weird to not do the 28 Brackenhide right after he 3-chested the 25. I wonder if they were a little...
Right?
They took a break right afterwards, yeah. And I wonder if they were a little worried about the 3-chest timer to figure out how easy 2-chesting the 28 would be, because they were right up next to that 3-chest timer. They were like 15 seconds off of it. So maybe they want to have someone else pave the way in that key so they can do a little bit of strategy yoinking instead of, going for it themselves.
What I believe is that they had a lab sesh about Freehold while they were doing their 10-minute break, and then they were at 9 minutes of their 10-minute break. They would go, all right, Freehold it is. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling real good, Mr. Krabs. And then now they're running. Look at this. 1 death. 12-27 Council of Captains split. They got that big trash pack dealt with under 15 minutes. We're big chilling here for last minute. This is quite good timer-wise for them.
Yeah, they're on great pace, too. And they have the battle res available, too, which is really important, especially going into Trothak, right? Trothak, more than anywhere else in the dungeon, is a spot where you don't want to have deaths, because if you're in combat with either Ludwig or Trothak and you don't have a battle res, you have no way of getting that player back to the group, because they'll just get food thrown at them, which will one-shot them on this difficulty. So, yeah, you need to play super safe here. Of course, the teams will not be playing super safe. They'll be pulling triple crushers on top of, either the boss or the mini-boss, because they just have to do that kind of pull in order to time this key on this level. There's so much HP to chew through.
That is a sadistic pull, by the way. Triple crusher on top of the boss. Like, that's got to be so annoying.
All right, while the rock was happening, while we were obsessed about the rock, Perplexed also got their 3-chest in Brackenhide Hollow done. They were even closer to the 3-chest timer than the last minute was. They were 2 seconds away from the 3-chest timer, but they just barely were able to get it done.
We don't question success. Echo with a very fast tree mouth split, by the way, 11-16. You're talking about Perplexed in last minute being close to the 3-chest timer. I think Echo is going to be easily underneath this timer if they continue to go as fast as they are. And something that they did do that... So typically you see kind of a couple of different strategies with how you're skipping the mini-boss. What's that guy's name? Stink Breath? With how you skip Stink Breath. More often than not, you jump around him with like Mind Soothe up, but Echo elects to do the slightly faster strat of having now pull Stink Breath back, and he's going to meld it off, allowing the rest of his group to get ahead. It's not that much faster, but depending on its patrol, it can be upwards of probably like 10 seconds quicker.
It's also safer too, right? You don't have the potential mistake of having your mirror images go down into the goalie and pulling up
that
some
happens
neutral mobs.
Nobody would ever have that happen to them. That's not a thing.
No one would ever have that happen to them twice in a row in TGP, right?
That's not a thing. That's a thing that happens in my runs.
Well, yeah, I like the idea of using the meld there, because there's not a whole lot of stuff you're going to use it on later on in the key, especially not in the next 2 minutes, so a little bit of a safer key. Oh no, though, last minute in this freehold, AJ goes down on Ludwig von Tortolin, and that is a battle res gone for them. So,
well, not only do they have Ludwig, they have Triple Crusher. Please, put some respect on this pull.
Oh, the Crushers just throw rocks, and they hit your bear. You're okay. Oh, but the bear is dropping incredibly low there.
Oh my...
Woo! Okay, they're good. No problem.
They also decided that, you know what, Brutes and Knuckle Dusters and Scrappers were also nice to add into this in case AJ ever wanted to get in melee. He's decided that he's playing ranged Holy Paladin.
He's just throwing hammers, man. He's all good.
Yeah. That's a big judge that we're throwing from afar.
Big damn judge. Well, they're getting through it nice and slowly. Ludwig will go down here. Of course, the danger is not over because they still have these Crushers alive. And the Crushers aren't enough for any of our teams. Once Ludwig goes down, we'll probably see our go over and start Dominate Mind on one of these trash packs in the back here.
So for the people at home, you want like a sub 23 Trothak split to be able to time this key. Well, it won't be timeable on a 31 with a sub 23 Trothak split, but on this level specifically, a sub 23 Trothak is definitely doable. Actually, though, last minute gets more count in this area than other teams.
They finished their count, right?
Yes, they finished their count. They don't pull any of the remaining officers and stuff like that, or at least they weren't yesterday.
Yeah, that adds a little bit of level of safety to the end of the dungeon too. As long as they get the invis skip off, they will be pretty fine. I would say we probably want to see probably a 24-30 split from them then, because Harlan Sweet's 430 on this level without any trash.
You have something like that probably, yeah. 430. I don't know. I could even see it being a little bit below that if you're really pumping with lust and stuff. But I think 430 is conservative, yeah.
As the trash slowly gets whittled away, they will move their way back into Trothak's room now that the boss RP has finished and the boss has spawned. And we'll be pulling the remnant of this trash into the boss, where it will just be cleaved down by the rest of the players.
Dude, okay, people on live hate pulling one Harpooner with one Crusher. These people are doing one harpooner with 3 crushers. Really throwing caution to the wind with that.
Oh yeah.
So they're in a good spot for last minute. Top left-hand corner of the screen here, NA's Last Hope, just finishing off their 25 Brackenhide Hollow. A nice 1 minute under the 3 chest timer, so they were cruising. Interested to see where they go next. I think that the 28 Brackenhide seems pretty likely from them.
Yeah, that's probably the most likely thing for them to do. They could potentially try like the 29 VP or the 30 halls, but Echo's the only team that's on the 29 VP, and they're also the only team that's even close to the 30 halls so far. So yeah, just doing the 28 Brackenhide seems to be like the most reasonable choice for them, and yeah, I think that's where they're setting up to go to next.
How do you feel about other teams' ability to do a 29 Vortex?
Bro, I don't know. With how close Echo was to the timer.
Echo didn't have the fastest Vortex, though. Fastest Vortex was mandatory at 26:45 or something.
Okay, yeah. It's still mind-boggling to me that they're the team that was eliminated yesterday. I mean, it took so many things going wrong for them to get it down. Oh no, in the bottom right though, last minute, Shadow Priest going down for them. They have the battle res available though, and they have one more too. Was that a poorly timed death? He wasn't in 2 minutes. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah.
I think he just came out of Void Eruption. It's not like dying as a Shadow Priest is worse than dying as the others. Actually, I think August probably worse, but like dying as a Shadow Priest is definitely worse than dying as a mage because you lose a lot of resources typically whenever you die as priest. So it's definitely not ideal. Like you don't, but it's fine. Like they're in a position where they're going to kill Trothak. They have a little bit of trash left to get. I wonder where they're going to get this remaining 1.75% enemy forces. I think it's it's this neutral
have neutrals
right
I think still. Yeah. They have a couple more neutrals they can pull as well for the last couple of count that they need. They should be fine.
If they have this boss dead under 24 minutes, they're fine. Well, they're more than fine, and it looks like they're gonna have it dead at like 23:30. Ooh! In his last hope, wiping the first pull of Brackenhide 2 in the top left, having a town portal.
And if there's any time to wipe, it's right away. We'll take it.
It's preferred, honestly.
Meanwhile, in the top right, Echo on to the final boss of their 25. Plenty of time left on the board to get the 3 chests done for them. Should be easy sailing. Just gotta make sure they keep on top of the totems that spawn periodically throughout the fight, and they'll also have their 3 chests. So every team so far that's gone to this Brackenhide has gotten the 3 chests done.
It's good. Some teams a lot closer than others. I think Echo is going to be on the NA's Last Hope side of things, where they're about a minute under. It's kind of the projection at this point. How do you feel about the dungeon being done on 30 this weekend?
Brackenhide specifically?
Yeah, because we've seen teams attempt a 30 before, and they were pretty good on the timer, but they were pretty bad on the ability to kill totems.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's definitely a little bit in favor of the teams in the fact that it's fortified, right? So there's less totems that they'll have to kill, but it comes down to the consistency, right? And of course, you can live through totem explosions on fortified. We've seen teams live through 2 or 3 totem explosions and still kill the boss off. It just comes down to whether or not you can do it in the timer with the nerfed output on the comp that they're using. I'm a little worried on that front, but
yeah, last week. Yeah. Okay, so. In Cup B, which contained Legendary and NA's Last Hope, they were only able to do the dungeon on 29. But in Cup C, which it was Fortified, Entangling, Bolstering, Sheesh, Echo, and Last Minute all were able to do it on 30.
Oh, we'll see 30 for sure then this week, I feel like. These affixes are easier, and I think that more than offsets the nerfs to the comp.
Okay. Zyro, big believer in the 30 dream. Do you ever go 28 2 chest into a 30?
Oh yeah, that's what I think we're going to see.
Oh my gosh, that'd be lit. Love that.
That would be really... I mean, technically they could, like, any of the teams could get that done within the next hour, honestly. Like, being able to one-shot the 28 2 chest and to one-shot the 30, it's not easy, obviously. It's incredibly difficult to do, but I think that, I would take a bet on one of these teams being able to get it done. That's how good the competition is.
Okay. Let's play a game of good news, bad news. Good news, last minute's time is key. Bad news, they don't have count right now, which is kind of awkward.
I mean, it is awkward. but they have so much time.
Where do we miss our count? We missed a 4-count mob somewhere. Huh.
It could be in a lot of different places, just missing one mob. My bet would probably be they missed something during the massive poll after Council of Captains.
Like a patrol or something.
Just miss one mob there.
Yeah.
Maybe one neutral mob that they normally tag that they just didn't get in. I don't know. It's not
Neutral's
that big of a
less
deal.
count. Neutral's a less count than that, but yeah.
A couple neutral mobs then, There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them around that area of the dungeon. The good news is, though, they have plenty of time left, right? We were talking about how this boss should probably be around the 4 to 4.5 minute mark for them, which means they're going to have about a minute and a half to go to any one of these trash packs after the boss, around the boss, and just
I think you just
target a mob down.
I think you just full send it on a hound in the mid pack with the
the play.
enforcer. That's kind of.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about pulling an enforcer.
That's the fastest.
On purpose.
I'm pretty sure that's the fastest mob to kill.
There's hounds in the pack behind it though, right? That you could do instead.
That's true.
I'd rather do that. Either way, they can get
regardless,
it done quickly.
they're timing the key. Like the key is
timing
timed.
the key for sure.
They're gonna be. I think they lost on their 2s here in a second, 51 seconds or so.
Yeah, for sure.
So vibes are good.
Plenty of time for them. Just have to keep it safe. Now the boss can be a little dangerous, even though it's fortified. But it would be very surprising to see them have any mistakes from this point onward. Check back in with them in a couple minutes, see what it's looking like. But I think they should be fine. And like you said, they're probably going to be lusting in about 30 seconds. Legendary here on Council of Captains. This is their second attempt at the key, if I'm not mistaken. Their first one ending, unfortunately, at the 26-minute mark for them. A lot of time lost, but a lot of knowledge gained. Be able to fill off the Council of Captains here. I didn't see how good their barrel RNG was, but it looks like the trash is dying pretty quickly, so it's not that big of a deal for them. They'll be able to get through this trash quickly and work towards their mass pull in just a second here. How do we feel about this timer for them? 12:07 on the Council of Captains, 20 seconds faster than the last minute. Looks like they're doing pretty good.
I don't think you have too many complaints. It's kind of unfortunate this trash pack is still alive and the Council of Captains are dead, but like, with the routes that the teams run across Freehold in general, I think that 30 is a reasonably timeable key with a few deaths, even up to like 5 deaths. But once you start to get to 31, that starts to become like on the cusp of what is and isn't possible for this key with the amount of damage that the teams have, and that the 31 level is the level that certainly is going to start requiring potentially perfect runs. But I think that 30, yeah, they're chilling is definitely the answer.
The team is in position.
Assume the spot.
Or legendary in the bottom right. The spot has been found. Now, there's a couple different teams that the teams have, like strategies the teams have been doing. For a lot of our teams, the Paladin has actually just been down with the tank, trying to do as much damage as possible. Now, this actually makes the kiting pattern for their tank a little bit more difficult, right? There's more sea sprouts for them to dodge. There's more of those traps on the ground that they have to dodge and kite around. With only Le Pen being on the ground, look at what he can do with his kiting. He's kiting in a very small, concise circle, which means that the flame patch uptime for his DPS is actually really high. Splat, unfortunately, dropping down to the ground. I think he meant a Breath of Eons here, but he didn't quite get it off instantly and ended up going down. There's the breath. He should be able to rescue. Yeah, he's good at getting gripped back up top. It's not that big of an issue. Just a little sad.
That was a Watch Mojo top 5 most unfortunate duelist dash moment where Splat comes out of the spot to try to get his Breath of Eons off, and the moment he comes out of the spot, he immediately gets stunned, and then he gets re-stunned again and just died. Yeah. That was so unfortunate. Like, it wasn't even like a necessarily like a misplay. It was like he got stunned, procs his Defy Fate, and then immediately dies to the second stun.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but, like we were talking about, it shouldn't be that big of an issue for him. As long as he didn't lose his extents, it should be totally fine. But the point I want to make is that Igloo is really doing little to no damage on this pull, right? He's losing probably about 150k DPS by not being down there and spamming his AoE. That, he could probably do about 200k. But Le Pen's able to kite this so much more concisely and perfectly to keep things in Flame Patch so that your mage can do max DPS. There's definitely a trade-off here, but I'm not sure which is better.
One of the big things with like Holy Paladin in general is like their AoE damage. So if you were looking at like patch notes yesterday, whenever class tuning hit, Holy Paladin got another damage nerf. But then if you like look at their single target damage or like their damage in raid, Holy Paladin's not necessarily the highest DPS healer. But their AoE damage and their damage in Mythic Plus, particularly that from like Consecration and like the auto Consecration dropping and stuff like that, is very high. And so I think that's something that you're pointing out about Igloo being up in that spot, not getting good value out of his damage actually is kind of important. Oh my god, they actually almost missed it. They almost missed count from that mob, but Legendary had great presence of mind in the bottom right to grab that neutral mob that they realized that they missed.
Yeah, that could have been, one of the things that last minute missed. Of course, while we were talking about Legendary there, last minute did get their 30 freehold done. Plenty
Sweet.
of time, over a minute left on the timer for them. So, +1 score for them, bringing them even with our top other 3 teams. Everyone on 142 right now, except for Legendary.
Is last minute a 25?
Guys? Yo, you already did that, key, guys. Technical difficulties. One sec.
All right, take him off the screen. Take him off the screen. Hide the embarrassment.
Be right back. One sec. Go again, real quick.
All right, it's all good. It's all good. No worries.
Practice run.
I'm glad that they
Good job,
realized
everyone.
right now, as opposed to even like 25 seconds into the run. That's an unfortunate start.
Yeah, they were trying to +4 the key. That's what the play was. Unfortunately, they realized that wasn't possible. We'll see them go into that 28 in a second here. Let's look at the 28s across the board for the teams that are already in the key, though. Perplexed. On towards Gutshot already, 17 minutes into the key. Now, 3 chesting is out of the question. That's the 21-minute timer, right? However, 2 chesting on the 28-minute timer might be something that's in the realm of possibility here. How do we feel about that from where they are?
Group B Brackenhide. 27s were 2-chested, but 28s were largely 1-chested. Every single time we've seen a 28. Now, 28 was not like a reasonable interval for the teams to hit in the past couple of cups that we saw Brackenhide. So I don't think it's like super conclusive as to whether or not a 28 is doable. But 27s were doable on a harder affix set. So I mean, you can.
Okay.
The 2354 was the fastest 27.
Oh, that means there should
And
be plenty of time left on the 28 then.
2-chest timer is 28 minutes. So I think
Yeah, it's a little.
I think it's probably fine.
It's a little hard to compare, right? Because the last time that we had Brackenhide, it was introduced as a 24, right? It was a day 3 key.
Yeah, I was saying, it was bad. It was a bad interval to compare, right? It was 27.
Right. So in order for them to get a 28, they would have had to 2-chest the 24, which would have been bad. And then they would have had to 2-chest the 26 after that. And then they would only get a 28. Nobody's going to 1-chest a 27, I don't think. So it's a little hard to get data from.
I will say that having a harder affix set on a 27 being 4 minutes under the 2-chest timer means that you could probably 2-chest 28. I'm not saying that's like 100% definitive, but like I feel like that's about what you should expect. You should still expect a 2-chest if you're that fast.
Yeah. I think we should be expecting it. Yeah, I think that's what the teams are going to be attempting, because they of course want to get to that 30, which could be done today if they want to invest the time into it. Of course, their other options are not quite so easy as well, right? We're talking about either the 30 halls or the 29 vortex that Echo got done earlier today. Maybe even potentially the 31 freehold, but I feel like that's probably a little bit of a step above the other keys in terms of difficulty. So, yeah, I could see the 30 Brackenhide being done today by a couple of teams.
1910 gut shot for Perplex there before they got taken off the screen there in the bottom left.
Okay.
Typically you're wanting like in like a key that you were up against the timer, you want about 10 minutes for the end of dungeon. I think they're fine to be able to 2-chest it. Look at Echo. Wait, hold on. Echo is back in a different spot. They're on some bones now. Huh. All right, so this is similar. Oh, wait, they're on a spike.
Man.
They got a spike. They got bones. They got a rock. All right, man. Yeah,
Dude,
I guess.
Echo's just... They love finding these little spots where you don't have to worry about.
So where are we
dealing with
standing
mechanics.
next?
They did this. They do the same thing in Halls of Infusion, actually, where they stand on that little bench on the left of the start of the dungeon.
Oh wait, zoom out, zoom back
in and out. All right, perfect.
Good point. Good point. I agree.
They just love letting their range DPS do max DPS. You know, they kind of have to do it though, because Xalia is kind of a tyrant when it comes to healing. Like, he doesn't want to heal somebody when they have personals available to him. I remember we've been talking to their players over the past several years about how Xalia, like, what's the word I'm thinking of? He like conditions his players to keep themselves alive before he has to do anything to them.
I think that playing like that is just optimal. So those lashers,
it is.
Whenever they jump on players, they put a bleed on you. The bleed by itself isn't too bad. I would say once you start to get up to like 3-4 stacks, then it becomes a bit challenging to heal that bleed. And you can actually see in the bottom left how Clicks is getting up on the spot. It makes sense now that I'm looking at it. Once you have like 3 or 4 stacks of that bleed, it becomes a little bit dangerous. And whenever there's like bleeds on a bunch of different players, it becomes a bit tricky. Now, if you're doing a strat like this and it's only going on to Xaylia, look at Xaylia and now are the only people who are getting these bleeds. Xaylia can bop himself, Xaylia can dwarf off these bleeds, but in addition to that, Clicks can actually just cauterize wound on CD on players, and that is it's going to allow you to reduce the amount of damage that these players are taking by a significant amount, and then as a result, like you were saying earlier, increase Xaylia's damage output, which helps them speed up the key tremendously.
Yeah. I mean, it makes this pull incredibly easy for the ranged players to deal with as well. And of course, they'll be gripping Clicks back up here in just a moment here, I would imagine. So, well, the trash is actually just dying off anyway, so they don't have to worry about it too much. Short work made of this trash pack from Echo here as they move on towards Treemouth in just a second here. Looking at the split timers, though, Perplexed. That shot down 1910, like you mentioned. The Warband first boss, 649 for them. Looking at NA's Last Hope and Echo, their Warband was about 45 seconds faster than Perplexed.
I think Perplexed has been a bit slow in this dungeon in general. I mean, even if you looked at the 25, they were the team that was the closest to be able to only 2 chests as opposed to 3 chesting. Yeah, so I think that this may not be one of their best dungeons just as a whole, looking at the times.
Mm-hmm.
But that's obviously like there's a lot that goes into it, and it might be a situation where their strategy as the key goes higher becomes better. It's always kind of difficult still.
Yeah, that could be the play. I mean, we've definitely seen teams that are extremely good at pushing the high keys, but not quite as fast at pushing the low keys.
They're in another spot? What is Echo doing, man? Yeah.
What is this spot? It's just a tree branch, man.
They're literally they found 6 different no path available spots, and they just stand in all of them. All right, I guess.
Whatever, man.
Tree enjoyers.
Bloodlusting the double tree pool. Okay. Makes sense on Fortified. Bro. This is going to be one of these things where, like, the teams are going to look at the VOD after the fact and just be like, man.
What are they...
What are they doing?
Yeah, what are they doing? Yeah. Is this even a strategy that you would like take a break and you like try to adopt into your own strat? I feel like the answer is no. I feel like
not midday.
No. Is it optimal to do this? Yes. Is it optimal to completely change your dungeon and like how you're doing this dungeon over this? Probably not.
Like, this is the kind of thing I would expect a guy like Junkrat to do. Not somebody in Echo, but I don't know. They're surprising me once again with weird little quirky strategies.
Bottom left-hand corner of the screen is probably the most important run.
Yep.
Perplexed, able to pull Wrath Eye. The timer that we're looking for the 2 chests is 28 minutes even. I'm pretty sure they're okay.
For the boss. They should be okay. Yeah, they have the Bloodlust available whenever they actually want to time things up. They might even have the option of just using the Bloodlust in a time where they don't have cooldowns available, just to make sure they can kill off totems.
I don't like aggressive Bloodlusts on this boss generally. I like Bloodlusting for damage on the boss normally feels really, really bad as you hit.
Yeah.
Totem like 7 and 8 of the fight is where I find it to be really tough, especially whenever you don't have your 2s back up or anything. It's like that set that's right before your 2s.
Mm-hmm.
It starts to become really challenging. So I expect a lust later on for sure.
Yeah, I doubt they'll try to actually sync everything up just to make sure. They should be totally fine on time, right? 3 minutes to kill this boss. You don't need to sync everything up to do max DPS. They just need to make sure that they can live through the totems. Kill them off. Should be okay. Keep an eye on that. Echo, however...
I'm doing a beacon check on their team, and they only have 1. Zasevi is the only person who has any beacons.
Yeah, I don't think you actually need the beacons on our key levels, right? As long as they actually have damage allocated for every single one. Like, SKB plus just passive damage should be enough for most of the totems. And if they really need help for one of them, that's when you can use your beacon. But I feel like you should honestly just be saving the beacon. And yeah, check this out. Bloodlust being popped when none of the cooldowns are active. They'll actually catch the tail end of the lust with their next set of 2 minutes, but just doing it to make sure that they can kill off that particular totem right there. playing a little bit safe. Like you
They have
mentioned,
breath
using
here
it
if they
right
really
before
want
2 minutes. I think they probably will pop it here.
Typically, you want to sync.
Maybe they use it
Typically, you want to
after.
sync the breath with like the Void Eruption PI combo.
Looks
So
like
yeah,
they're
looks
just using
like-
it after for boss damage. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that you're syncing it with your offensives. Okay, so this is something that typically people don't always understand, but Lust is actually not that great of a cooldown in 5 minutes. It's like okay, but it's definitely weaker. It's typically weaker than individual offensive CDs for players. So having those and syncing the Breath of the Eons with the offensive CDs as opposed to the Bloodlust is generally preferred for damage.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be more than fine on the timer. It's just going to be living through the totems here. Minute and a half left, only 20% of the boss left for them to deal with. Of course, the boss dies at 5%. Something some people might not remember about the key, if you haven't done a lot of keys this season. Just making sure you're aware of that. Only probably have to kill off 2 more totems and they can commit boss at this point. Should be more than fine and get this 28-2 chest down. And the question for them after the fact is, where do you go next? Your choices are 29
30?
VP, 30 Halls, or 30 Brackenhide. I think 30 Brackenhide's probably the easiest of those 3.
I typically like to run. If I was doing this, I would typically like to stay in the same dungeon I was already in and was practicing for like a couple of hours beforehand. I feel like that makes a lot of sense for Perplex to kind of stay here because they're already in like Brackenhide mode. They don't have to like retool their brain for the dungeon itself. They're ready to just like run it straight again. I would not be surprised if they go 30 Brackenhide right now.
I agree. There it is, last totem killed
Two
off at
chests
5%.
easily.
Boss is done 2 chest, 30 seconds under the 2 chest timer, so not a lot of wiggle room. You know, if any of our other teams that are in this 28 make some mistakes, we could potentially see them brush up against that timer. But, you know, added on to the fact that Perplex had one of the slower 25 3 chests, I think our other teams should be more than fine. What was Mira's doing? Oh, Genji fell down and had to get gripped back up. That's what happened there. Interesting. I was wondering why he was standing on the edge like that. But he's back with the group. Not big of an issue. They're on to gut shot here. The time for Perplexed here was 19:10 on the gut shot kill. I think Echo should be on pace for that pretty easily.
I think Perplex was the slowest in the 25. I suspect that Perplex might also be the slowest in the 28.
Oh, let's stop talking about the Brackenhide for a second, as we do have a little bit of action in the bottom left here for Legendary. Bloodlust popped with Harlan Sweet at 30%
vibes
here.
are good,
They've
dude.
got their trash count done. They've got the 2 minutes coming up. They just have to stay alive, and this boss will be dead. Even pre-popping the breath there for Splat just to get a little bit of extra damage out ahead of time. Don't need to sync it up because the boss is already taking double damage here. They're going to get one last set of daggers on top of the cannon barrage, but this boss is going to be dead very, very shortly. And Legendary, making short work of this 30 freehold, only took him a little bit less than an hour to get it down. It's pretty good.
So they really needed this. So they need this. They need equal level to Brackenhide Hollow of all of the rest of the field, and then they need +1 on top of that to be able to tie teams in regards to score. We also know that they were kind of they were the slowest teams in terms of time tiebreaker coming out of yesterday. Legendary has an uphill battle, but there's definitely still a path for them to not get eliminated today. But I still think that they're the most likely candidates to get eliminated, looking at the fact that we only have 2 hours the remainder of the day.
Want to clarify something? I misspoke. Genji didn't fall down. He never would do that on accident. They were actually pulling a Monstrous Decay from down there on purpose into the boss, and then he got gripped up.
See, your first mistake was assuming that Genji would ever make a mistake in falling down. So you should apologize.
I've already apologized to Echo many times. I will not do it again.
Apologize to Genji. Don't apologize to Echo, just to Genji.
Nah.
Act.
I'm good.
And there's a land soon, I think.
We'll see.
Perplexed bottom left, top. They actually do go to the 30. I think that makes sense.
Alright, they're in the 30. Okay. Yeah, that makes the most sense. It's the easiest of the keys they have left available to them to run. Ugh. It's going to be rough, though. I mean, we're approaching 2 hours left in the day here.
So,
I'm assuming most of these teams can get the Brackenhide done, like, probably within an hour or so, if I had to guess. like the difficulty level of the 30 is not necessarily as high. It's just about getting it done within the timer, and then of course, I think the most of the difficulty is locked to that last boss and making sure you can kill off most of the totems and just live through the ones you can't kill off, right? I think within an hour is pretty acceptable. After that point, man, there's not a lot of great options to go to. It's like 30 halls and 29 vortex.
Let me take a look at this. Perplexed Brackenhide 30 active. Let me see how many beacons they have. Okay, so they've actually started to run more beacons. Divine has swapped onto the beacon.
Okay.
So now if you use the extension on screen if you're on the Twitch Warcraft page and you like hover over the left side, you can actually look at the gear extension with tooltips that are powered by Wowhead. Perplex were previously only running one Beacon to the Beyond trinket from Sarkareth, which is like a really strong on use damage trinket. Now they've swapped into two of those to be able to allow them to help kill totems and like fill offensive cooldown pressure a little bit better, which makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know, I was kind of surprised though when we saw this key run a couple of weekends ago, how easily the teams actually could live through totems as long as they like didn't cascade the effect onwards, right? Like we saw a couple of wipes on the last boss where they had the debuff from one totem, which caused them to not be able to kill the next totem, which cascaded into the next one. And even though the boss reset their debuff, they couldn't kill a totem again. And they just wiped over the course of like 2 minutes because they were just slowly falling behind and behind and behind. I mean, as long as you can kill off a totem with a debuff on top of you with your 2 minutes and reset your debuff, you should be able to live through the boss. It's just a question of coming up to the timer, right? Because that boss is so long on higher keys because of how much you have to swap to totems. I mean, on this 30 fortified, what would you say? It's probably like a 5-minute boss, 4.5 to 5 minute boss. So yeah, it's a long fight where you can't make any mistakes. It's a tough one to live through.
Perplexed have finally started to reach the key level where Swag cares about his 4-set DP stacks too. So he's pulling trash before this first pull to stack up his 4-set.
Okay.
It's like a pretty... I don't want to say it's like an insanely large damage gain, but it's actually a pretty sizable damage gain on... especially a pull of this size to stack it up before the key starts, and it's free. But the downside is like... And the reason you don't see a lot of TGP teams do it is because it takes a little bit of time. You have to kill the mobs off in like an M0 and stuff like that. But it's like useful if you're doing a key that is non-trivial and like and it's going to, especially with a pull that's the size that you see in the bottom left that Perplex is doing.
Interesting. Okay. That's good to know. I mean, that's something that's interesting about this comp is, you know, it's often talked about how Fire Mage is like the carry DPS of the comp, and, you know, they're the ones getting all the external buffs and how they do so much damage. But the Shadow Priest, actually, in some dungeons, is actually doing higher overall than the Fire Mage, just because of how insanely good their toolkit is, right? So, yeah. I mean, the class is insane, especially when piloted perfectly, and we're seeing it do a ton on a lot of these pulls, even keeping up with the Fire Mage on this first pull on Brackenhide here. So, good to see from them. But let's check in with some of our other teams. NA's Last Hope now on to the final boss of their 28 Brackenhide with plenty of time left on the 2-chest timer. 3 minutes left. And they already have that boss at half HP. Should be easily 2-chestable for them. Echo seem to be in a similar situation. They'll have about 4.5 minutes by the time they engage the boss as well. Should be easily 2-chestable for them. Last minutes, they're a little bit further behind here. I'd say they're about a minute behind the pace, roughly, of NA's Last Hope and Echo. Yeah, it looks to be about right based off the boss timers here.
Oh, look at what Last Minute are doing.
Ooh,
hold on, look at Soda.
Look
Look at Soda.
Trash.
Hold on, yeah.
Even more trash. Yeah,
So-
okay, interesting.
Yeah, Evoker can jump across that side and then grab like Rot Hexers and pull those straight into the boss too. Look at that. That's good tech. That's a lot of trash that Last Minute has pulled in this boss.
That is
My
way more
God.
trash than any other team has pulled in this boss. Yeah, normally what we're seeing... What we saw from Echo is they pulled just one slime up to the boss, but what Last Minute did here is they actually pulled their was it actually their healer? They pulled their healer behind the boss so they could pull trash into the boss like this. This is actually kind of wild.
It was Soda on the Evoker that they grabbed, but
Was it Well, Soda pulled someone over there. Then he came back. I don't think he tagged. I think he pulled someone over there because he rescued someone up on top of the ledge. I didn't see who it was.
Oh, okay.
And then he glided
And then they
back down and got
Wernstone
gripped up
back
by the
or
Shadow
something,
Priest.
maybe? Okay.
Oh, they probably do Wernstone back. Oh, okay, interesting. AJ going down here as well. That's their second death.
They don't
pole.
they
It's
have a
gonna have to
battle
be their
res.
second battle res.
Kira's
Kira
dropping
can't
low,
go down
man.
here though. This is a lot of trash.
Okay, Sack's coming
And
out.
they
It looks.
stabilize.
This fight, okay, this fight is like always low key, really hard. This is a fight that can become really tricky, especially with the hyenas. And if you accidentally ever get bit by the hyenas, you just immediately die. Soda going down again for last minute. They don't have a battle res, but I think they're in a position where if they're able to kill off gut shot, they're probably still on 2 chest pace. But oh gosh, but it's not.
With the death though.
So Perplex came off this boss at 1910, but they had to
That's
do
right now.
an extra trash pull over them.
I think this is out of the 2 chest area already. With how much boss they have left, I guess they have a battle res coming up in 40 seconds. No, with Yard going down. That's all. That's going to be all she wrote for this key.
Oh god. Okay, so
They
you just
could
time this key?
No. There's no way. You go back in 2 chest. I don't think you want to 1 chest this.
You leave and
I think you leave and restart.
is that even better?
I think it is. Yeah.
You don't. I'm not sure if I agree, and it also looks like last minute doesn't necessarily agree.
I mean, it's a tough call to make, right? Other teams are one-shotting the 28 2 chest, so I think there's definitely merit to assuming that if you come back in and play this a little bit cleaner, you'll get the 2 chests down as well. Of course, that comes with the added danger of if you come back in and then again don't get the 2 chests of the 28, then you're just an hour behind without getting a key done. But like,
They can still time. Okay, so here's the thing: is they can still time it even with
I
this
don't
like
know.
full wipe, right?
I don't know. It's rough. I mean, they just had to commit another battle res to get their tank up here. They're putting a savior.
They're
down,
dropping a
just trying to reset
savior.
it.
Okay, so they're gonna wipe. They're gonna let the savior res them, and then they're going to probably finish this dungeon. Is what it looks like.
Well,
They're
you know
gonna
what
reset
I'm
off at
wondering?
least.
I'm wondering about the opinion of a medical professional. So let's bring in Dr. Atnos and
Oh my god, that
see
guy
what
wrote the
he
book
has
on
to say.
the dungeons.
That's
Oh,
right,
no.
expert in routes, I'm told.
That was chapter 1. Yeah, the route.
Yeah, the route.
Yeah, chapter 7 here. What happens if you take
Doctor is
Gutshot
muted.
out of the
I can't
arena?
hear you. I think he's very good at routes,
Oh,
but
prank.
you know,
I pranked you guys.
audio is a little
I only
difficult.
unmuted so that the stream could hear me, but you guys couldn't.
Oh.
But yeah,
Pranked
okay.
us?
The El Clasico.
A good prank that we've all done from time to time. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Zyro, that they should reset this dungeon and go for the 2 chest, but it's a very scary thing to do, because if you do that and then something goes wrong in your next attempt, it's catastrophic, right? Whereas at least if you finish this dungeon, you invest another 10 minutes and, you know, you get something out of it, right? It's nasty, though. I'm not happy with where last minute are.
I'm sorry. Do we have replay for Echo right now, Matt? They're getting 1 totem per round. What is going on?
Are they? Wow.
How do they do that? They're only getting 1 totem per cycle. What?
This is good. We've got there's these beautiful times
don't
during our show
understand.
where our production people have like 7 different things that they have to do all at once, and it's really good whenever we overload them with extra
dude, I don't-
requests during that time.
I don't know how that just happened. They literally were only getting 1 totem per round.
All right, well, let's take a look here in at last minute as they're working on Gutshot again, and we'll see if we can figure out what was going on there. Maybe some cool tech that has been discovered there. But yeah, so last minute, they are 6 deaths in, and they're minus 3 or 4 minutes of time from this wipe earlier, from this reset on Gutshot. The math behind it, it's definitely better to hearth out and come back in if you think you have a good chance of 2-chesting the 28, right?
Even if you're 20 minutes in already, the math is better on that because it's 28-minute dungeon 2 chest timer.
Yeah, it's better because you get access to the 30 anyways. Like, I mean, you could just compare it, right? If you finish this dungeon and then go do the 29, you have however long a 29 takes, which is longer than a 28, plus the rest of this dungeon. Whereas if you just zone out and then two chests to 28, you have a shorter time, right? Like that's always going to be shorter than finishing this dungeon and doing the 29. The problem is that there's a risk of failure with that, right? The problem is you might deplete the 28 again, and then it's just abysmal,
which is
right?
quite bad, right?
That,
As opposed
that
to...
would be like a pure sad boy hours moment, right? Like you'd be very sad about that.
Because effectively all they're paying opportunity cost wise here is about 10 minutes. To complete this and then do it on 29 relative to what Hearthing Out does. But this is like a consistent completion of a key as opposed to the sad boy hour potential.
All right, I've gotten some a heads up on how the one totem might work on Decatriarch.
Okay. I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I got a Discord DM from Ricky.
I didn't even notice it until somebody DM'd me, and then I started paying attention.
I see how this works now. So if you pull a war, do you know the mechanics of the war scourges in this dungeon?
So the War Scourge does the Blade Storm and it does the Cackle.
Yes, but it also has an aura. Do you know what that aura does?
Absolutely not.
It's an aura that gives cooldown reduction to nearby enemies or allies of the War Scourge, right? Or allies of the War Scourge.
Okay.
So it looks like if you pull a War Scourge onto the boss, and then you time when you kill them properly, you can give the boss the cooldown reduction enough to reduce the cooldown of the blast, such that you don't get the 2 totems in every phase. You only get the 1 totem in every phase.
What did I just hear? What? How is that even a thing?
That is the
so
current
smart
working theory. Yeah.
That is galaxy brain maneuver. This is why they're the goats.
This is
why they're the
genius strat there. And I mean, you're literally just using the cooldown reduction of the War Scourges to against the dungeon. Very, very cool. So that is an incredible tech.
That is a genius strat. That's not even like... That is just so smart.
So
what?
If you're looking to use this on live, the timing may be reasonably precise because you need to apply the cooldown reduction to the boss for a pretty exact amount of time. It seems like it can't be too long or too short, or else you're not going to achieve the desired result.
Wow. Wow. That is so cool. And okay, so since you only get 1 totem per phase, you're able to have everything like SKB procs, Void Torrents for every single set, right?
Yeah, so the ratio of cooldowns per totem goes up. I don't think it's going to be quite double because I think the phases are maybe a little bit faster, although I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, it is a crazy efficiency increase there, and a very, very cool strat that we've seen here.
That is awesome.
That is so cool. I knew the War Scourges did that, but I didn't know that it worked on bosses in that way.
Okay,
and you could manipulate their spell queue with that.
Who DM'd you that? Shout them out.
Ricky.
That's good tech. Who is it?
Ricky. MDI competitor, yeah.
Yeah, the MDI competitor.
Yeah.
Cool. Wow.
I mean, yeah, that's cool to see. That's something where, depending on how
you adopt as a different team
that's
too?
The question. I think if you're another team, you adopt that for tomorrow if you are ever coming back into Brackenhide, because you can practice it on the live servers, right? Like you don't need the affixes or anything to practice that, so you can practice this on live and get the timing right. But I don't think you want to do that in the middle of the day today. But the question is a 31 Brackenhide even possible?
It's a good question.
Is the 30 going to get done today? If the 30 isn't done today, like if you can leave it on 28 for today, then maybe. And maybe that'll depend on how down bad teams in 4th and 5th are looking. Because if there's a team in 4th and 5th that's just having a catastrophe, right, and you're kind of safe to make it through to tomorrow, maybe you save your Brackenhide till tomorrow until you've learned that strat to make the last boss easier. But if not, then maybe you just got to go and run it and try it your way.
I will say that they were a minute 10 under in the 30 in Cup C weekend, but that was with harder affixes, and I think that they have a significantly better optimized strategy with 1 fewer totem per set, which allows you to kill the last boss a lot faster, and with those ledge strategies that they're utilizing to make sure that they don't have the lashers leaping on them. I think that there is a decent chance that they'll have the timer capabilities of being able to time the 31. And then with only getting one totem per set, I think that the 31 is certainly on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of surprised that they.
That's so cool.
I mean, I guess they've used it today because they're going to use it in this 30. If they weren't coming into this 30 today, I wouldn't have wanted to use it in the 28. I would have wanted to hold it.
But Perplex Divine's down, by the way.
Uh-oh, that's their tank. Now they're healer as well.
Heavy.
Now they do have another battle
my
res, but now they've
God.
had a shine go down 2. So do you continue from here? No, you got to just hard that out, right? This is a hard that out moment for Perplex. So that's minus
They were making
13
good time,
minutes.
though.
Yeah, their run was looking clean, but they're going to have to try it once more. Meanwhile, Echo also starting off in that plus 30 Brackenhide. We have all 5 of our teams in Brackenhide Hollow right now, which is pretty cool to see. So across the rest of the scoreboard, teams will have identical scores except for Legendary are down 1 point, and Echo sort of have a little bit of a better score because they have the 29 Vortex and the 29
they're up
2 chance
1
of
point?
Freehold. Well, they're down a point in Freehold, but they're up a point in Vortex, and the Vortex point is harder to earn, I think. So
Okay.
I think Echo's in a little bit of a better stance that way, although it's worth noting that it actually works out less well for tiebreakers if it ever ends up coming down to it, if they don't bring that Freehold up.
That would be quite weird.
We have replay ready for I think the Echo Decatriarch, perhaps.
Oh snap! Okay, so let's talk through this a bit. So basically, what they're going to be doing is typically you get 2 totems per set on Decatriarch. Okay, this is actually
okay.
Oh no.
Dimmed.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, hey, Zyro.
It's me.
Okay, you
Yeah,
got
so I
one
wanted
for
to
us?
show off some of this totem stuff that they're doing, right? A lot of the trash in this area is actually really annoying to deal with for ranged players, right? So we saw this a few different times from Echo where they use evoker shenanigans to get on top of places that are line of sighted from the mobs. Technically, there's no path available for them to get there,
Yes.
so the mobs won't really jump around as much, and of course the ranged players don't take as much damage. So we see several times throughout this dungeon their evoker will glide up on top of something, rescue someone up there, usually the Shadow Priest, and then the Shadow Priest can grip their mage up there as well. And then, like you were about to mention as well, something we didn't really get to talk about a lot, Tettles, because we were so enthralled with what Last Minute was doing on Gutshot, was they actually ended up pulling War Scourges on top of the final boss, right? And of course those War Scourges have an aura that they buff themselves with that reduces the CDR and increases the damage of the mobs around them. This actually messes with the boss's spell queuing, which makes it sometimes cast Choking Rock Cloud before it spawns another totem, which means he spawns less totems. Here's another one of those spots from Echo. Of course, the evoker just gliding up top.
What do you
rescuing
do if
someone
you? They have stacks of that totem from the rot hexer on it. Like, did they just eat the damage reduction from it?
Dispel a
like,
few,
they do...
you know? Do what you can, right? You leave some on. It's okay, nasty.
So look at the top left. So top left is a replay, right, of them pulling the boss.
Yeah, so they've gotten
pull
the
the
War
War
Scourges
Scourges in.
nice and low so that they can die fairly quickly on pull, right? Because the timing here is going to be important.
Okay.
And then they go into the boss and they get it buffed by the War Scourges and get them killed at precise times. So
That makes sense.
pretty cool tech there. Now we can see Echo.
Wow.
I guess this is still the replay. Yeah, the top left is currently a replay for Echo. You can see all the cool spots they were using in their 28. On live, they're currently working through a plus 30 that we will get back to soon for them. But yeah, here's that Evoker rescue spot, the first one that Zyro showed us. So
Zyro, what do you think they should do with the rot?
He said
he's gone.
He sent me out in the channel. He's out of here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about them with the withering totem? Like, because they just eat the damage. They just eat the damage penalty.
Yeah, you have a priest that can dispel one, so you dispel your mage. You have your paladin that can dispel one, they can dispel the priest, right? Or a tank or something. You all can get one charge of the cauldron to cleanse yourself at some point.
One time.
Yeah, and then you just, you're going to have to let the evoker sit on it for a while, but it's not that bad, right? It's a haste reduction, and that's whatever, right? It's not a hugely important stat for them, so it's okay. And then the paladin and the druid can even be on the ground and reusing a cauldron if there's one close by, but I don't know, you just kind of power through it, and while it's on low stacks, it's not too nasty anyways.
Last minute, top left-hand corner of the screen, only one chesting the 28 Brackenhide Hollow. I think that it's unfortunate that they only got a one chest, but I think that the decision to power through and like they actually only lost 10 minutes doing this, relative to having to rerun the 28 again to try to two-chest it. I think it makes sense. It's unfortunate though. It really is, because now they have to do it on 29.
Yeah, it's going to be a time loss for them, but that being said, during today, there's a lot of teams have lost a lot of time, right? There's been a lot of depleting that has happened through here as well. For those who are wondering a little bit about the break situation, all of our teams have taken all of their break, except, well, Last Minute have just started their second break, and then Legendary and Echo have only taken 10 of their 20 minutes. So we may see Legendary up in the top right having just 3 chests of their 25. I guess they'll probably go 28 first, but then they've got a break in their future, and Echo also. Speaking of Echo, that strat that they pioneered and deployed there on the Decatriarch Rathai, that was an approved strat that they got checked through the admins first as well, so not a last-minute mid-tournament thing. That's anytime you see something cool that our teams do something like that, it's almost always going to have been approved by the admins first, as that's kind of how we do things these days, is those sorts of techs do need to get approved.
I mean, no path available spots and taking the hyenas into the boss. That's just good tech.
Those ones are kind of generally okay. Any sort of like taking trash into bosses or whatever. That's but the fact that it has that interaction on Decatriarch Rathai, it's good to double check to make sure that that's going to be allowed. And this one was indeed double checked and confirmed with the admins. So all above board there. All right, speaking of Echo, they're going to be putting up a 720 Hack Claws Warband here in this plus 30. How does this line up? Yeah.
So they put up a 751 last weekend in this dungeon, in a 30. And Perplex put up like an 820 whenever they were doing the 30 earlier.
So this is quite fast from Echo, although 23.5% count, that's among the least you'll get from the starting area ever.
They have been doing... Okay, well, so since they do all of these strategies like Zyro was showing off in his previous segment, it now pulls basically every mob out of every single cave that like you're allowed to pull. Like they love the mobs here because... even the oaks. Like, a lot of people don't like the withered oaks because they view that those lashers that they spawn is like really annoying. But with this strat right here, who cares? Like,
this strat is so... Oh, okay. I was gonna say this strat is so good with storming because you can just be over them as well, but it looks like you can't. It looks like Gingy has interacted with that storming tornado, and he's gonna have to wait on a Life Grip or Rescue CD, which are both fairly long CDs, so he is down there.
So why don't we talent Time Spiral and re-grip that guy?
Yeah, that's potentially a vibe. Or why... there are a couple other options. Pre-altar time. That's available, or...
before the storm?
Yeah, or the Evoker can just go down and soak them so that the carry DPS can stay up there and do their thing. That's maybe another consideration.
The Evoker can re-get back up immediately with Verdant Embrace.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The thing is, like, there shouldn't be storming spawning there, usually, if there aren't mobs that are close by, right? So as long as you keep the mobs...
we're gone.
There goes Miraz, yeah. Brutal. Storming just ruining Echo's day on their cool little spot that they've been using there.
Ooh, Perplex I think Perplex took a little bit of a break. They're done with their breaks for today, and now they're ready to... fire back at some Brackenhide Hollows. I would expect... Okay, so do you expect 30 Brackenhide to be the last one that's done, and then teams leave the dungeon and go try 30 Halls of Infusion? Like, what do you expect for, like, the last hour 45? 30 Brackenhide is definitely being done.
Yeah, the teams that... I think every team is going to be under a lot of pressure to get 30 Brackenhide done.
Okay.
Even last minute, if they can do a 29 Brackenhide, I think we'll feel a lot of pressure to be adding a 30 Brackenhide to their scorecard, because that will probably still be the next easiest thing to go and do, especially after seeing what that 30 Halls of Infusion looks like. So,
well, they did one last weekend too, or 2 weekends ago. Also,
yeah, so I think that's probably the play, is to put the 30 up. Every team that's not Echo has to be looking at that Vortex Pinnacle 29 and think to themselves, can we do that as well? I think most teams are thinking, maybe tomorrow, right? Like, that's probably a pretty hard place to go and spend that time. But honestly, like, where else do you have to go, right? You have Halls of Infusion, 30, that's nuclear difficulty. Freehold 31,
record
also
Vortex.
Unbelievably difficult. Underrot 31 also, I mean, I think Underrot 31 is the least doable of those because I think the timer is just so close already in the 30. So I would be most surprised to see Underrot 30 out of the other 4 dungeons. I think, though, one key level higher is all possible and all extremely difficult.
I think Freehold 31 is only doable by 2 teams right now with the routes that they have that they're playing, which are NA's Last Hope and Echo. I think those are the only 2 teams that can actually.
I mean, Perplex.
I'm just looking at
2 minutes. 2 minutes to spare in their 30. If their run is like a little bit cleaner, they could do it in 31.
Yeah, I mean, NA's Last Hope did that, the 28-45 with 5 deaths. Like they were like troller dogging for a little while. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be really interesting end of the day. I think that the point that you were making though about being under intense pressure to even be able to time the 30 Brackenhide is actually a pretty valid point.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get to any point today where teams feel that their best bet is to improve time tiebreakers, because that is something that has come up in previous weekends, as we've seen it on the end of like Sunday. Teams have started going back and looking to improve times where it's like, oh, you know, if you're like NA's Last Hope and you're looking at your underrot, right? Like you're not going to be able to do a 31 in there, but maybe you can save a minute in your 30, and maybe that's going to matter at the end of the day. I wonder if teams will ever decide to spend any time today doing that. I would guess no. I would guess they probably will be at least attempting some of the other key upgrades, especially, I mean, the fact that Vortex, the Halls of Infusion all seem possible. I think they will do that instead, but I mean, after this 30 Brackenhide goes up, it's only hard keys.
Dude, I just look over in chat so many times in chat. Just throwing this out there, Tyrannical Sanguine Ultimon is still open tomorrow. That's the most cursed dungeon.
Yeah, it's a very, very...
That would be so cursed
that would be
tomorrow,
a
by the
pretty
way.
nasty thing for us to throw at them on Sunday, yeah. That would be nasty, although it would mean you'd probably spend less time in there. Actually, would you spend less time in there? Because maybe you'd be wiping on whatever, like even if it was a 28 that it capped
28,
out at.
yeah,
you'd still have a lot of attempts there. So
I think
that could be in the future.
Final Day Ultimon is actually pretty good for last minute. Like if that ends up being if they don't get eliminated today, and if that ends up being the Day 3 dungeon, that's quite good for them.
Yeah, the dungeon and the affixes do both really matter, right? So it could be, let's see, it could be Uldaman, it could be Neltheris, or it could be Nelth's Lair. That would be the last dungeon, right? Because we've got the other 5 up. Huh. Neltharian's Lair goes quite high. Neltheris also goes very high. Uldaman goes a lot less high, right? Uldaman is like 2 or 3 key levels lower.
Uldaman and Vortex Tentacle, I think, are the lowest pushed keys of the season, and will continue to remain that way.
Which means less time, in theory, would be spent in them tomorrow pushing up. Although the key starts at 25, it's already pretty pushed in whatever the dungeon is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of that, too, it's like you can spend more time in it if you end up wiping, depending on how hard it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The affixes will be really important for that. Like you were saying, if Sanguine is on that key, kind of regardless of which of those 3 keys it is, Sanguine would definitely throw a wrench into the speed plans. I guess it'd probably be least bad in Nelth's Lair, but I think Neltheris and Uldaman would both be pretty harsh with that. Oh, Lepan for legendary.
Oh my god,
lay on hands, beautiful.
Dude, I think
you up in the top right.
You and I paused and looked at the exact same thing because he sat there at 5% HP for maybe a second and a half or something.
What a lay on hands, though. Igloo's saving Lepan, and that's going to keep this pull alive. So, these War Scourges and these Brackenhide mobs do not mess around, especially because you don't have enough kicks to kick all of the tank damage from those Decay Surges. So those are just going through and free casting on your tank here.
Okay, so Echo have made it so far the furthest in the 30 that we have seen. They're getting ready to pull Treemouth here in a couple of seconds. Are they going to do this with the Oaks still up? Oh my god. This is quite a lot of damage that they're going to be having, especially on now. I think that... So the Oaks don't necessarily do a lot of tank damage, but they don't do a small amount of tank damage, especially on 30 Fortified.
Yeah, the nice part about this area, about the Oak area in Brackenhide, is that there's so many little mobs for you to have a Thrash on that as the bear. You play this talent that gives you rage for each target with a Thrash on it, so as long as the pull is big enough, you can be floating 5 or 6 stacks of Iron Fur and just have an ungodly amount of physical damage reduction. So even the Oaks aren't too nasty when they're surrounded by a bunch of the little Lashers. It's actually kind of scariest when it's like 2 Oaks and no other mobs. Then you're sort of just getting beat up because you're lower on rage.
Did nobody go in Treemouth's stomach for Echo, or did somebody like? Actually, didn't see. It looked like nobody went in though.
Well, Treemouth would get big and red if nobody went in.
Well,
so I think somebody went in, but
unless there's more tech.
Unless there's more tech, I will say sometimes I've noticed that Treemouth doesn't seem to be interested in, like, I'll be in the circle, but he just won't eat me. So
Gingy stood in the circle and he did not get eaten somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, there is the quick Wernstone tech as well, but we'll see what they decide to do with this one. It looks like it's again Gingy going in. Getting knocked around a little bit. Ice blocks out instantly. Okay, yeah. So that's a very common way to deal with this, right? Is use an immunity. You want to use an immunity as soon as you get eaten because that will remove the shield from the boss, which is really important for efficiency. You don't want to be just damaging into a shield that goes away for free.
Oh, he must have alter timed the first one, right? Because it looked like he didn't get eaten at all, but I think that he almost had to have alter timed it.
Yeah, that could be very powerful as well. The Wardenstones, as we mentioned, if they're talented,
also possible.
Can be big for this too. So that, and then you can also send in a Paladin with Bubble. Worst case, you can have your tank go in or any DPS with defensives go in. But if you're trying to live it by just defensiving it, the problem is you have to do a bunch of extra damage to the boss because it gets a shield. And honestly, it's such a big shield at this level that you kind of don't even break through it anyways. So you kind of just lose 10 seconds of damage. Zalia now on the outside is going to get eaten up and killed.
Before he could even bubble.
Maybe. Or maybe it was a sacrifice play. Maybe the 5 seconds lost from a death is less bad than losing 10 seconds of DPS to the boss being, shielded.
I mean, maybe.
That would be a cavalier use of a battle res, but I would love it.
I don't think... I'm gonna wager that it wasn't intentional, but it's not like it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. This is like honestly not even that big of a deal.
It's maybe it's one of those deaths where you look you're like, oh, okay, whatever, that wasn't too bad.
No,
right?
it's kind of fine. That's not exactly what I was going for here, but it's okay.
Yeah, another interesting thing to note here for Echo is that because of their tech on the last boss, they don't actually need to run as many beacons, which helps them in the rest of the dungeon.
How many do they run?
So they're only running one. Apparently, okay. So a lot less commitment to those totems, which makes a lot of sense because you're not going to have to kill nearly as many as them, and the ones you are going to kill, you're going to have many more cooldowns available on average. So it is just Zalia that is running a beacon, and the rest of the team is running optimal damage trinkets.
So if you look at top left and you look at the bottom right, those are the two teams that are currently in the 30. Echo has Treemouth down at 1809, where NA's Last Hope is going to have Treemouth pulled by 1809, maybe.
Yeah, NA's Last Hope is going to be collecting a tiny bit more count in this area, but so that's good.
15% enemy forces, maybe more.
Yeah, that's not bad. But it is I would probably prefer to be on Echo's side of this exchange. That being said, I feel like the timer, even though NA's Last Hope are slower, I think they're still on pace for timing this key.
Gingy's already down to the bottom right. He's going to get gripped up by Miraz as they pull these extra slimes and additional mobs into the boss. This is something we've kind of seen from other teams. But yeah, making sure that you get Gingy gripped up before this boss gets engaged. And again, this is where they're able to make up some of their count from that beginning of the dungeon that you and I were talking about earlier, because they come out of that first area. What was it, like 23% or something? Something really low.
Yeah, this is they're 23%.
Now it's dead. Now died to gut shot.
Okay, Zalia has rezzed, but now he's going to have trouble getting threat on everything. Luckily, we've got a couple of talents to help out with that. We've got Invis and Fade available to drop threat on the damagers, and we've got Bop as well. It looks like they might be able to stabilize here. They are going to have another battle res coming up soon, and yeah, this is one of those very scary tank fights where those hyenas auto-attack with the intensity of 4,000 regular mobs. They are those things have been eating their Wheaties. They are jacked, and they do not mess around, so... Now, unfortunately, did go down there. I didn't see exactly what to. There's a couple of different ways that you can die on this fight, but when I die on this fight, it's usually because a hyena auto-attacked me, and I was not ready for it.
I've seen also some tanks get gut shot into the Shadow Realm. The Monstrous Decays. Okay, so those slimes, if they put a debuff on you also, you can just die.
We have a death log,
Shout out
What was
to
it?
our observer slash admin extraordinaire, Sarah, who sends me a death log. Now is at 100% health, 0.3 seconds prior to his death. 0.3 seconds prior to his death, he took 300k from Gushing Ooze from a Monstrous Decay, which is that debuff. And then 0 seconds when he died, he took 2 Crippling Bites from Hyenas. It looks like it was maybe actually just dot ticks from those Crippling Bites that then took him out on his death, and that took him from 74 to 0. So he went from 100 to 0 in 0.3 seconds there, which, yeah, that's what happens. Especially if you pull those slimes in there, but that can happen even without them. While we're talking about that, though, yeah, NA's last hope.
Yeah, they had an unfortunate wipe on taking the Withered Oaks into Treemouth, and then they zoned into Halls of Infusion, then they zoned out of Halls of Infusion. I don't know. I think that somebody maybe misclicked.
Yeah, a little prank, a little misdirection, feinting the other teams, faking them out, making them think you're going to go into Halls of Infusion. It's all part of this complicated 5D chess game that NA's Last Hope are playing up here.
I see.
Yeah. Certainly not just a misclick on the vendor there.
I think that this dungeon's tough. If Echo is able to one-shot this dungeon, it would be quite good for their position going into tomorrow.
I mean, look at their timer. Sub 22 minutes on Gutshot. They have got 13 minutes for the end of this dungeon.
So they timed this key on a 30 in Cup C weekend, and their Gutshot split was 22:57.
So they are a minute faster than their Cup C timer.
And they were a minute under the timer in the 30 in Cup C.
So they're on pace to be 2 minutes under this timer here in this plus 30. But what they did in Cup C didn't have their tech on last boss. That'll speed it up tremendously as well, the War Scourge tech, which we are going to get the chance to see here in the very near future for Echo in the bottom right. So that is going to be exciting.
The amount of damage they have to bank for those totems under a normal circumstances of normal spell queuing of that boss is an insane amount. And the fact that Echo has to bank half of that that's tremendous for being able to kill the boss a lot faster.
Yeah.
The boss just stalls out to be like 5 minutes or something like that once you get to higher levels because of how much damage you have to save for it.
Yeah, it's one of those bosses where extra health sort of increases the length of the fight by more than an average boss because you're getting extra totems as well. But Legendary in the top right are having a wipe in their 28. And they're just going to be considering hearthing out. Actually cancels the hearth and then restart the hearth. Okay, I like the hearth out here. I think you want to go for this 2 chest, and it's early enough in the key that I think it's definitely worth it to try again.
I think the dungeon the time that I wouldn't necessarily consider hearthing out is probably around the 20. Yeah,
once it's at 20 minutes, maybe you just put the 1 chest on the board. Dorky for NA's Last Hope dies. Luckily, that's just the first pull of the dungeon, so it's a lot less costly. He
looked like he got stormed into the Blade Storm.
Yep, that's storming will do that to you. That's a nasty, nasty interaction with these affixes that we've put on these teams here.
Bear in the air moment.
Bear in the air, indeed. Bear back in Valdrakken now.
Back in Valdrakken.
Yeah. They're making their way to their dungeon once again. A lot of teams here restarting their runs. Legendary and NA's Last Hope on the top. Here go Legendary. We've got them. What is happening here? I saw a Shadow Crash for Wexy. Ready check.
Pausing.
Okay.
Full screen.
Full screen. Yeah, let's see what they do here. Timer starts. Are they going out and around to the left? Going out and under the thing? No. Oh, yeah, okay.
Lepan did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So for those who don't know, the bubble, the dome that you get at the start of this dungeon is not 3D. It's not a sphere. It's like a half
It is 3D.
It is 3D, but it's only a dome, so you can actually swim under it. If you're a druid with aquatic form, it's a nice little 2-second time save there. So
it also
big
to
speed.
the left towards Fish Face in case you're trying to
that's true.
Get them pulled.
Yeah, a lot of people, of course, know exactly where Fish Face spawns, so that's good directions, good comms.
Yeah.
Oh, Tobo down for Legendary. Drogo, of course, on NA's Last Hope, not down at all, as they've just started their new key in the bottom right. But yeah, Legendary are going to be restarting.
Tobo started pre-casting the town portal. I was kind of confused as to why he would be casting it, and then immediately saw the cackle went off because Tobo wasn't there to get a kick on it.
I mean, even just one death on the first pull, I think, is just a restart the key moment. There's no need to have a key with the mistake on the first pull with the way that our format works, right? You could just restart if that were to happen. Echo, though, are getting towards the end of their dungeon here. They're only at
Do they have
87% count, which is not a lot, but they are going to be able to get it from this area. They got almost all the mobs in this area, and you could see Clicks went on a little side mission there to grab some of the mobs from the other side, that Rot Hexer down the side, which that one is a lot of count. It's actually surprisingly little count from the rest of this area. You always get less than you expect from the very last room of this dungeon.
It's because all the smallies don't give count at all. And so it's like, you think, oh yeah, I have a 15 mob pull here, I should be getting decent count, and then you end up doing the pull and it was 25 count or something. You're like, well, hold on, that was a lot of mobs to not get any count.
All right, Legendary have Hearths out of their dungeon into their final break of the day, which I believe leaves Echo as our last team with a break in their future.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure on that. As they are nearing the end of this 30 Brackenhide, it's all going to come down to execution on the last boss. And here's a question that we don't know the answer to. What percentage of the time can they execute this War Scourge trick to get the boss to do a favorable cast sequence? Because with only one beacon on the team, if they mess it up, I think they're in big trouble on a plus 30 Decay Triarch. So the question is this a 100% reliable tech, or is it 75% reliable, right? How good have they got it? We'll have to see. That's going to be the important question. We will see whether they can get the spell queue manipulated on the last boss. So for those who don't know, this is the tech that Echo have gotten. They used it in their last run. They got it approved with the admins and everything. The War Scourges have an aura around them that reduces the cooldown of other Noel's abilities, and they're bringing it into the boss for long enough to reduce the cooldowns of some abilities enough to get it so it only casts one totem for every big phase, right? That is what they're doing here, and so you're going to see them very precisely getting these War Scourges down equally. And yeah, it's the Pack Tactics aura that
I found it here.
Have. Yeah.
It increases damage done of nearby allies by 15% and reduces their cooldowns by 25%.
Yeah, so they need that aura to be applied to the boss for a pretty precise amount of time. So you can see
look at what Echo's doing.
They're saving some cooldowns, right? They're getting their damage ready, and they're going to kind of execute these while they get the boss pulled. So they're just about to get the pull going.
They want the Pack Tactics on the boss for like a very specific amount of time, right?
Mirrors goes down. That's got to be bad for that strat. The B-Res comes out instantly, but are they still going to have enough to get these mobs killed for the exact right amount of time? So here comes that first Choking Rock Cloud cast. Now is going to get hit by that Decay Strike. That always looks scarier than it is because of the way that we show Healing Absorbs on our frames, but actually still had a reasonable amount of health under that Healing Absorb. Now they're on this first totem, and they want these War Scourges to die. Hopefully this was a good time. The first totem does get killed.
Okay. Oh wow.
And they're going to get a second totem here before this
they messed up their strat.
Phase. So we'll see. Here comes a Choking Rock Cloud. So this is the second Choking Rock Cloud cast.
What is going on with this queuing?
And here comes Decaying Strength. So maybe this is normal. Maybe this happens on the first one. Let's see. I mean, again, I don't know how the strat works. I learned about it with you guys 30 minutes ago. The admins knew about it earlier, but we did not as casters.
Yeah, the queuing of this was really weird. Okay, so you're supposed to already have the first totem here. Okay, so it queued into Decay Strike first.
So I think
now
we're
it's
good.
probably going to queue into totem,
and
then it's going to...
So the important thing is whether we get another totem before the next Decaying Strength.
Yeah.
That totem is getting eliminated from orbit by Echo. There's now no tornado circling the platform. Here comes another Decay Strike.
And so now what? We get the AoE?
Choking Rock Cloud again. And... we're hoping to see Decaying Strength here, right? If it's a totem, it's very bad news. But it's Decaying Strength. Okay, they've done it. So they've got the spell queue going, and that it looks like you still get 2 totems on the first Decaying Strength, and then you get 1 for every Decaying Strength thereafter. Is probably how this works.
And so they full send the Lust on pull to make sure that they're able to kill the double totem
those
set.
two, and now they have 1 minute at least for basically every totem.
They save Void Torrent probably for every single one. Yeah, Void Torrent plus Shadow Crash, and they just blast it.
Which those alone, plus like an SKB from your mage if you're scared, should be enough to take it down.
Yeah, look at the Void Torrent, jump rope.
I love this. Look at Clix's positioning as well. Clix is playing near Mirez here. There's a few reasons for this. First of all, he's the person you might want to Verdant Embrace. He's the person you might want to rescue. But also, it means that Clix can sort of play defense from Mirez, from those tornadoes, from the stormings, and soak them so that Mirez doesn't have to lose his casts. I think that I saw him do that on one of them earlier. So really, really optimized gameplay for Echo.
We missed killing that totem, but we burned Zeph plus
it's
a
kind of
scales charge.
fine
It
is
was
the
kind
thing.
of okay.
Like if you have one totem go off, but you're only getting one totem per phase, you're never going to have a totem plus decaying strength overlap. So
That's true.
It's honestly a lot less lethal than a totem going off normally is, because normally if the first totem goes off, now you're doing less damage for the second totem, and you're healing, so your healer's not doing damage for the second totem, and so it makes it more likely the second totem's going to go off, and that's going to kill you or set you forever behind. But if you're only ever getting one totem per phase, it actually probably just doesn't matter that much if it goes off on one or two out of every 2 or 3
Dude,
sets.
this is such a 5-head strat. This is so cool.
Yeah, this is genius. And you're literally just using the mob's abilities against it, right? Like you're using if you mouse over those war callers, it says it gives cooldown reduction to nearby enemies. You reduce the cooldown of the Decatriarch's choking rock cloud. It casts an extra one early, and a little bit of jujitsu leads to its own mechanics being used against it. I love it.
It got approved. I mean, it got approved.
Yeah,
by the admins.
I would have
That's how
approved
it
this
be.
too if I was the admin. This is a really cool attack. This is definitely something to. I mean, it is such a brilliant manipulation of the boss to, just really, really make it so that you can handle what would otherwise be such a nasty set of mechanics with those totems.
Bottom left, Perplexed have finally killed off Treemouth as well. I wouldn't say the fastest Treemouth split of all time, but they're definitely on pace to be able to time this dungeon on a 30.
Yeah, Perplexed, so they're going to be putting up, what is this, like a 22:30, a 23-minute gut shot? Definitely on pace.
I'm thinking they're going to be like 33:30 on the dungeon.
And then, maybe they're even faster on gut shot. Gut shot is one of the faster bosses in this dungeon, so yeah, this is looking pretty good for them as well. I don't think their time is going to be as good as Echo's, though. Echo, 14% on Decatriarch here. Can they commit to the boss at this point? I think they probably can.
I think you just full send the boss. Like, who cares? Their totem also comes out in like a really weird spot in the phase. Yeah.
It's just dead. All right, so this is going to be sub 33.
Is 31 doable, dude? I don't know.
They have 3 deaths on the board.
It's gonna be close. I think that this is quite close. If they didn't have the bit of a fiesta on gut shot, where they were running around for a little bit.
I think it works out
31.
Like, one of the problems with this key as well, as Echo will now be moving into their final break, this is our last team to be taking a break of our day. One of the problems with scaling this key up to higher levels is those totems, right? Like, the totem scaling is especially nasty. It's more than an average scaler, right? Because of the way that fight works. In terms of difficulty, you lose so much more damage to those extra totems. But with Echo only spawning half as many totems as usual, it's... I think scales reasonably well, and I think with that 32-46, they're already pretty close to the timer they would need to be able to have that route work on a plus 31. With those 3 deaths not happening, I think they're there. I think it's doable. Where else do you go? Do you go 31 freehold or 30 freehold? Like they're doing exactly what I said at the start of the day, which is saving the freehold for the end of the day so that they know whether they have the wiggle room, I think, to attempt the 31 or if they just have to put up the 30. But I wonder if that's the place you go, or if you just come back to Bracken, like you're warmed up on Bracken.
So I heard you talking about this at the beginning of the day. What exactly are you proposing Echo does with the 31 versus the 30 at the end of the day?
The argument,
because I'm trying to understand it.
The argument is, if a 31 is very, very, very hard, but doable, you don't want to do a 30 if you're Echo because you already have access to the 31, right? So if you have a bunch of extra time and you're in no pressure of getting eliminated today, then there's no need to ever do a 30 freehold. But if you are in danger of being eliminated today, then there's a huge amount of pressure, obviously, to do that 30 freehold and put it on the board. So what they might do is look at this and they might be like, okay, look, we've got this extra point in the Vortex Pinnacle. We've got the good times across the board. We've got a Halls of Infusion over the field.
Yeah, they're never getting eliminated today.
If we're never getting eliminated today, we can maybe attempt the 31 freehold for a while, right? And we don't have to... We open ourselves up to the best case scenario being possible, which is never doing the 30 freehold and saving 30 minutes out of our... At this point, there's only 6 hours left in the competition, right? Factoring in today and tomorrow. So those 30 minutes are very valuable. On the other hand, the 30 is good practice for for the 31, and putting it up on the board leaves you enough. It makes you feel safe, right? And it means that now you're not worried about leaving good points on the board tomorrow, which, at some point, if you fail the 31 a bunch, you're going to need to put up the 30 anyways, and maybe it takes a couple of attempts, so maybe you want to know how long that takes and just get it out of the way.
Do you go 31 Brackenhide next, or do you go 31 Freehold next?
Then
that's because that's the question, right? Do you do exactly what you were talking about, and you spend an hour 15 minutes progging 31 Freehold to try to time it, or do you go and do 31 Brackenhide next?
See, this is the part where they are going to know the answer to this question, because from where I'm sitting, I have a very rudimentary understanding of what the percent chances of success in a 31 Freehold or Brackenhide, right? Like, those both seem possible, but will they time it on 5% of attempts? 50%, right? Like, what exactly is that number? It's somewhere in that range, but depending on where exactly it is, I think that drastically changes what your calculation is there. So that's got to be that's all up to them. I think probably you just go to whichever one you think you have a higher chance of succeeding in.
Okay, that makes sense. A lot of the teams have like so we have a pretty good understanding. Like, we do a decent amount of research. We talked to a lot of the teams coming into it, but at the same point, it's like knowing what dungeons are timeable at the absolute cap, and what the teams have seen during practice, or what they understand during practice about where they should be looking to spend their best use of time. It definitely comes down to like a team by team thing, and I think that Drenos' point about like, they know what this percent chance of success is. Like, that's actually a pretty big deal, because if it took them 8 hours to time 31 Freehold, they're never going to try it. Yeah, they know that a 30 is their best bet, and they just leave.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is like they have a good idea of these affixes, these dungeons, how good they think their route is, and if they think they're on time. Mm-hmm. And our estimates are, they're something. They're useful, but they're going to be a lot less accurate than the teams. So ultimately, whatever the teams usually decide to go for, I almost always think they're going to have they have a really good idea of what they're capable of, and we're at the end of the day just doing some guesswork.
Is another team going to be able to time that 29 Vortex Pinnacle, you think?
So Echo timed it with 8 seconds to spare. Their run was not perfect, but it was very good.
Well, they also didn't have the fastest 28 either, right? Mandatory had a significantly faster 28 at like 26:45 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, of all the teams this weekend, I would have guessed Mandatory would be the most likely to time that 29 Vortex Pinnacle. Mandatory, however, are not in our tournament anymore. They were eliminated yesterday, so...
God, that's so sad.
Yeah, it's been a tragic turn of events for them, so... I think that other teams could. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Perplexed in particular... They have the best 28 on the board right now. But I think any of our teams that are still alive in our tournament could do a 29 Vortex Pinnacle. It's just a question of, will it take them less progression time than Echo? The same amount or more, right? Like, I think if you gave any of these teams 4 hours of time on a 29 Vortex Pinnacle, they could do it. But they can't invest that much time in it, so that's the question.
I think it's really scary if a team has a +1 in a dungeon that you feel like you can't get. You were really starting to be put in a position where you were pressured to like, you might like lose the weekend off of something like that, or like that team might win the weekend if there's the ability to be able to put up +1 in a dungeon that other teams just cannot.
Well, speaking of being put in positions where you feel pressured, next dungeon quiz question might do just that, Tettles. We're going to bring Nagura in as well, so she can participate, because we're doing the caster swap too. So let's see it. What's our next dungeon quiz question here? All right, what is the circular carved image that repeats in the Vortex Pinnacle? It's not very obvious, but it is out there.
What is he talking about?
There's like this isn't quite how I worded it, but I guess I kind of changed it to sort of like fit the thing. But basically, there is one like carved image on surfaces that keeps repeating. It's like the only one, because everything else is just like wavy lines and mirrors and stuff like that.
It's
so
for
which
sure an
is
angry
it? Is
face.
it A, a flock of birds, B, an angry face, C, a sun in clouds, or D, a flaming sword?
Like the angry face emoji? Like the red one?
Yeah. There's just an emoji on there that you have never seen. Nice one.
They have emojis in Cataclysm? I didn't thought that was like back in the.
You see what I have to work with here, chat? This is man.
Could be any of them, really. Well, what do you think? What answers are we going with?
I'm going to go with a flaming sword. I feel like a sun and clouds is the most likely answer, and I think it's going to be the second most likely answer, which is a flaming sword. That's me. That's my answer. That's my logic.
Okay, so Dratnos goes with D. Tettles.
I'm going to C. That's what the people have voted.
Yeah, exactly.
C.
See that? I feel like
People
C is
are always
misdirection.
wrong, though.
Yeah,
I'm the man. I'm the man of the people.
I don't know.
Just because they're always wrong doesn't mean I'm going to abandon my people. That's just part of being the man of the people.
Solidarity. I appreciate that. Naguro, do you have an answer?
The people's champion.
I'm going with angry face B.
Angry face. All right.
I love it.
I like the effort. I like the seriousness that you're taking the map quiz with. Let's see what the answer is. What is it? It is.
Sun and cloud.
It is
Oh!
C. A sun and clouds. But
It's a
wait.
sun and clouds?
Yeah, where is
Yeah,
it?
hang
That's
on.
not
I'm sorry,
actually,
where do you
I
see
feel-
the sun and
I
the
feel
That's
clouds?
not
like
actually
there's-
the image.
I feel like
I'm
this
very
is
confused.
Get out of here.
I do not know what that is.
This looks more like
For
an
the
angry
record.
face than sun and clouds.
I have no idea what that is.
So this is an example of one of the other screenshots you could take of Vortex Pinnacle that
guess.
doesn't feature the sun and clouds.
I guess.
I see.
I'll put the screenshot in caster chat.
Okay, all right. I want to review this because otherwise
That
I
is-
might issue a challenge here and
that
try and
is
get my point
something.
back.
Here, wait. Okay, I'm putting it in caster chat right now,
All right.
so you can see when you click on it. See in the middle, it's much more visible. See that?
Okay, yeah, it was kind
Yeah.
of
That's
grayed out.
barely
in the-
visible,
So
Yeah.
I don't want to throw production under the bus or anything like that. They've been doing a fantastic job every weekend, but
They took that screenshot from an angle that the glare and the reflection really.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
so. They turn on the anti-aliasing or whatever, you know.
I see. All right. Well,
Well, there you
there's,
go.
Yeah. If you have the right graphic settings on, there's a faintly visible sun and clouds in Vortex Pinnacle, is what we've learned here.
It's hard to spot. That's why it was a hard question. Well
I
done.
see.
All right.
Wouldn't have
well,
known
carry
even if
on.
it was super obvious, so.
That's going to put me in a bad mood for the rest of the cast here. We're going to be in for a rough
Oh,
45
there it is.
minutes.
Yeah. You know, the
There
funny
it
thing
is.
is, I do see what looks kind of like an angry face at the top. It's not
Yeah.
meant to
Yeah.
be, but if you look at his
That
little
does.
eyes and
Yeah,
yeah.
I
can
feel
kinda
like
see
I
that
should get
too.
half a
All
point
right.
for this one.
Yeah,
I think so as well.
I think we should. Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
award that. Half a point to Gura for that angry face answer.
Has anybody been keeping track of our total points over the season?
I think we were at first, but then there were so many casters that missed
Okay,
questions
that's
just
good.
by not being there, then we just weren't tracking anymore.
I was hoping the answer was no, but in the meantime,
Perplexed.
perplexed in the bottom right. Zasevi
Enjoy.
dies, gets rezzed right into that frontal from the boss. That's going to be another res needing to be used for them.
Totem
Now
went
they're down
off.
to just one battle res. Divine is in so much danger as well, but he's able to stabilize. They're all sitting on this dot though as well from these totems. This is starting to get really rough. They're hitting the lust to try and finish this one, and they've done it. Whew. This is going to be really sketchy though.
Still have the dot though. Yeah, so they're gonna have to wait for the next AoE strike to go off, which is gonna happen halfway through this totem. And the strike does a lot of damage, even on a 30-40 fight. So they're gonna have to use every defensive they've left here to survive this decaying strike. There it goes. It did go off. They did survive, and the totem died too. So they have recovered now. But that was very dangerous for a moment there. Looking at the timer, they do have a little bit over 3 minutes left, which should be fine for them to finish off this boss. But yeah, they might have committed a lot of offensive cooldowns to get rid of these totems now in this risky situation. So they might have some issues with some further totems now if they committed like everything for this risky spot here.
Yeah, they're going to have a Void Torrent for every other totem, so that one is usually not too bad. But if there's one where they don't have Void Torrent and they don't have like a Sun King's Blessing combustion available, those ones are just going to explode. And you can see this one here. I think it's in very big danger of going off. Yeah, there goes Swag's going to go down.
Cauterize.
Cauterize for Wolf Disco as well. They're going to land the res on Swag. And a merciful thing is that Swag's debuff is now gone because he died. So he's going to at least be doing full damage and not need extra healing. But they are falling behind here, and there's still so much boss health for them to chew through. I think they're maybe too far behind. I don't know if they can actually get this. Okay, there's an Anshul from Divine. That's that trinket, Beacon to the Beyond. That should help them get through this. But no, it's not. It's not enough, Nagura. They have 2 stacks of the debuff.
Oh, this is just gonna be a reset for Perplexed, unfortunate. Yeah, this totem going off so early. It's so difficult to recover from a totem going off. Ever since they changed the totem to be a longer cast time, you get the decaying strike basically before the totem goes off, which makes it quite a lot more difficult to recover from a totem going off compared to how it was before. Now, of course, you have more time to kill the totem, but if something does go wrong with the longer time, then it's just so hard to recover from this debuff. But yeah, heartbreaking for Perplex, as it was their 30 and it was at the very end, which means they lost more than 30 minutes of time. Obviously, Perplex, though, already has timed a lot of the other keys. They have the 30 underodds, the 30 freehold as well, so they don't have to worry that much. But yeah, some of the other teams are not that far behind. Last minute now also on their last boss on the top right side of your screen. They are, of course, on the 29 because they did not get that 2 chest on the 28. So they're going to have to run this dungeon again if they want the 30.
I wonder if either of these teams will try and implement the Echo spell queuing strat on the last boss as well. I wonder if that's possible for, like, to do that today. It's so tough to implement a strat midday. Definitely, I think if they come back tomorrow and they still need that 30 Brackenhide, they will. But it's a big dilemma if you're a team like Perplexed, because you don't have anywhere else you could go do, really, to go and save that Brackenhide till tomorrow. You probably... 145 points probably isn't safe for today either. You probably need to do that Brackenhide to avoid potential elimination. So, yeah, I do not envy all the teams that aren't Echo here as they see Echo deploying a strat of that power in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's a good thing for the other teams that this dungeon was announced today, because if it was tomorrow and Echo manages to do a 31 because of this strategy, then maybe that would have sealed the deal for them, right? So it's a good thing for the teams that are going to make it to tomorrow that they have the strategy today, but at the same time they can't practice it, right? Because obviously the tournament realms are down in between the tournament days, so they can't really practice it. They can look at what Echo is doing, and they're probably fine to copy it by just looking at what Echo did, I think. Like, it's not such an insane strategy that he would have to like actually test it. I think if you just understand it, it might be fine. What do you think?
You can also test this strat on live, right? Like, it's
yeah,
not a
true.
strat
That's a good point.
It doesn't care about the key level. It doesn't care about the affixes. Like, you just need to get the timing right of when they get pulled and when they die. So obviously, if your key level's different, you know, you might kind of not be used to how much damage you need to cleave them down at the perfect time. But you can at least practice the movement and practice when that perfect time is. As last minute, -1 count here. They're at 722 out of 773 or 23 that they need. So they need to go, and they actually put a skull marker down. Kira nearly dies to the first autos of all the mobs. Bear incident there, running into a pull without Iron Furs up. The scariest moment for that tank. But as soon as they kill this, they will be able to stop the clock and put a 29 on the board. Honestly, if I was last minute, I wouldn't even be feeling that safe with this 29, though. I would maybe still be thinking about that 30, because if Legendary 2-chests this 28 in the bottom right, and then they time the 30, you know, that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points for Legendary. And so even if you're last minute and you're looking, and right now you're feeling like, oh, we're 4 points ahead of Legendary, we're about to be 5 points ahead of them, now we're 5 points ahead of them, like, that's still a lot of points could disappear very quickly if Legendary secure the 2 chest and then the plus 30.
I think the 30 is the easiest, the 30 Brackenhide is the easiest key for them to do anyway, because the other options would be 29 VP, which seem to be very close for Echo, so I don't think that is easier than the 30 Brackenhide. And 30 Halls of Infusion also seemed incredibly close for Echo. I mean, they didn't end up timing it because it was that close. So I do think the easiest key for them to go to is that 30 Brackenhide. I wouldn't really expect any other key from them, especially also because it's just a higher key, which is good for the tiebreakers as well. But yeah, Echo on the bottom right, they decided to go to the 30 freehold, did not attempt the 31, even though they could have, because they have the 2 chests and the 29. But yeah, they decided, you know what, we've seen the other teams wipe in this dungeon for hours. Maybe we should just do the 30. And I think I like the decision because, I mean, technically speaking, they're so far in the lead that they, I guess, could have tried the 31 at least like once. Because they didn't do the 31, right? Or did they do it and I didn't see it?
It's nice to get the 30 taken care of because... So here's the rationale for doing the 30 first, even though in theory it's inefficient if you later do the 31. If you're attempting the 31, you don't have a safety net behind you, right? And you have this 30 that you could one-shot, but you could also two-shot, or maybe three-shot, or maybe four-shot, right? And so by doing the 30 first, you make a certain amount of time right? How long the 30 is
Do
going to
they
take.
need the
And
safety
then you
net?
have
Like,
the
that's
rest
what
of
I'm
your time.
wondering.
Yeah,
Do
but
they need that?
I think it's nice to have it though, because then
Yeah.
you just get all of your time on pushing without like you don't have anything hanging over your head. You don't have any. It's like when you procrastinate homework, like I used to do when I was back in school, and you just know you had to do it at some point maybe, and so that was always. It's something where it's just like if you can just get it done, then you know that the rest of the weekend is yours to use on the push dungeons, right? Whereas if you don't do the 30 and you attempt the 31, every time you deplete the 31, you have to do a new analysis of like, okay, should we go do the 30 now, right? Have we tried this too much? Have we wasted too much time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good point. They're also,
I agree
if
with
they're
you,
not
though, that if the
100%
31
confident, and
If the 31 is like high success chance, if they think there's a very good chance they're going to do it this weekend, I agree they should have given it a couple of shots. Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I think they probably are not sure either if they can do 31, and then doing the 30 will also just give them a better idea probably on what they should be doing next. Like, should they go back to the 30 halls? Because that one obviously seemed doable, just incredibly close. But if this 30 freehold seems pretty easy to them in comparison, then maybe they just do the 31 instead. So I guess it gives them more options and like more of a feeling on the dungeon, plus these affixes as well. So yeah, it's a safe play, and it does make sense. I would have just liked to see the 31.
I would have loved to see it as well. It would have been an extremely aggressive play. I respect doing it this way as well. I mean, I do think that the important variable is how long do you think it's going to take you on average to get the 31? Because if you think it takes like 1 hour of attempts, I would have just done the 31. If you think it might take you 5 hours or 10 hours, obviously you don't have that much time left in the weekend. So I think it makes a lot more sense then to just put the 30 on the board and get that safe point. Also, it's nice to know what your time tiebreaker is going to be so that you can potentially play around that. Although, on the other hand, it does let the other teams know what it's going to be as well, which lets them make better decisions as well. So there's arguments to be made. I think that your point about practice and warm-up in the dungeon is another good one, too. Like, if you're coming in completely unwarmed up in Freehold, Echo are going to be very good still, but even Echo do better on their second run of a dungeon in a row rather than their first.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I did look at like an Ace Last Hope in the top left versus Legendary in the top right. Of course, there's a 2 key level difference, but I just looked at the splits, and it looked like Legendary was slower on the first boss, even though it's 2 levels lower, but they're like 4 minutes almost quicker on Treemouth. Do you know do they have like a big difference in routing there? Did they play this, an Ace Last Hope just play so much trash between first boss and second, or...
Yeah, NA's Last Hope do grab a lot of trash. Actually, that middle area does definitely. They get like everything in there, and they do it. I'm not sure if it's more slowly, but I do think they're getting like all the trash that's available there. So I think that is the main difference. That'll be something we can maybe investigate the routes of later, see exactly what the differences are.
Yeah, Legendary unfortunately having a death there on the skip. On Stink Breath.
That's okay.
I would have liked to see somebody actually play that mob, like pull it into a tree mouth or something.
Okay, what % of your health do you think Stink Breath does with the Stink Breath ability on a plus 28 fortified?
I mean, more than 100%.
I would guess, yeah. I'm thinking like 160%, 170%, something like that. It's a case of like, we're going to need the biggest defensives.
Can you outrange it? What's the range on that? 30?
You can, I think. Yeah, you could. So you could have all your range stay outrange, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's good if your tank gets disoriented on gut shot with that.
Debatable.
I'm not sure. We'll have to check this. You might have just come up with the next great TGP innovation, so we'll see if any of the teams start adopting it.
Fish face at the start, and then Stink Breath later, and then they can skip so much trash if they do that.
That's true.
Right? I mean,
that's true. They get to skip all the trash from the rest of the dungeon because they've hearthed out and get to go back to the front again. So that's a huge skip.
Anyway, Ace Last Hope in the top left, about to finish off Gutshot. They have around 10 minutes left.
Echo now in the bottom right. Look at his health bar. He's just in tremendous
It's his Incarn is
danger.
running. There's no way he can die in Incarn, right?
Oh, I mean, there looked like there was one way, but yeah, he's found a way to not find it. It's a very, very, very sketchy looking pull there. Looks that was something, but he's fine as they're now getting this NA's Last Hope spot started for Echo in the bottom right, whereas NA's Last Hope themselves up in the top left, like you were saying, making their way to the end of the dungeon.
I did want to say that like this pull that Echo is doing in the bottom right now, this is actually something that we've seen NA's Last Hope wipe 230 a few times actually. Just because I'm not sure what exactly is going wrong here. I'm not sure if it's the pet foot disease that is killing the people here, or if it's the duelist like actually getting the charge off. Because for NA's Last Hope, Goop is actually not stacking up with the rest of the group, right? Well, we do see I think Clix is also in the ledge. So Echo playing this a little bit differently. I'm not really sure why Goop is on the bottom. Maybe because of the duelist charge, because he wants to play it safe and like bait some of them at the bottom, or it's because of range or Breath of Ian, stuff like that.
You do have to go down for your Breath of Ians, and I think Clix did go down for his Breath of Ians, but then he was able to come right back up, which, yeah, I mean, it depends on the situation, I guess, whether you feel safe to make that return journey to get back upstairs, or whether you have an extra life grip, or, you know, I think there's a talent that lets you return to where your Breath of Ian started its cast at the end, so maybe that's a difference between them. Something like that.
Yeah, after that initial gathering of the pool, it seemed very safe for Echo here. Now, there was a lot of damage with the diseases. I think it's also a little bit RNG on who gets them, right? Because they have the dwarf racials on their healer and their mage and the Shadow Priest. But of course, Evoker cannot play dwarf. So you don't have any of that dwarf racial on the Evoker. Also no immunity to get rid of it. So you do have the Cauterize and the Dispel, of course. I'm not sure if Maris is playing Dispel too. I would assume so. Because it's Paladin and Priest that could Dispel the debuff technically in this group. And they have the Cauterize. But yeah, there's just so many pet foots that at some point you're just running out of Dispels and running out of Dwarf racials. But yeah, Echo seemed to be having just smooth sailing through that pool. And now they're already in this Ring of Booty area. Their timer looking very good. Only having this one death on the board. Very, very clean run by Echo so far. Yeah, and NA's Last Hope in the top left. They are now in this last boss area. Looking at the timer, a little bit less than 8 minutes. Should be fine.
Yeah,
you have to do like 2 more trash pulls.
I like the chances here for NA's Last Hope of getting this key up on the board. This should be count, I think, for them, these big mobs that they're fighting right now. We'll see if they even try and take the War Scourge into the last boss here and get that cooldown reduction or not. Yeah. Okay, so Makes has looked into some of the routes for us and sent over some information, which is that Legendary in their 25 got 29% count with the first boss, whereas NA's Last Hope got 15.2%. And then NA's Last Hope get a ton more, I guess, in the Rotwood area compared to a lot of the other teams. Actually, we're seeing huge differences as well. Even with there's been evolution. You know, you've seen Echo grabbing those slimes on the gut shot, for instance. So teams definitely doing a lot of different things. And I think I like not fighting the start of Brackenhide Hollow. Those mobs are really nasty unfortified. So I think I like the strat out of teams like Echo and NA's Last Hope to find more of their count elsewhere.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of interrupts you need, a lot of control. And the mobs are running away, which is just not ideal for your damage either. Because all of a sudden they're afraid when they're low HP and they run away. And then all of a sudden they don't take damage anymore from your mage's AoE. And they can maybe ninja pull a pack here and there. And it can just be pretty bad. But yeah, NA's Last Hope indeed are getting all of the count here from that pull. Didn't realize this is actually giving so much, but they also have an insane amount of HP, it looks like.
They they had all of the like big mobs, and some of the big mobs that weren't, I don't think even start in that room. Yeah.
Yeah, so they have more than enough time.
Do they have the damage for the totems?
That doesn't mean anything, yeah.
Yeah. So Dorky now coming around the side, grabbing the boss. Starts it nice and in this corner, lets the rest of the group DPS freely for as long as possible, but they are not using the Echo strat of taking War Scourges onto boss so that they can get the spell queue manipulated. They're going to have to deal with 2 totems for every decaying strength, which is a lot of damage on a plus 30.
That is such a smart strategy. Like, I've heard you guys talk about this earlier.
Yeah.
And I was mind blown.
It's so cool what Echo have gotten in this dungeon.
Cool.
And I wonder if the dungeon can go to 31. If it can, it'll probably be tomorrow. And if teams do it, they'll all be using that if they're doing that tomorrow. Yeah, it's a massive safety and time gain. The time is smaller, but the biggest time gain it gives you is you don't have to run that many beacons. I think you can just play like one beacon because you don't need to have all the extra totem killing power, and so you get a lot more damage in the rest of the dungeon as a result.
Yeah, that's a very good point as well. And on the 30s that we've seen, the timer did seem pretty fine, right? So I do think the 31 from a timer perspective is for sure doable. If they can kill the totems in the 31, it's obviously easier with the War Scourge, but it's still not the simplest thing. So,
I mean, it still lasts just as long. You have more cooldowns for it, but you're still doing an ungodly amount of damage in a very short amount of time there, as you can see. NA's Last Hope starting to use their beacons. Makes sense to use beacon early because you then will get beacons at the end of the fight as well. And then you can use your Lust in the middle of the fight, which is what NA's Last Hope are doing here. They'll probably be desyncing this Lust from their big 2-minute cooldowns, which you see Power Infusion is going to be up sort of soon. Although maybe they can just use it to try and kill the boss faster as well. That is safety as well. Killing the boss sooner, that's less totems also.
Looking at the legendary in the top right, do you think they make the 2-chest timer there? I think that's somewhat important for them.
28 minutes is the 2-chest timer to beat? I don't think they do. No, I don't think they can kill this boss in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah,
from 90%.
They missed it.
I think it's a missed 2-chest for legendary, and that is very bad news for them. They're still not out of the hunt just yet, but they are now in big danger of being eliminated at the end of the day. There's only 50 minutes left in our day as well, so this is going to bring them to 144 points. But unless a bunch of other teams don't put any more on the board, it's going to be very, very difficult for Legendary. NA's Last Hope in the top left had one of their totems go off, but it looks like they've maybe recovered from here. They've still got their Lust available, too, if they need it. This is going to be extremely, extremely tense. It would be so good for NA's Last Hope, though, if they can put this on the board.
Yeah, there's the Lust coming out. Not lining it up with their Breath of Ian's PI. But they just need it for this totem. We don't have Combust either here. So this is basically just Bloodlust trying to carry them as the Decaying Strike does go off, and they did manage to finish off the totem. So this Bloodlust full carrying the damage here in this totem. Of course, Bloodlust is also going to stay up for the next totem as well. So they should be fine on that one too. But yeah, just so much details required here and coordination with all of their offensives. Now, Legendary on the top right side, they did send all of their cooldowns on pull for boss damage, so it looks like they're trying to get the 2-chest by just using all of their cooldowns onto the boss, which can be a little bit risky. But yeah, with only 1 minute left, boss only being on 50% HP, they're not going to make it, unfortunately. So I think they should just focus on the totems, making sure they're not wiping or anything, instead of trying to send stuff on the boss.
Yeah, an interesting thing with this comp, you think about the 2-minute cooldowns, and one of the most powerful is that Breath of Eons. But Breath of Eons never actually helps you kill a totem, because it lasts longer than a totem's cast time does, so it'll only ever help you stop the totem from getting its second cast, not its first cast. So it creates a little bit of an interesting dilemma. You kind of always end up needing to use it for boss damage rather than for totem damage, and that's one of the reasons that augmentation is kind of sketchy on this fight. Obviously, the spec is still fantastic all through the dungeon, but on this boss in particular, I think you were mentioning earlier that you'd definitely rather have a Devastation Evoker.
Yeah, because as well, of course the Evoker is buffing the other classes, but if the other classes have cooldowns available, then they don't necessarily need the Evoker buff because they're already doing so much damage. And if they don't have cooldowns up for a totem, then the Evoker buff also doesn't help them that much because they're not doing that much, so the buff is also less valuable, right? So yeah, Evoker, I think, or Augmentation Evoker specifically, for this boss, not the most ideal spec, but of course he won it for the rest of the dungeon. And NA's Last Hope did now finish off that boss. Really well done by them. A little bit less than a minute left on the timer here, which might be important if we don't see the 31s. It might be a good thing for the tiebreakers to actually clear the dungeons quicker as well.
Yeah, I mean, notably compared to Echo, they are 1 minute and 30 seconds slower in that Brackenhide. They're also a minute and 30 seconds slower in Underrot. Their freehold is a higher key level, so that doesn't count. And they are, so here's NA's last hope's best hope. They are 4 seconds faster in Halls of Infusion, so, you know.
There we go.
3 minutes in 2 dungeons, 4 seconds in another. Who's to say which of those will be more important at the end of the weekend? And
Legendary now also
gonna,
not getting that 2 chest. 1 minute over. Yeah, that is I mean, we only have a little bit less than 50 minutes left, right? So that's actually a pretty big deal for them now.
So
they can
the
only
way
do
that it
2
works,
more dungeons?
Yeah, teams can time 2 more dungeons. So in theory, Legendary could get up to 146, which means that Echo and NA's Last Hope are already both safe through to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Last Minute and Perplexed, on the other hand, are still theoretically in danger. But either of them, I think if they time these 30 Brackenhides, I believe that a 30 Brackenhide from both teams would eliminate Legendary. And Legendary would have no chance to come back because they only 1-chested and didn't 2-chest that 28. And so they won't be able to get the 30 and another key on their board in the rest of our day here. That being said, 30 Brackenhide is something that we've seen a lot of teams struggle with, especially on the last boss. If Perplexed, for example, if they wipe on that last boss, they zone out, they try again, they wipe on that last boss, they could be out of time, and Legendary could potentially overtake them with even just a +1 in their keystone. So, yeah, it's going to come down to the end of the day here. It's going to be a close finish.
Yeah, it will be for sure. As Echo on the top left is now in Harlan Street under 30. They're just blasting through this dungeon. This is actually impressive by them because this is their first run, I believe. I don't think they reset this key once.
Yeah, they haven't even run it today at all. They
yeah.
They left it on the 29 yesterday. They came back today after, struggling through some of those other dungeons, that 29 Vortex on the board, the attempt at the 30 Halls of Infusion. But they're going to show up in this freehold, and it's not that close to a 3 or to a 2 chest, but it's actually not that far away either. This is an unbelievably fast time, and it absolutely proves that the timer in the 31 is doable. The question is, are the survivability checks, are the damage checks in the 31 also doable? But the timer isn't going to be the problem.
Yeah, that's it, right? And knowing how fast Echo is here, they clearly know that they have the time for the 31, right? I think they must be aware that the timer is fine. So the fact that they didn't attempt the 31 must mean that they think it's incredibly difficult, right? Like just from execution and survivability perspective. So yeah, I would love to see a 31, but it's probably incredibly difficult. But still, incredibly impressive for Echo to just go one-shot this 30 freehold, seems like, if nothing goes wrong from here. But they still have Bloodlust available. I wonder why they didn't send the Bloodlust with their previous cooldowns. Is it even ready? Because they had Breath of Eons and PI, and they just ended up not sending it. Are they lining it up with the 30%? That's what they want to do.
So that's not actually a damage gain to do, except for there's a little bit of a damage gain on Harlan, which is while he's casting the loaded dice at 30%, it's pretty inefficient to be doing damage to him during that time. So if possible, it's nice to not have your cooldowns rolling during that. But it's also really nice for padding on the damage meters. Every single person in the group wants to look good on the damage meter, so nobody's going to send their cooldowns until it's sub 30%. And okay, here comes that list. They're going to get started on the boss here. And yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people do think that it's efficient to save your cooldowns for 30 to 0, but it's actually equally good to do it above that, except for during that cast. During the cast bar of the boss, it's any damage is half as good as after the cast.
Interesting, yeah. They're sending it here without PI and Breath, even though they could have sent the lust earlier with those cooldowns above 30.
Interesting.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
It's good for that overall damage. We need that.
Yeah.
It's good for it's bad for everybody's overall, but each individual person is making a good decision by holding their cooldowns for overall there. 2621.5 is the
Look at Mirrors.
dungeon timer.
414k overall DPS beating Gingy and the damage meters.
Yeah, that's that is not normally. Usually you don't see the Shadow Priest pumping as harder than the Mage, but one of the nice things you can do if you're a Shadow Priest, if you're ever feeling self-conscious about the Mage, and I don't know if Miraz did this, but you can just not talent the power infusion targeting somebody else thing, and just only PI yourself. It's a really good way to make sure that those mages stay below you on those damage meters, so Again,
You can
I'm not sure
talent
if
it and
Mira did
still
that in
just
that
buff it to
dungeon.
yourself.
Yeah, you just cast on yourself. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you take the talent anyways, just to assert dominance. Yeah, or PI the healer with the tank. Another good option.
Yeah, Legendary in the bottom right did have to reset their 29 Bracken height, but it doesn't really matter right now because they can only do 2 dungeons anyway. So this reset is not going to cost them anything really. And Ace Last Hope attempting the 29 VP on the bottom left. They are attempting this huge pull at the start on a 29. This is something that Echo did not do. Echo divided their trash pull here at the start into 2. And Ace Last Hope is attempting that same huge pull where they pull all of the vortexes, all of the soldiers around the corner. I like it as well because it's the first pull,
time,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you do it right, you made up a minute that then you can be a little bit sloppier in the rest of the dungeon. Because if you do it the way that Echo did it, Echo only timed that dungeon by 8 seconds, right? Like that, you're going to have to play within 8 seconds as well as Echo did on the bosses. I definitely prefer making a big, scary first pull instead of trying to be as efficient as Echo all the way through a dungeon.
I agree. I like it a lot. If they can execute it, we'll see.
If it's doable. If they spend the next 30 minutes wiping to that pull, I'm going to like it less. But even still, I maybe like it. It's a good pull. All right, Echo, speaking of them, they're not going to do that 31 freehold today, it looks like. They're going to start heading into this Halls of Infusion. There are now 40 minutes left in our day, 42 minutes left in our day. So every single run that you see on the screen right now, there's enough time to finish those runs and then start another. But not much more. If teams start wiping, that's going to pretty soon mean that they'll be entering their last dungeon of the day.
Yeah, so you really have to think about what they're doing. I mean, Echo, maybe not so much. Of course, they care about tomorrow, so they want to maximize the amount of time they spend into dungeons and how much score they're getting for tomorrow. But obviously, Echo not in danger of being eliminated, as they are safe with the points they have right now. But still, oh my god, look at how much damage they're taking on Echo bottom left side. It's just so much damage from the fixate from these apparatuses. Just incredible that they managed to stay alive here. Of course, using a lot of defensive cooldowns to get through that huge pull at the start. But yeah, looking clean for Echo. On the other hand, we do see Perplexed on the top right, as they're about to finish this 30, or nearing the end of their 30 Bracken height. So we're going to see another last boss here and see if they can execute it. It was Perplexed that wiped earlier, right?
It was indeed
in
a plus 30 Brackenhide on the last boss, and they are not the only team to have done it over the course of our great push. This dungeon is the most the end of the dungeon is the scariest in Brackenhide, right? Like that boss is the hardest part of the dungeon, which is really nasty. I think Vortex is kind of like that too, where the last trash pack and the last boss is also really scary. Last minute in the top left, though, having a battle res, needing to be committed to bring their healer back to life. Looks like they're maybe going to be able to recover. Beautiful lay on hands is going to save their tank's life as well. Perplexed also in some tank danger here, but it looks like also stabilizing, and it's all going to come down to that boss fight. Here is NA's Last Hope in the bottom left. Look at this.
They did it.
They've done it. Yeah, we 2 minutes into this dungeon, 12% count, only Mistrals remaining. NA's Last Hope are zooming. This is really good for them. Now they can afford to make a little bit slower damage than Echo and still get this dungeon timed if they can stay on pace with the pull sizing, which NA's Last Hope, their pull sizing for them has never been an issue. Dorky has never had a problem with pulling too few mobs at once, right? He's always able to grab as many as needed, so the difficulty sometimes comes in surviving it and being consistent with them.
Yeah, now no problem. We have 3 princes here, plus 3 Mistrals and a Vortex. Of course, that's just what you do in that 29 key, as they are completely out of defensive cooldowns, basically, because of the big pull they did earlier. But yeah, no problem for them, it looks like. Legendary on the bottom right did have to reset their 29, as I said earlier, but they still have some time. They could even reset right now, go again, and then still do this 29 Brackenhide plus 1 more. But not for much longer, right? Because we only have 40 minutes left in the day, and this is a 35-minute timer. So yeah, they soon have to lock in this run and actually get it done, so they can still do another key afterwards. Otherwise, they're certainly going to be very much in danger to get eliminated. I mean, even if they time this plus another key, they are still in danger to get eliminated, but they for sure need to get at least 2 more points.
Yeah, if you're a Legendary fan, you are rooting for Decatriarch Rathai up in the top right to wipe Perplexed again. If Perplexed can put this run on the board, they will make themselves safe through to the end of the day. And then if Last Minute can time their run in the top left, they'll make themselves safe as well, which will just eliminate Legendary regardless of what happens in their own keys. But if either team depletes, then Legendary are still in it. Legendary do need to time their keys as well as the problem. So the odds are definitely slim for Legendary. They're the team that has their back against the wall. However, Decatriarch Rathai has wiped a lot of teams before. It's wiped Perplexed in their previous run. They're going to get that boss started up in the top right. 2 battle reses available. Lust will be ready in 2 minutes as they deploy their 2 minutes into the boss here. 88%. The timer is fantastic. It is just a question of can they survive the fight.
Yeah, timer definitely fine. They do have Lust coming up in a little bit, so they don't have that safety net for now, because they already used their cooldowns, right? They used their combust and their PI on pull, so that means for a minute they don't actually have any cooldowns available. They don't have Lust and they don't have those individual cooldowns. So they're probably gonna be using some of those beacons to finish off the totems until any other cooldown is back up. So they can use those. Yeah, we did see one of the beacons being used for this totem. So no problem. Maybe one more beacon for the next. And then Bloodlust should be available. So technically speaking, they have the damage and they have the cooldowns available to stagger out these totems. But yeah, something can always go wrong. As an Ace Last Hope on the bottom left now finished off that first trash and is now fighting the first boss. I think the timer, the first boss split for Echo was around 8 minutes.
It was.
If I remember correctly.
It was. Yeah, it was 8:17 or something on one of their later runs. So. Yeah, that is. I mean, NA's Last Hope are looking good for that, right? 60% on the boss. 6 minutes about to pass here. That's pretty impressive. Their split in the 28 was a 7:35, so as long as they can get this done, yeah, I would say if it's slower than 8:30, we are in the tremendous danger zone. And realistically, because they did such a big pull at the start, even if it's like slower than 8 minutes, I think you're starting to be a little bit worried if you're an NA's Last Hope fan. But you know, as long as they get it done by that 8:30 mark, I think you're probably feeling pretty okay if you're them.
Yeah, I think so as well. Echo bottom left had to reset their key, and Zelia is going down again. I think they are going to reset. Zelia did release immediately after dying, and that's going to be a town portal for them. Interesting. They go in, one-shot that freehold, as if it was the easiest key. And earlier we saw them not struggle that much here in this 30 Halls of Infusion, at the start at least. It looks pretty clean by them, and now they're struggling here a little bit. Which, to be fair, like, should cut them some slack. They've done some great keys. I think they're allowed to reset a key here and there within 2 minutes of the timer. So, not too big of a problem for Echo. They still have time. Now, the thing, though, is, looking at the timer of today, there's only 35 minutes left, right? So, if they don't start this key immediately, then... Okay, so this is their last run, right? They can do?
Well, if they time the key with like a minute to spare, they can go start another one. But yeah, it is...
Yeah.
If they wipe even one more time, they definitely can't start another one. As it stands, if they complete this one, though, it's going to be very, very close to whether they can go and start another one. Yeah, that's true.
So if they wipe one more time here, yeah. If they wipe within the next, like, 3 minutes... They can go out, attempt the 31 freehold, time that, and then attempt the 30 Halls of Infusion again.
I love it. Yeah, that's definitely...
I really want them to wipe.
That is definitely the play, if that's something that they are ready to do and they've been thinking about. The question is whether they've been, you know, whether it's efficient to even be using brain power on those sorts of considerations when you're doing pulls like this, right? That would be the sort of thing that if Mirez was still the 6th player for the team and sitting on, you know, in that kind of coach role, he would be thinking about those sorts of things right now. But as it stands, I'm not sure if they have, I mean, I guess they have other guildies, Echo guildies I know that help them out in the middle of their runs with those sorts of strategic considerations. So maybe that'll be something that gets said if if they were to wipe here in the next minute or two. But I think more likely they'll probably just restart the Halls of Infusion and accept that it's going to be their last dungeon. Because even though it'll be their last dungeon, they'll have like infinite retries on it, or not infinite, but 30 minutes of retries on it, which is a valuable currency as well.
Yeah, that's also a very good point. NA's Last Hope on the bottom right did now finish off the first boss. A little bit slower than Echo, interestingly enough, considering the fact that they did this huge pull that Echo didn't do, but they were still slow the first boss. Makes me wanna believe that the fact that they had to commit so much to the first pull slowed them down on their second trash pull maybe, and they ended up just having like worse cooldown timing, stuff like that. Interesting. I wonder if Echo knew that.
Perplexed get their dungeon finished up in the top right. That is Perplexed through to tomorrow, unless my math is wrong. At 147 points, that I believe locks them into tomorrow. So the race for whether you're eliminated at the end of the day now comes down to last minute versus legendary. Last minute are going to be safe if they can time this 30. If last minute can't time this 30, then legendary will have a chance to catch up to 146 points. But that would require legendary to time this 29 and then go time another key. And all of the rest of the day, last minute can't earn another point for legendary to qualify. So legendary's chances are slim, but not zero.
Yeah, last minute, of course, all eyes on them on the top left, as they are the ones that are deciding if legendary is eliminated or not. And as we talked about, Echo on the bottom right, not attempting that 31 free roll, because they did have to reset again. And technically, as we said, they would have time to time a 31 freehold, and then afterwards also do the 30 halls. But they'd rather just have the multiple attempts in that 30 halls, make sure they get it done, because they already attempted this dungeon earlier in the day and ended up depleting the key twice at the very end on Primal Tsunami. Once they ended up just running out of time, not being able to finish off the boss before the 4th intermission, I believe. And once they ended up just wiping on trash plus boss. So I think they just want to get this dungeon over with, so tomorrow they don't have to go back in here, which is pretty valid as well.
Well, speaking of things that are pretty much over with for the day, it's time to say goodbye to Nagura and Dratnos. And welcome back, Tettles and Makes. Well done. Take a break. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. We're back, yeah?
What's up?
I think, oh, yeah. I was thinking maybe you're muted, Tells, but
no?
I can hear you. It's all good.
This thing's on? Surely this thing is working?
It is on.
Yeah, we can hear
It's
you.
working. So I'm glad that Dratnos actually left us with a little bit of math there. It is going to be between last minute and legendary to fight against the elimination here, but we also have some interesting keys going on. They were just talking a little bit about that 29 VP from NA's Last Hope, and Echo is also back in that Halls of Infusion 30.
I think last minute eliminates legendary if they time this 30, right?
Yes.
I think that was the math.
That is the math that I believe in, because it's Mathnos.
Dr. Atnos. PhD. All right. Yeah, so basically probably the most important run right now is the top left run by last minute, because that solidifies what the end of the day is. Last minute making pretty good time here. They only have a couple more trash mobs to be able to kill off, and then they have probably the hardest part of the dungeon ahead of them. Yargi going down, but not going to be too bad. They slam a beat.
NA's Last Hope is doing the pull with the dragon into everything on that 29. That's insanity. And they're just finishing it off. Dragon's dead. What the?
Okay, not too bad. No worries. We timed this. You got to do something.
That's actually insane.
You got to do something bold to be able to time this dungeon on 29 makes. You can't just be a passenger and copy what all the other teams are doing. You gotta carve your own path.
Ah, that's incredible. So we were looking at this poll in the 27 already, thinking like, oh, maybe they're going to do this in the 28. They did it in the 28, and they're bringing it back in the 29. The only team to actually pull this off here with that dragon into basically all of the assassins. It's a giant pull that they're doing here, which I think is incredible.
I think they're the only people who even do that dragon.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So what Echo does, they skip this dragon, and then they play some of the second stars. They can leave 4 of the stars up because they sacrifice one of the adepts, and then they play everything else basically.
While you were talking about NA's Last Hope, last minute wiped at nearly 30 minutes into that key. That's actually a really big deal. I'm surprised because I didn't see what they wiped to, but they were really good on time.
Yeah, their timer looked incredibly good. They were even faster than some of the other teams in some of the splits. We're going to figure out what exactly was going on there. It looked a little bit weird, but potentially a disconnect. We'll figure it out.
Oh, well, I don't know. They were still very far into the timer. I don't know if it's DC or not. Perplex on the bottom right have also gone into that Vortex Pinnacle. Unfortunately, wiping to the first pull of that dungeon. First pull of this dungeon is quite challenging, but you're definitely able to chain it.
Yeah, we'll see how Perplex deals with this VP. Legendary, also making way through that 29 here. How are you feeling? We weren't on together for the halls yet, right? I was casting both of the hall swipes that Echo had in the plus 30. How are you feeling about that halls?
I think that it's doable, but it's quite close just generally. There's a situation where I think Echo needs to be able to have a bit more boss damage on Primal Tsunami. So the best push we've actually seen on Primal Tsunami with Lust is about 47% in the 29. In the 30, they had the boss at 44% where they hit their Lust. I think if they get the boss to like 42 or something, they're probably fine. They just need to make sure that the boss is a little bit lower whenever they jam that Lust.
But you kind of need to shave off something in every phase, right? You cannot just go like, oh yeah, in that second push phase, we just bring it down to 42. I think that's too much. I'm pretty sure they were already pressing their buttons correctly and all. So I think kind of what Cyber was saying earlier, that it makes more sense to try, for example, to get a little bit more out of each single phase. So maybe if instead of like being at the 44 there, they're at the 43, and then they get 1% more in the very last one as well.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of what I was talking about too. I mean, there's damage variance, right? Where I don't think that they're not going to make up enough time in the rest of the key to be able to get that phase. I don't think. But I think that they can make up enough damage to be able to beat that phase, which will allow them to be able to time the dungeon on a 30. Because the extra phase
see how it goes.
Because the extra phase that they're going to get is probably around like a minute something. If I had to wager a guess, just how long it takes for them to run down the platform and then kill the infusers off, it's a bit over a minute. Which I don't think that they can make up in the rest of the dungeon just by going generally faster. I think that they're going to need to like beat that boss phase.
They definitely do. I don't think they can be so fast, because I think their other boss splits were already quite fast. And it's going to be basically impossible to be like a whole minute faster in the entire dungeon. I think it's much more realistic to actually be able to get the damage. But we are looking at NA's Last Hope splits here. I was pulling up the ones from Echo, and I do have to add a little bit of a disclaimer here. Echo did have 3 deaths in their 29 VP, and apparently the leaderboard on Radar doesn't account for them. So the timers that are there are a little bit different to ours, but I assure you, ours are correct. And Echo had 723 on the first boss, where NA's Last Hope does 831. Of course, they pull a little bit differently. And then the second boss for Echo was 1940. So they're going to be much faster here.
Yeah, which the end of the dungeon should be very similar in terms of like how much trash is going to be killed by both groups.
1710. I'm not sure. I looked at the wrong one. I'm so sorry. I looked at the Brackenite timers. So 818 was the first one. 1710 was the second. Wrong dungeon. Okay. My bad.
I was like, wow, 19 minutes.
Yeah, me too. I was like, wait, that's not right.
Okay. I'm a bit concerned. I don't know if this is timeable now. Now that you've said that, generally the rule of thumb is like whenever you're pushing this key on live, you want it to be like 16:30, like 17 minutes is about the time that you're actually trying to be under. 16:30 is about the time that's like you're pretty happy with. 18:12 is. I don't know. I think that this might have to be another attempt by NA's Last Hope, but I think if there's a way that they're going to cook up a really good run, I think it's this team. They're going to have to go huge though.
I mean, they play the first dragon, right? So they can skip something, which like that kind of is the reason why they're a little bit slower here. That's the dragon that Echo skipped, right?
They've also been
they have a little bit more time here because of how their routing is different. I'm not sure if it's a whole minute, but
they've been double pulling the executor packs at the But I don't know what that looks like on a 29. I know they did it on 28. Like, do they continue to do that on 29? Because that could actually be a big difference.
And we'll see how it goes. We know that Echo kind of uses Dominant Mind, then sacrifices one off. I don't think NA's Last Hope can do that because then they would need to kill some of the stars at least, like 5, I believe, for the Adept. And we'll see how they can actually make it through that pull. We know that they did it before in the 28 on a bolstering dungeon nonetheless. So I'm kind of positive that they'll be able to pull it off, but it's definitely not going to be easy.
I could be down and Watcher Iridius on a 30 in the top right. So in the previous attempt at a 30, I want to say they were like 10:30 killing that boss. And so if they're a bit under that 10:30 mark, I think that they're going to be pretty okay. I think in general 10:30 is more than acceptable. I think anything over 11 minutes and you're kind of cooked in regards to the timer.
Yeah, they are much faster in this attempt, but it's not going to be about being unless they can actually be so much faster that they can allow themselves another intermission.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to matter for them if they're like much faster here in that first boss play. Like if they're 30 seconds faster, that's not gonna kind of carve out what they need, which is the damage on the last boss, right? Obviously, it's nicer on like the timer. Look at NA's Last Hope. They're actually playing stars.
Makes sense. I mean, they actually do something super smart with Ring of Frost, and actually Ring of Frost some of the ones that are off to the side that they. Ooh, they're actually killing.
But that
them
means
all.
they're changing routing, right? That's kind of what I was alluring to. Or do you think they're skipping the second pack?
Well, because you can only skip like one thing in this dungeon.
Exactly.
I don't know. Skipping the second pack is actually quite challenging. I've tried to skip the second pack before with like slow fall over the mobs and whatnot, and they'll like body aggro even if you try to like fly over them. Maybe they found a way.
What they did before is play both of these, but it seems like we're skipping maybe potentially some of this. Let's see.
Sleepwalk to walk by. Yeah, so we're not double pulling this, which makes sense. On the 29, I don't know how doable it is to double pull this.
I mean, Echo did it with sacrificing one of the adepts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that makes it a little bit easier, but I think it might be doable, but why go for the risk when you don't have to?
Oh my god, a destabilized cast almost went off from that incorporeal. That was a last second everything cast onto it.
Everyone went onto it, yeah. Even the pulley. Gotta make sure. Alright, let's see. Lightning Lash is going out. It's the Executors that do a lot of damage here. Drogo is healing the team back up. Gotta make sure you keep those rallies interrupted as they are moving through that pack.
So here's the deal. You want 6.5 minutes for the last boss. So I don't know about this one. The fact that you need to budget 6.5 minutes for the final boss on the 29 Tyrian is a bit tough here.
And they only have one death too, right?
Yeah.
That's like nothing big that went wrong. So it's just 5 seconds against you. Wow. I'm down to see how they deal with it. Let's see. They are finishing off this pack. Of course, they're going to get some Spitefuls. They still have to play Stars, which they're going to do next. Stars right in front of boss. You said 6.5. That would be in 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't think we can kill the stars that fast, but I don't think we'll be much slower either. Ooh, Cauterize proccing here on Smack.
Ooh,
Junkrat actually going
dies.
down. These stars are so evil, man.
The problem too is like you really don't want to be popping anything on these stars, whether it be offensive or defensive cooldowns, because you want to have it saved for the boss. It's interesting that they're able. It's interesting that they skip that trash pack, by the way, with the adepts in it. That's not a trash pack that's commonly skipped, because more often than not, people skip the dragons. So they have 6 minutes. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe they're able to conjure a lot of damage, but I am going to remain a little bit skeptical. Let's see if chat believes. Chat, if you believe that this is in time, write 1. If you don't believe, write 0. We'll see. We have some doubters in our internal chat. I'm not going to leak who it is, but I definitely think it's going to be very close. They're using everything here on pole, trying to get as much damage out as possible.
I'm going to be a firm 0-er. Echo pulled this boss at 23:07.
Yes.
And we're 7 seconds under. So
they took like 6:40.
Even the 6.5 minutes apparently was generous. Apparently it's 6 minutes and 40 something seconds.
Ay. All right, we'll see.
Boss. I think you gain infinite knowledge. Though,
5 more minutes to go. Infinite knowledge. Are you referring to Zyro?
No.
By depleting a key, you gain knowledge?
Well, I was telling Zyro about this earlier. This is what I was saying to him. I said, it doesn't matter if you deplete the key as long as you've gained knowledge in the process.
But did they, like, what do you think? Okay, theoretically, it's not over yet, but if they do not make timer here, what do you think is their approach to coming back? A change of route?
I think they have to be a bit more aggressive in the first area, right? That was a big time loss. I think that they have to, like, more aggressively try to chain Cloud Princes and whatnot.
We are getting at it here with the words NA's Last Hope is the only team that has consistently had more damage than Echo.
Is that a
I'm
made-up
saying
stat?
there's a chance. I don't know.
We have a minute's worth of more damage.
They also had Gingy die on the boss, which he died after combustion. Like after PI was through, if I saw correctly, but it were a couple of seconds that they had a DPS down. So maybe they can be a little bit faster here. We're gonna keep an eye on them. One more Skyfall Nova out of the way. We're not gonna get any more Bloodlust. We do have 2 battle rests, and we do have 3 and 35 seconds on the clock here to make it through more than half of this boss's HP. And Drogo actually going down here.
That was an unfortunate death. It looks like he's gonna be able to recover. He gets the group topped back up. So this is actually we're actually kind of chilling, able to get our health bars fixed. There's 3 minutes left and 50% of the boss's HP. We've already burned through Lust in the first 3 minutes of the boss. I'm not saying it's over, but I think it's over.
We have firm believers in our green room saying that the timer will be under 30 for sure. Well, I'm not convinced just yet that it's over. We're gonna get one more set of cooldowns for sure here during this window. This is oh yeah, awesome. Thank you, production.
Do you want to read out
here?
Do you want to read out the predictions that our green room makes?
Do you think we should put them on blast?
Please.
All right. So Nagura is saying, "I'm calling a wipe. You're coping so hard."
Okay. The smack dies. Okay. And then what are the next ones? please continue.
All right. Dratnos is saying 29.37. Take that to the bank and cash it. And we have Doa saying 29.59.99. And Zyro saying 29.59. Count it.
And then I said,
all right.
30.05, and then they town portal out of here.
I mean, if they don't make this, okay, it's still not over.
They're not killing it at 30.05.
It's still not over. They have 1.5 more minutes.
For Nagura to be right about them wiping, yes.
You're so toxic. I think it's possible for them, regardless. Like, even if this is not the attempt, they can come back and they can do it, right?
I think this dungeon is
they have
doable.
time.
I'm a big believer here. I don't believe that it is not being done this pull. They needed another minute whenever they pulled this boss.
They're
gonna be 15% off on this boss. They're gonna be 15% and 2 sparks away from killing this guy.
I don't think that. I think they're going to be very close, like single-digit HP if they're overtime. They have 50 more seconds here.
We'll see.
We'll get combustion up here. Come on, surely they'll get it low enough.
I mean, so again, Echo pulled this boss with 7 minutes remaining, and utilized 6 minutes and 45 seconds of that, and his last hope pulled it with 6 minutes remaining.
Ooh, don't die! Goop and Smack both really, really low here, but Durgo has them covered, bringing them back to life. Hopefully, we have a Cauterize on Smack should we need it, but we don't need an Ice Block. They're big! Surviving! No! Oh no! Alright, they knew it was over. That was intentional. They knew it was over. We would have gotten to the single digits. I'm just saying.
Okay, so Nagura
was right.
Is that what we've learned?
Caster cursing while not even casting. Unbelievable. Legendary here.
This
in that
big.
29, setting themselves up to actually maybe not get eliminated, right? Remember, what they need is last minute to not succeed with the 30. And they need to get through this one and then get one more done to actually make it. And that 29 is going in their favor here, looking quite good.
Is their day still in their hands now with last minute depleting their key, or are them like moving on to tomorrow contingent on last minute not timing this key?
So if you're looking at the scoreboard in the bottom left,
yeah.
If last minute does not time one more key, right, then they don't get any more score, and they're going to be on 146.
Oh, it's the Halls of Infusion difference. I see what the tiebreaker is here. Okay, so what has to happen is Legendary needs to time this key on a 30, and last minute needs to no longer get any more points, because then Legendary will have highest key tiebreaker over last minute, and they'll both be at 146 points. Alternatively,
yes, that's
Legendary...
correct, but they're phasing into Halls of Infusion, if I see that correctly.
Oh gosh, what's their time tiebreaker look like? So 29, they're a minute 15 under in the Brackenhide. Oh gosh. I couldn't tell what the time tiebreaker was.
We're gonna figure out the time tiebreaker, I'm sure, but they kind of have a double conditional here, right? They would need to time the 30 Brackenhide to have the tiebreaker secured, and they would need last minute to not time to be equal on score. So it's a double conditional that Legendary needs to not get eliminated here.
I don't have the exact math on their time tiebreaker, but it looks like a wash relative to all of the dungeons they have, because they're a little bit faster in a couple dungeons, a little bit slower in a couple dungeons. So it's relative to, I think, the Halls of Infusion timer, like whatever they actually have to put up. Yeah, okay, so the quick math is Legendary's 3 seconds slower, but it's pretty close. So basically it comes down to Halls of Infusion if they're actually going to time that key. Huh. Okay. But that's assuming also that last minute doesn't time this Brackenhide. If last minute times Brackenhide, Legendary's fate is completely sealed. Like, nothing else matters.
That's correct. We are also approaching end of day. To kind of give you a little bit of context of the overall here, we have 10 more minutes before final runs of the day have to be started for teams to actually lock them in. And then anything that happens after that happens. You can run until the timer's over, but that's it. So those teams that are currently still needing those dungeons, mostly, of course, Last Minute and Legendary that are kind of up for elimination here, they can still restart for another 10 minutes should they want to do so. But I'm really unhappy with Legendary going into that Halls.
I'm pretty sure they're supposed to do the Brackenhide Hollow, right? They're supposed to do the Brackenhide Hollow on a 30 because that's like a lot of tiebreaker conditionals that they gain if they're able to do that dungeon on a 30. But at the end of the day, Last Minute can still just like... Last Minute can auto-win off of a lot of different stuff, And for Legendary to win with the Halls of Infusion, they have to hope that last minute doesn't time a key, which was already hoped for regardless. And then they have to be like faster than what last minute was in the Halls of Infusion 29.
All right, we're getting word that Legendary can win if last minute doesn't time with 33:19-ish or faster in the 29 Halls of Infusion. So then it would come to the time tiebreaker. We're going to see how that plays out here. It's not over by them going into halls, right? And the 29 being a little bit safer.
Now died on Kajin. They got a battle res. Oh, they have 3 deaths now. They have no more B reses. This is getting sketch for Echo. We're starting to reach sketchy timer territory for them.
What was the previous time in the 30? Do you have it?
All right, you keep talking and I'll find it.
All right. I will do that. Okay, so last minute here on their way to get that 30 done. Keep in mind, if they do that, then it's going to be real bad for Legendary, but it would also save them from the elimination. So that's their big target. That's what they need to do to kind of get that Damocles sword away from over their head. Both Perplexed and NA's Last Hope are working on the 29 VP, and Echo is working on a 30 Halls of Infusion that we saw them earlier in, but they wiped the Primal Tsunami twice. You are here with the timers.
A 2449.
Conjured it.
Yeah, conjured it from the depths of the VOD. 2449.
2449 on Kajin.
Kajin, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And we're not seeing them right now, but we're seeing NA's Last Hope.
I think
here.
This makes sense. I think that they realized that they need to go bigger at the very beginning to try to give themselves a little bit more leeway with their timer, and so it makes sense to try to front load that aggressiveness. So Echo bottom left 24:47, basically the exact same time as they were in their previous 30 attempt. They don't have any battle reses, so if there are any mistakes at this point moving forward, I think that the key is dead. In addition to that, something that we didn't necessarily talk about, but the phasing of the boss was super important because the timer also ended the moment that the boss phased. And this is over.
Oh.
Wrap it up. We're out of here.
They can easily go again. They have 6 more minutes to start a new key.
Yep.
Echo is kind of in a comfortable position, right? In the overall scheme of things, they're 1 point ahead of NA's Last Hope and Perplexed. Both of these teams are trying to catch up right now. But they're kind of in a comfortable spot. So even if that 30 Halls of Infusion doesn't come to them easily, we're kind of believing it eventually will come because it looks doable in the attempts that we've seen so far. Now, last minute here is making way through that 30. They also had a wipe earlier, which looked really unfortunate and had them redo that key. So they need to be very careful as they're moving through this dungeon.
For last minute, tomorrow is solidified if they are able to time this dungeon this attempt or within the next 6 minutes. They just need to make sure that they get this Brackenhide dealt with. If not, their fate is... Okay, they're still likely to make it to tomorrow, but then it's like based on what Legendary does. For NA's Last Hope here...
Poll.
This is good.
I think it's so fun to watch.
This is the Tyrannical Special, the Tyrannical Bear poll. Gust soldiers in this poll are quite scary, and so are all of the vortexes. That's why you make sure that you see. It's fine. It's made to be used.
Yeah, gotta get that cheat death on cooldown. That's what we're running it for, right? Bloodlust still on, but he's still taking damage. These shots keep coming.
No worries.
Is getting smacked around.
We have lay on hands to be used as well. That's why we're here. It's all good. No worries.
Look at Dorky's HP bar. It's just going up and down, like, rapidly. Once again, being a little bit more stable now here. Seems like they got through the worst of it.
They're through the hard part of this pull, though, yeah. Now they just have those Mistrals left, and they're going to be taking them into, like, the Cloud Princes. And I think that you can actually do a pretty aggressive Cloud Prince chain. And what you're looking at in the bottom left for NA's Last Hope is that aggressive Cloud Prince chain that I was talking about. They are doing 3 of these mobs together. This is suicide on Fortified, but since it's Tyrannical, it's barely within the margin of doable, and this is how NA's Last Hope is able to make up some time and maybe be able to make up like the time that they need for the first boss split.
So I'm going to ask you for more math, and I'm very sorry, Tettles, but I cannot rely on myself to actually do it. We're
Okay.
having confirmation that Legendary needs a 3318 on that Halls of Infusion 29.
Yeah.
Now, that is possible. We've seen even something like a 3210 out of NA's Last Hope. But could you find us some timers that we can kind of relate it to for the bosses?
Of a 3318?
Something that's under 3318, yeah.
On
Maybe the
this
Perplexed
weekend?
run. Yeah. Or Last Minute also had 3322. I think those are close enough.
God. Yeah, if you can solo cast for like 2 minutes, I'm sure I can find something.
I think it's worth it to find these timers. Hearthjack's actually going down for Last Minute as they are moving through the tree area here. They are also moving towards Treemouth, and we were talking a little bit about the routing and Brackenhide earlier, that every team kind of is doing it a little bit differently, adding like one pool or one pack into a pool that another team isn't doing. So we're gonna see how they come out once they actually reach Treemouth as they're setting up. To the left of Soda here, by the way, is one of the safe spots that some of the teams are utilizing to not get the Lashers go off on the ranges. Perplexed is actually also mind controlling one of the adepts here. Now is gonna, redo that as they're still finishing this pool. It just ran out, it seemed.
So, Perplex got a phase on Primal Tsunami at 32:23 yesterday, when the boss was at 2% HP. Do you want the timers for that work?
Say, what timers are they?
So the boss was at 2% HP and they got a phase on Primal Tsunami, but the dungeon would have been completed at 32 minutes and 23 seconds. So they'd be about a minute under where they need to be.
Yeah, that's good.
About a 9:25 Iridius, about a 16:39 Gulping Goliath, and that's like and you have like about a minute for leeway or something like that ish.
All right, that's good, no?
I think their Watcher Iridius split is looking already on pace with what they need to not be eliminated.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Of course, they also rely on Last Minute to not actually finish their dungeon. So as we are approaching that timer of keys and runs are final, that is going to be a big talking point for specifically Last Minute and Legendary here. Perplexed is on a good track for their 29, if I'm seeing their splits correctly. So once again, bringing back Echoes.
They're actually okay. Their Altaria split's all right. 1704.
Yeah, it's 6 seconds faster than what we saw from Echo.
Yeah.
We'll see how they deal with the boss. The one thing that I'm kind of stressing about is the dungeon timer, as we are getting close to that kind of 6:30 marker. You know, and the stars are still alive, but I think we're okay. We have those 6:30, 35.
Echo pulled the boss at 23 minutes.
The boss.
Echo pulled the boss at 23 minutes, and Perplex has pulled it at 23:27. I think that this...
That's what I was stressing about. Like, their Altarias looked really good, but their dungeon overall progression timer is a little bit sussy, but I think it's doable. I'm a believer. Have it be on the record. We're going to Bloodlust right at the pole, as we've seen other teams do as well. Cleave down that first Nova, try to get as much boss damage as possible. That also means Sasevi needs to heal a little bit more on these Novas, because we're not always 100% focusing them down, relying a little bit more on healer cooldowns. We do have everything basically available, though. Aura Mastery is here, we have Lay on Hands, we have the sack, so hopefully gonna make it through. I believe that Cheat Death on the Shine is out, but Dr. Wolf Disco still has the Cauterize here.
Dr. Wolf Disco. I think you need about 640 for this boss in general. I think that they might be 5 seconds over, but if they absolutely play out of their minds, I think that they could be like 30.0. Like they can. I think that this is within margin of like damage variance possible, but I don't think it's likely from this position. But I do think, like, if Perplex are able to time this key, that sets them up in a great position for tomorrow. Also, like that's a spot where you are thrilled if you're a Perplex fan going into tomorrow if they're able to time this key. This is going to be quite tight, though.
It is going to be tight, but not impossible for Perplex, as they are moving through Assad. Or keep in mind, Those are 116 million HP just on the boss alone that you need to get through, so it is going to take a while.
They have a battle res, but I think that like the damage and the time lost from the battle res itself, if they have a player go down, it might just spell disaster for them. I don't know if they can afford to have anybody die to chain lightning. I'm just
say that.
I'm not saying that it's likely to happen. I'm just setting up like the circumstance. Like this is dire for Perplexed, like timer wise. I'm just trying to explain to the audience like how close this timer is realistically going to be. Like there's a lot of times where you have to have a perfect run to time it. They are at a point where the damage, it's not known if it's possible from this position, but like if they have a death and lose 5 seconds, it will almost certainly not be.
We are getting confirmation that all runs are final right now, so whatever the teams are in, they have to finish it out. And for Perplexed, of course, it's kind of, unfortunate that they're so close to finishing a dungeon that they could have potentially maybe started another run, but like you said, I think if they're able to get this one done, it just sets them up for a really, really great spot for tomorrow. We'll see if that is possible. Legendary is still trucking on in that 29 right below them in the bottom right. NA's Last Hope is doing that VP 29 again as Last Minute is working on their 30 Brackenhide, and they need this one to go their way in order to not get eliminated.
Oh my god. Okay, Ashine's Cheat Death is back up. Wolf Disco's Cheat Death is available as well. So those guys have the ability to have Cauterize and the Augmentation of Ogre Cheat Death, Defy Fate.
Yes.
In case the AoE, the Chain Lightning, goes out on them. It's really, really dangerous, but honestly, we can also hope to get good spawns on the orbs as well. If we get spawns that are underneath the boss, that allows us to cleave a little bit better, especially with like that Fire Mage damage.
We are getting word that Echo wiped in their final run shortly after the hour, so they are done for today. Means no 30 Halls of Infusion going on the map, but Goop going down for Last Hope here in one of the Dragon Pulls. They're able to pick him back right up. Gonna get another battle rest in a couple of seconds.
Swag's dead. For Perplexed.
AJ going down for Last Minute. We're having deaths all across the board here, and that's not great.
I think the AJ death for Last Minute...
Is it intentional?
Almost certainly not. Is Kira going to be able to res him? Okay, they dropped a Savior. So Savior has a 100-yard res range. And
they got him done.
So depending on where AJ died, it was going to be like not within range of anybody. But the heads-up play to be able to know, oh yeah, actually don't even look for his body, drop a Savior, and we just get out of here. That's huge. Ooh, looks like NA's Last Hope had a wipe in the bottom left, and now they're out of here too.
Yeah, they were doing that Storm Dragon pull with all of the extra vortexes, and it was just too much. One of the Icy Buffets went out, and 3 people died. Cauterize was procced, and Dorky also falling over here. A little bit unfortunate for them not being able to get that VP done. They looked really good, though. I believe they can do it tomorrow, which definitely is going to be one of the keys that they will be looking at. And Last Minute is going into Gutshot here, right above that leaderboard.
Yeah, so Last Minute sets up a really unique pull where Soda carries AJ across the gap, and then AJ Warnstone's back to the group, and they pull like an insane trash pack on top of this boss.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, isn't it?
I think Perplexed are dead.
We're looking at Perplexed. We're not getting another PI, unfortunately. That would have been really nice. 22% to go in less than 1 minute. But Last Minute is having some trouble here in the Gotshot pool as their team is wiping, and that is not good for them. This is really, really tragical, as that was their final run, and on the back of that, I think it's probably not doable anymore. Are they going to decide to just keep on going and try regardless?
Nobody dropped a Savior. I think it's probably a wrap for them. Yeah, they're out. I think they're out of here. All right, so that means that Legendary has the fate in their hands, depending on how fast their Halls of Infusion goes.
Zoom out. We don't need a big screen this production.
The timer was
it's
dead.
over already.
The timer was dead. It's fine.
Okay, so with Last Minute, actually, it seems like they abandoned their run, which is understandable. Not being able to time that key, Legendary's fate is actually in their own hands. They need to be faster than 33:18 in this Halls of Infusion 29. Then they can beat out Last Minute.
So they need a... They probably want like a 1640 Gulping Goliath.
That's not going to be possible.
Okay, so they have a minute.
We're at 1640, and
So
Gulping Goliath has a little bit too much health to fall over right now.
I'll budget a 1710 if you'll accept that.
I think that'll also be a little bit tight. How are we with like a 1730?
Less confident. It's possible. I'm not gonna rule it out at this point. It's possible, but that was not within the budget. You know, whenever you see your account and they're like you're spending too much, you need to spend less. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to that, unfortunately. We'll see. Maybe they can speed up somewhere else. Gulping Goliath is gonna fall here eventually. Last couple of percentages are falling over. We're actually going to be even slower than the 1730 that I expected out of them, but not by much, just a couple of seconds, and then we can move on here for Legendary. They need to be real fast, and they know it. This point, somebody probably already told them that they're the last team to keep on running and that they still have a chance because Last Minute hasn't done it just yet.
Gosh. 2156 is the split we want on Kajin. Probably like 20. I'm thinking like
nervous.
Like if they beat a phase on the boss, they could have like a 23.
They could be slower, yeah.
If they beat a phase on the boss, they could have a 23.
All right. If they beat a phase on the boss, do you think there's a world where they go big in that gauntlet to try and save time?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I would like them to do it, but also if they haven't practiced it, it's going to be impossible.
It's fortified, and that's a pull that's actually quite dangerous for a multitude of reasons. One of the big... Okay, so first off, it's just tank damage. Like, a lot of it is tank damage.
Your
is
tank
the biggest
can
reason.
shred it.
But it's quite challenging to actually CC the Aqua Ragers whenever they're casting Tidal Divergence, and if they actually get the Tidal Divergence cast off, you're going to wipe the Aqualings almost immediately. I don't think it's something you send outside of, like, if you've never practiced it. I think if you've practiced it enough and you're comfortable with it, yeah, it's totally fine. I don't think it's like something you send as like a last-ditch effort kind of thing.
I'm kind of being reminded of the Neltharion Slayer from Echo, right? That we saw in Group C, where in the overtime they just suddenly sent it all. When we asked them about this, they said, well, we knew we kind of had to, so we did. I'm wondering if it's that kind of situation, because surely they know they must be quick. And maybe they're in a situation where they just know they have to do it, but we'll see. What was it? 21 something on Kajin? I'm not sure that's going to be possible.
Yeah. I don't know that's possible either. I think it was like
20 boss?
It was like 2130, but I think if they have like a 2230 and they beat a phase on the boss, they're able to I think if it's like 2230, maybe 2245, and they beat a phase on the final boss that other teams, some other teams not all other teams got, then they're able to do it. Because the damage is like quite close on Primal Tsunami of whether or not you get that third phase or not.
So we're going to see them Bloodlust in just a little bit, because this boss is a massive healer check, and that's going to allow them to actually progress a little bit faster and safer here. They will get that Bloodlust back for the Primal Tsunami, and that should work out. We're just waiting on everything to align and be ready. You can see the Breath of Aeons and the PI going to come up in a couple of seconds, and then we send it all. We also have access to a bunch of defensives. The Aura Mastery is still available. Sack going out right now. We will get that Bloodlust on in just a little bit. Igloo maximizing uptime here, using Bubble, just staying close to the boss, and there it is.
Yeah, now we're sending the Lust plus Breath of Aeons, so you're getting the Chrono Ward Shield. Like that's like a lot of defensive value by itself, and it should allow Igloo to be able to kind of heal through this pretty trivially. You're not going to be having to pop that Aura Mastery. They did end up popping the Zephyr coming into this though. So they're going to be a bit dry outside of the AM once this Lust goes away, but it should be okay. These specs that are in this composition are quite durable on their own. And so that's one of the advantages of this composition is like Mage has 6 defensive buttons, and Shadow Priest self-healing is, I don't know, he's doing 37k HPS right here, and Aug Evoker is Aug Evoker, that kind of thing. This comp is quite durable.
That's true. It still hurts, though, just looking at their HP bars, and we are going to send that Aura Mastery here into this one, just to be on the safer side. We're not 23% remaining. We're actually going to be over that 22-minute mark, it seems like, on the timer, as we are ticking over it. 22. Yeah.
We want like 2240. I think that's like worst case scenario
if they can
for
skip
time.
a phase.
Yes. I mean, again, that's a big asterisk, right? Is if they can skip a phase on Tsunami. But some teams skipped the phase, and some teams had the boss at 2%. That's about what we're working with here, where it's like it's possible, but you have to be. You have to be like completely optimal with your damage output, and God forbid you get knocked out by a volcanic. That could be the end of it, right? That kind of thing.
Don't say that. It's you have so much power as a caster, Tettles. Please, I beg you. You're making me nervous.
No. I have no power. It's all good. Okay, so 2244. But we don't have any more trash. We don't have any more non-mandatory trash, rather. Like the trash
yeah, I was like,
here is
yeah,
required.
we do. There's trash, yeah.
Yeah. This trash is all required, though, so it's fine.
So what would be really cool here if Lepan just ran down this gauntlet and pulled everything, and they would just like execute that easily, because that would save them a whole lot of time, but that'd be really, really hard. Probably not something they practice, so we're not going to see it out of them. They're opting to go 2 and 2, which is the general idea of teams here in this dungeon, but it's already a lot just looking at those HP bars, man.
That deep chill is doing a disgusting amount of damage. So that was with Zephyr plus personals from all individual players on that Proto Drake, and then they also had Mass Barrier available for them. What are they going to press here? Because they don't have Aura Mastery. It's probably going to be a Scales charge to allow everybody to get like 12% bonus HP, and then it's going to be large personals again. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, seeing everything light up on that little bar there, making sure that they somehow survive this.
The cast starts and everything starts glowing for a second.
Yeah. Reminds me of Christmas. The Proto Dragon is quite low here, though. I think they probably got one more that they need to survive. The breath going a little bit sketchy, but Lepan will survive here. Stay standing. One more deep chill coming out of the dragon, but they got this one. Our mastery will be available soon as well, but the dragon should die before that.
Doable, but not great. Again, the situation is as follows. They're in a spot where they need, what was the time? 33:19, 33:15?
33:18.
All right, somewhere between the two, 33:18, to be able to overcome last minute's time tiebreaker over them. That is what they need to be able to beat that. To beat that, what we've projected is likely the best outcome for them is to be able to beat a phase on Primal Tsunami. This is a phase that I believe one team skipped. I'm not exactly sure what the team was. I think it was NA's Last Hope, but I'm not 100% confident in that. And many teams ended up getting the phase, including Perplex. Whenever I was looking back in the VOD, they got the phase whenever the boss was at 2% HP. Now, this is a phase that is possible to be skipped, but it's not a sure thing. And that's the only situation in which Legendary is able to, I think, at this point, beat that timer that we're looking for with that 33:18.
Yeah, we have the mini-boss spawning right now, and these inundates on the 29 are no joke. You can see the damage going out there onto the team. We even saw Echo gripping out the Paladin in the 30 to try and avoid some of it, but it is going to hit both Eclu and Splat here as they're staying too close to actually outrange it. Both Tobo and Wexy are going to be a little bit safer there in the background. You can see the damage on Splat. It's ridiculously high.
He had a Chrono Ward shield. It almost died through it. I didn't know that was possible. Now we're rescue shielding Igloo. So the big thing with the outranging is that actually it's kind of chill on the range. It's at 35 yards, I believe, on the inundate. So
yeah.
You don't even lose that many casts standing out here. You do end up losing some, just having to move back and forth, playing the waves. But it's kind of nice. You don't hate it, but for Splat, since he does have that evoker range, it's ideal for him to play close. That way he can get as much damage as possible. But some sets,
you see, he's opting to stay away for a little bit where they know that this would hurt too much when they don't have any shielding available to try and just survive these inundates this time around. We do have a shield, and look at the damage going out. It's incredible. Aura Mastery popped as well to try and avoid the worst of it.
That guy's out of there.
So high. We're going back to the ranges, just chilling, saying, yeah, that, you know, you're my new friends now. This Saria person, she's hurting. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Timer is getting closer and closer, Tettles.
This is quite tense at this current moment. Again, the situation is as follows. They need to beat the third phase. Like, that's what's going to go on. Typically with Lust DPS, we've seen, I think, the best group on a 29 push 47% of the boss, but I think it's possible to be better.
All right, we're gonna go into boss. Of course, these ragers, they can just come with. We don't care about them. We want to get this boss fight started as soon as possible. And then we need to shred through the boss's HP. Gonna get that bloodlust in 3 minutes. We have everything available right now to send it into the first phase as well.
I think they're fine here, Makes, actually. I don't think this boss is... What is it, 530? Or 520 something that they would need?
Yeah, a 5. Right?
So I don't think this boss is that long. I think that legendary is going to be okay, assuming that they don't have any deaths.
All right, let's see. Hopefully you're correct. That would be very good for legendary and legendary adjacent fans. I would also mean last minute gets eliminated here if they can pull it off. So one of the two teams is going to go home. Legendary fighting for their survival. Everybody else watching, trying to see if they can do it. First phase is going to come in. Going to get ported out with 72% on the clock. Now, you said we cannot have any deaths, right? Because obviously that would hurt our timer. And also, if you die in this hallway, you're going to get ported back. But it's going to take a while. You're going to be missing out for the infusers. So that'd be real bad. Moving through.
Okay, we made it through, no deaths during the gauntlet. I don't think it's like super common to have deaths in a gauntlet, especially with teams of this caliber. But it's definitely something that does happen, right? The gauntlet is not free by any means. We've seen a couple of deaths across the weekend, just sporadic mistakes. So Lust is not going to be up for this phase, but it will be up for the next one.
And do you think with getting the next one as well, we're still going to be able to time it all?
They need the boss. I think the percentage that I think we're looking for the boss is like 45. I think if it's sub 45, and then we have all of our CDs synced for our Lust, it's going to be doable.
All right, we'll see if they can do that. We're going to get cooldowns here. PI going out right now. Same as that, Breath of Ian's making sure all of the damage is going into the boss where possible. Also seeing some nice little baiting here, allowing Igloo and Lepan to stay in that melee range, trying to do as much damage as possible to the boss, who has these very, very annoying swirlies if you ever played melee on it. And they will do their very best to get through this here. One more time. You can see it's really nice. They're like lining up in one line, dodging to the side. It's very good. And we are getting that 45% marker that you were talking about. We're even going a little bit lower here. Looking really good from Legendary.
Oh, yeah. No, this is chill then. This is nice and chill. This burn is not even going to be too bad. So the believers
no
always
way
win.
they wipe from here, says Tevils, as we are approaching that phase here.
Why was that added as a channel point redemption? Who did that?
Probably mods. They're trolls of their own.
They added no way they wipe from here as a channel point redemption. Presses bubble and still gets knocked back by that puddle Igloo does. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it was kind of fake, but we are making it through this. And then chat is agreeing with you. You said it. You're a man of the people. I can tell.
Well, I mean, you said it. I just asked why that's a redeem. Anyways.
Infusers are going to go down. They have a little less than 2 minutes to finish off this boss, and I think they can absolutely do that. Going down, the Infusers. Going up, the Bloodlust is available. PI will be available in 20 seconds. We're probably going to line everything and then nuke that boss.
They had a lot more damage than Perplexed. I'm surprised. Surprised at what went wrong with Perplexed in that VOD that I was looking at.
I don't know.
Could have had some deaths or anything.
I didn't see that, so I'm gonna take your word for it.
I wasn't looking too hard.
Okay, here we go.
Saw
Bloodlust, PI, combustion. Look at that Breath of Aeons. Here we go. And that is going to be all she wrote. They need to kill this boss in less than 1 minute, but I think at this point that's nearly a meme, as the HP is just falling lower and lower on the Primal Tsunami. 13% to go, and Legendary is pulling themselves out of the elimination chopping block.
God, they just
and sending last minute home.
They've absolutely bailed themselves out. We questioned whether or not going 29 Halls of Infusion was better than going to 30 Brackenhide Hollow, as that left last minute in the driver's seat for eliminating Legendary. However, last minute making some last minute mistakes, wiping in that 30 Brackenhide Hollow on Gut Shot. Unfortunately, they are going to be the team that is eliminated. Big kudos to those guys. That is a team that is brand new for this TGP, and they looked great in Cup C. They honestly looked phenomenal in the finals, and I think that is a team that is going to show up and perform quite well in TGPs in the future. They are sick. That is a super sick team. Send a lot of support to those guys.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where Last Minute goes from here. I certainly hope we see them again ASAP in MDI. They should probably try to qualify. They seem like a pretty good team. But Legendary, who's had a pretty good year so far up to now, makes it through. There's one last look at Last Minute. Impressive squad.
Absolutely. I think they looked incredible in Cup C. I think in the global finals, maybe not as good as in Cup C. In Cup C, it looked for a while as if they could beat out Echo in that cup as well. And we had a very stacked Cup C, of course, as well. But Legendary here pulling ahead one more time. They are on that top echelon. And it's so funny because in that blurb, we said they've been up and coming for a while. Maybe they can actually do it with moves like this.
They made top 4 already for TGP.
They came out of last MDI, right? And then they got a 3rd place, I believe.
Oh, I'm trying to remember. You might be right. I'm not willing to commit, though. I don't remember 100%. But the point is, this is the second time they've top 4'd in a row in Dragonflight Season 1 and now Dragonflight Season 2. So certainly a force to be reckoned with, no matter how tomorrow goes. But what a stacked group of teams we have for tomorrow. Echo, NA's Last Hope, Perplexed, and Legendary. It still feels weird that Mandatory is not there, but that's a whole different story. But either way, tomorrow is going to be really, really tight. I wonder how many keys we're going to see get timed with how far everything's pushed right now. Obviously, we've got the 6th dungeon coming in, so there will be keys timed there, of course, as they get up to where that was. But of the dungeons we have now, I wonder how far you can go with some of these yet.
It looked like NA's Last Hope and Perplexed are probably going to have an intense lab sesh trying to figure out how to time that 30 Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah.
Because both of them seem
29.
to be... on 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said 30, but yeah, 29.
Yeah.
They seem to be like they were
30,
about 30...
yeah.
It seemed like they were about 30 seconds off of that key. So they gotta figure out where to find time elsewhere. Beyond that, though, yeah, I think you're spot on. I don't know where we get these other points from. Maybe it's that Halls of Infusion 31.
I think the Halls of Infusion is possible. I think the Freehold 31, at least for Echo, looks possible as well. They're so incredibly fast. And I also think that other teams are going to look at what Echo was doing today, because obviously that was all the rage. And I'm very curious if we're going to see adaptations to that War Scourge tech. And then whether or not a 31 is in the carts. But a big pain point in that 31 Brackenhide is those totems. And if other teams are seeing that and saying like, yeah, why not make our life easier like that? Then I think that could also be a potential run.
I don't love the timer from a lot of teams in the Brackenhide Hollow on the 30 though, right? I think that like you were saying, the freehold seems to be on the table, and I think it's. But I worry that it's only on the table for 2 teams. I worry that it's only on the table for Echo and NA's Last Hope. So NA's Last Hope, they had a 2845, but that was with like 5 pretty costly deaths. Like they lost a ton of time in their 30. I think that if there's teams that are going to put up the 31, those seem to be like the 2 most likely candidates to really push the limit of what is possible with that dungeon.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 31 seemed doable, but I don't know.
Barely.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly, barely. But that's what we live for, right? When we're watching TGP, we want teams to just barely squeak out a key that doesn't seem possible.
I do think there's a reason that they tried 30 Halls of Infusion before they were trying 31 Freehold.
Yeah, why not? It's possible.
I just think it's like they probably through practice have assessed that that's just like the easier point.
Well, we'll find out in less than 24 hours. We do not have very long to go before the final day of the Great Push 2023 Global Finals. We're almost done. We're almost there. And it's been a long road, but it's been a lot of fun. I mean, even with the comp diversity not being as much as, what I think we would prefer in most season, there's this interesting element to this TGP where we're seeing people essentially have the same tools and like see how, what limit they can push them to, which has kind of its own charm to it to a certain extent.
I think that there's always going to be a metagame for TGP, especially whenever you're asking teams to do like bleeding edge content and really push what is possible inside of the game. There's always going to be a comp, like that, a best composition that people are going to be drawn towards generally. I think that it's still interesting to see what's being done inside of the dungeons that differs between the teams, whether that be routing, whether that be like how they're playing packs. We see pretty consistently, even in the most linear dungeons such as Vortex Pinnacle, there's like a difference in routing between all of the teams and how they're playing it. So I think that like, yeah, you can fixate on things like, oh yeah, the comp is the exact same, but I think that there's a lot more to Mythic Plus than just composition.
It's about who can play the instrument the best. Exactly. Hey, I think it's a good analogy.
It's true.
Anyway, any final words, Mix, before we close this thing out?
I'm really sad to see Last Minute go, but I'm also really happy that Legendary has been able to hold on. I like both of these teams a lot, and it's very cool to see. And I just can reiterate what I said yesterday. It's incredible what quality of play we're having in this TGP.
Absolutely. Well, we're not done yet. The quality continues to increase as we are back tomorrow for the final day of the Great Push. Do not miss it. Back in less than 24 hours, same time, same place. Until then, play some WoW. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.